Hello, Chatty House. How is everyone? What's going
Chatty
on?
House.
Crazy ass Chatty gang. What's going on? I don't. What is Jill Adge doing in here all morning long? That's new. What's up, Jill? How are you? Love to see it. Good morning, Lance. Good morning, Warren and Wheezy.
Warren Weezy, Will Z,
The baby daddy, Tyler.
Jason.
Will Z's up in here too. Whoa, look at that. There's David.
Local guy, David.
Jason A. Mark. What's going on? The game. Michael. Hello. Drew Down, what's going on? Secure into Carter. I don't know what that even means. You were secure into Bagley forever, right? Sacktown Tony. I'm rolling in fantasy basketball. Sacktown Tony. That Edgecombe pick by me was a stroke of brilliance.
Shout out to everyone, the baby daddy, Cool Raul, Stevie B.
What's up, West Sack Kings fan?
David Jackson. Kyle's doing important things again today.
Yeah, Kyle's busy.
He may or may not be back tomorrow, depending on how today goes.
We'll see.
But it's all good stuff.
Hey, TC's up in y'all. Steven Castaneda. Hello. Casey Tucker Band. What's going on? If I missed you, I missed you. I apologize. Welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle Madsen is on assignment today. He's busy. Probably not going to see him. We might see him tomorrow, but there's also a possibility he will not be here tomorrow. But welcome into the show. If you're listening on radio, ESPN 1320, welcome in. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, welcome in. 98.5 HD2. That's a great spot to listen. It comes in perfectly clear everywhere, which is spectacular. Also, youtube.com/ESPN1320, where you can join the chatty house and be part of a crazy group of people that say weird things all day. We appreciate all of you. Jesse, the Sacramento Kings dropped another game last night. They are now 1-3 on the season. They fell to a shorthanded Oklahoma City Thunder team by the final 107-101. Russell Westbrook started. Domantas Sabonis is struggling offensively. The Kings are trying to learn how to win, but to be honest with you, we're going to push that down a little bit, and a little bit later in the show, we're going to spend a ton of time on Kings today. But I kind of want to start with some of this other stuff that we have going on. World Series was on last night, Game 4. We saw a huge bounce back game from Toronto Blue Jays.
Shout out Vlad Jr., legend. Let everyone else know that Shohei's not the only all-time. I don't want to call Vlad an all-time great man, but it's too early or whatever. But
it's a little early.
It's a little early, but Vlad Jr. is on the other side as well.
You know, if we combined Vlad Jr. and Vlad Sr.,
probably the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, that would be the greatest. Like, they would end up with so many stats. Yeah, that would be fun. I don't know who the greatest father-son duo is of all time. We've had this discussion a little bit, but, you know, whether it's Barry and Bobby Bonds, you know, I don't know. The Fielders.
You probably go Vlad Jr. and Vlad Sr. just because, I mean, they're both. I mean, Vlad Jr. hasn't won an MVP yet, but he probably will at one point.
Yeah.
Vlad Sr. did.
We have the Griffeys. The Griffeys weren't MVP. One of them was MVP quality. The other one was part of one of the greatest winning teams of all time. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, the Griffeys. Yeah, they. You know, I grew up watching both Griffeys because they kind of span that my era of watching baseball when I was young.
LeBron and Bronny of their age.
Oh my gosh, no. Well, yes, but no. Ken Griffey Sr. was a very good baseball player, and of course, Ken Griffey Jr. was absolutely phenomenal. Injuries, you know, wiped out the back end of a career that probably would have gone down as one of the greatest of all time, and still does. Looked like one of the greatest players of all time. Interesting stuff. Someone Lance Smith brings up the Ripken family. Yeah, they were definitely. I'm not reading David Jackson's comment here on the chat about the Hershisers. But Jesse, last night's game, I thought it was. I mean, it wasn't the 18 inning debacle that we saw the night before, but I still felt like it was good baseball. And
Blue Jays just answered back yesterday. That's all. That's what that was.
They did. They kind of defied everything, right? Like I think everyone was like, "Oh,
yeah, I
man.
think we did tell a bit of a legend coming out of that game, where it's like, oh yeah, you got Shohei Ohtani who just hit 2 home runs, 2 doubles, was on base 9 times. And it's like, oh, just wait till he pitches the next day, and he's probably gonna throw 8 innings scoreless. How I have 10 Ks again, blah blah blah. But in reality, that was probably a little bit more realistic yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think the series now is going to come down to whose bullpen heals up faster. I mean, that's really. I thought pitching Shohei was a mistake yesterday, because I would not have run him out there. I mean, the guy's like at second base the night before, grabbing at his calf, and whether it's cramps or whatever it is, I would have pushed his start back a day because of just sort of the way that game worked out, and being on the field for 6 hours straight. Even if you are DH, you're still like 100% engaged. I mean, he was on base 9 times. So I was a little surprised they came back with Shohei.
I thought he pitched fine. Just don't next time to leave a breaking ball at top of the zone against Vlad Jr.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Vlad Jr.'s incredible. He, deposited a home run deep in left field. Like I feel like this is a true series, and it is. I saw David versus Goliath, on Twitter, and it was like David 2, Goliath 2. I don't know if I feel that way about this series, because I do feel like
David was also 5th in payroll, I think, this year at the MLB, talking about the Blue Jays.
Yeah, well, that and the Blue Jays, they have a knack for drafting like every player's kid, right? Like former player's kid. So they have like Bo Bichette. They who was he? Though they used to.
They had one of the Biggios at one point, I think. Yeah,
they used to have Biggio. He came up with them. Again, Vlad and Vlad Senior. It's a really good team, but they are a high payroll team, so I don't buy the whole David versus Goliath thing.
Well, it's just because they're a high payroll team, but the Dodgers are the highest payroll team by, a decent margin if you're comparing them to the Blue Jays, I assume.
Yeah, totally. So, outside of that, was there any other takeaways you had from the World Series?
No, it's just we got a series. Everyone needs to respect the Blue Jays a little bit more if you haven't already. It's not just I hate the Dodgers pay for everyone or whatever, and they're just gonna win their way through the World Series. Like, baseball doesn't work that way. I mean, the Blue Jays are, I'm not gonna call them just as good, because if on paper, like, the Dodgers are just dominant. But I mean, yeah, I think the Blue Jays earned a little bit more respect. Where it's like, yeah, the Dodgers aren't gonna just walk through this one.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to see how the perspective of the series changed, because I do think that like the landslide opinion was that, oh, that was it. Now the Dodgers are gonna roll, and then to see the Blue Jays get off the mat and just pop them.
Yeah, last time Dodgers won an 18-inning game in the World Series, they lost the World Series. So.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Brad Paisley.
Shout out Brad Paisley.
That's what we've now learned.
Never listened to Brad Paisley, not once in my life. I don't think.
I have never.
I'm not a country guy. Like, it's not my.
I
like country.
Absolutely can't stand country music.
Sick.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Shout out. Me and James hate country music.
We do. There's actually the grocery store down the street from my house. It just blares, and I don't even want to be in the store. I want to go to a different grocery store, because every time I'm there, I literally want to walk up to the manager and just tell them, this is the worst music I've ever heard. I need to leave your store.
1320 or something.
Yeah, put on something that like everyone can appreciate. So I don't know why I'm so anti-country Western music, but it's just that's the way it's been since I was young. On top of the World Series yesterday, we had the San Francisco 49ers make a pair of moves. They land Keon White in a swap of 2026 6th and 7th round picks from the New England Patriots. Do you have any idea who Keon White is, or whether he's good at football, Jeff?
Yeah, he's a defensive lineman from the Patriots that's now playing for the 49ers, who had five sacks last season, I believe.
Yeah, I think last season he had 5 sacks. He's 6'5", 285, 26 years old.
No, but in all seriousness, I'm not gonna like, oh yeah, Keon White, the Niners defensive line is safe, but you're not getting any type of pressure right now at all. I mean,
at all.
you let CJ Stroud basically sit back there the entire game, and they tore you apart for 4 quarters. So you do need reinforcements now at this point. It's like, oh yeah, they're saved or anything like that. Like I said, maybe if you truly do want to fix this lineup, you do make a bigger move. But I mean, you need depth at this point. So.
Well, yeah, you need someone who can actually rush a passer, even if it's situational. And it seems like that's what they're doing with this this type of deal. He was a former second-round pick in 2023. He's young. Again, his measurables are spectacular. You're just wondering whether you can catch lightning in a bottle. I also wonder why New England not only traded White, but also they traded one of their safeties yesterday when they're a team that looks like a team to on the rise in the AFC.
Maybe just positions they can afford to gain a draft pick from at this point.
I guess. I mean, I just like it as a NFL team getting this deep into the season and you're in a playoff chase. But
because what they traded Kyle Duggar.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle Duggar's good, but I don't know if that's like, oh, what are the Patriots doing? You know?
No, but still, your depth at this point, you know, you still got 10 weeks of football, whatever it is. I mean, the season is so long that I'm just a little surprised that they're bailing on some of their depth. In addition to landing Keon White yesterday, the 49ers also added Cleveland Farrell to their practice squad. I think that's with the understanding that he's probably going to join the main roster during the weekend. But again, this is a guy who started 17 games for the Niners in 2023. He had 3.5 sacks last year and 13 quarterback hits. Last season, he had 3.5 sacks with the Commanders, but he only played 1 game for the Chargers this year. Another rangy, like 6'4", 265 pounds, 28-year-old dude. He was number 4 overall pick in the 2019 NFL draft.
Shout out to the Raiders.
Yeah. I liked him when he was here the first time. But again, I'm not sure that he's a difference maker.
Yeah, it doesn't move me. Like, we can be honest, it's just another body there. We'll see if Keon White can do something. But I think as far as Cleveland Farrell goes, like, yeah, it's sure.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want me to say? Yeah, fine. They got another body. I'm not expecting them to make a difference.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're at that point though, where it's just like you have to add bodies, and then you're hoping for like a home run swing here. The NFL trade deadline is set for November 4th. And
these feel like bunts right here.
What's that?
I said these feel like bunts, these 2 moves.
They do. They feel like safe plays.
Maybe you can get a guy on first and second, and we'll see what we're working with after that. But
exactly.
I don't think anything's saved here.
No, I don't think so either. But hey, even if they were to land like a big home run swing here, which I'm not saying they're going to, but if they do, I would still feel like these moves here are sort of things to add. It the depth of this team is like at an all-time low. Just look at like one position to the next. You're looking at just a team that's like dealing with atrophy, right? They seriously have lost so many players due to injury already this season. And it's not just like, on the offensive side of the ball, it's a bunch of their star level players, but on the defensive side of the ball, they literally have lost their 2 best players and 2 like top 10, top 15 players in the NFL.
Well, they lost their the 2 most important defensive players, but also like Fred Warner's probably the most important player on that entire team.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And, I think, we looked at it this weekend, and like I was surprised at how many tackles everyone had. It was like the craziest thing of all time. Like combined tackles, they had like 90 to 45 for the opposition, but that's because, of course, Mac Jones couldn't continue drives. Like their defense was on the field the entire game. At some point, you have to start bolstering the front line, and for that matter, if someone wants to give up an offensive lineman that has potential and maybe fits your run system better than their run system, I'd also make a run at that at this point. It sounds like the Giants are looking to deal potentially 1 or 2 of their offensive linemen that just haven't worked out, but top tier picks that maybe just fit your system better.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much of the 49ers end up being buyers this trade deadline. And it's not like the NFL, it's like the NBA or anything like that where teams go crazy, but maybe do they bring in, and we'll talk about it later, do they bring in a Trey Hendrickson, or do they just kind of hope everyone gets healthier and see how it goes that way?
Yeah, but even if everyone gets healthy, that Bosa and Warner aren't coming back. So it's not like you're going to truly get healthy ever this season.
But I also don't think this is a put all your chips in, shout out Chauncey Billups type of year.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, this might be a time to fold. Shout out Chauncey Billups.
It's tough.
Yeah. On that note, the NBA did announce today that Terry Rozier and
They're not getting their paychecks. Chauncey
Chauncey-
Billups too.
yeah, they will not get their paychecks during this time of upheaval. That's pretty crazy. Especially you're a guy making $26 million. And did you see that like Terry Rozier owed $8 million
What does that mean
in back taxes?
for the youngsters that are getting it, that have been in the tax game, but just like, what does that mean? Like, he just has not been paying his stuff off, or what?
That means
Damian brought it up yesterday. He's like, wow, Terry Rozier's in like some deep stuff.
Well, yeah, and that's why I think I highly recommend that everybody go read the story on Malik Beasley, because what I think a lot of people miss here is you look at these guys that are making so much money and you're like, how could they possibly like burn through all that money? Like, how could they not sustain their lifestyle on whether it's 3 million or 4 million, or league minimum in the NBA is over $1 million at this point. And like 98% of the listeners that we have right now are like, man, I could live forever on that kind of money. But these guys are.
I would love the opportunity to get that chance.
You would like the opportunity. I still think that you would bring your own lunch, and because that's just who you are, but at the same time, like, you have to understand that these guys, that people prey on them. And not only that, but a lot of them do not come from generational wealth. They've never been taught how to manage their money as like from young children. It's why a guy like Harrison Barnes starts, programs for youth where he literally like for an entire school or two schools in I think one in Sacramento, one in Texas, in the Dallas area. He started savings accounts for like all of these kids, and it's $50 to start out, but like he's trying to teach them how to manage their money and how to be fiscally responsible when they're super young, because a lot of kids don't have that. I don't even think I've done a good job of teaching my kids the value of money. But a lot of kids who don't have anything, it's very difficult. And that's how guys like Terry Rozier get into situations that are like crazy and stressful and like completely counter to being a really good basketball player. Like, if you're worried about all of this other stuff all the time, it's crazy. I mean, again, go read the Malik Beasley story about like the predatory lenders that he owes money to. When you're walking into a season and you've already traded away your future earnings and you're already $8 or $10 million in the hole, and the interest rates on these loans are like 35-40%, like, you're done. There's no way.
Cooked.
Yeah, there's no way to make that up. And so it's just absolutely wild what some of these guys go through. And I know we all, glass people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones and stuff. Like, I think there are a lot of people out there who are in major credit card debt and major debt to other people. And I think we're just seeing a light shining on Terry Rozier right now. And
well, yeah, it's the NBA player, so it's going to be the bigger story.
Yeah, it's totally going to be a bigger story. All right. When we come back, we're going to jump into last night's Sacramento Kings 107-101 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll have 6 quick thoughts. We'll roll through some of the highlights and the lowlights of the game from yesterday. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We'll see you in just a sec. Yeah. Yeah, I've said this in the past, but Michael Redrun, you have some sort of question. Yeah, Michael, you bring up that players buy mansions for $10 million and then later find out the property tax is like $1 million a year. There's a lot of stuff that happens like that. Like, yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy stat, Jill. Like, you have to understand that like nobody, like, so many players come into the league and they don't know how to pay a credit card bill. You got 18, 19, 20-year-olds coming into the league who all of a sudden are millionaires. And it's just brutal to watch how they get abused by people. Jacob C, we don't have any updates on Nick yet. I'm sure he's not going to play today. I wouldn't even. I didn't look to see if he's on the trip. I don't know if you guys saw him on the telecast last night. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the trip because they don't get back until Monday. But I also sort of plays out that he might miss the entire trip and stay back in Sacramento and work on the hamstring and hopefully come back stronger. Wayne, I don't like taking calls. When it's me but with me and Jesse. I'm not good at hanging up on people. Yeah, Michael, that's probably a just this defensive choice that you're seeing. It's a good question, but we'll get into the Sabonis stuff here in a minute. Yeah, I'm going to guess if you went back and watched Philadelphia 76ers for the last couple of years, what they do might be what they're doing here. Because Bobby was with Nick Nurse in Philly. And you don't have additional size to rotate behind Sabonis. So if he goes up and shows on the high pick and roll and you try to do a trap or whatever, who's going to defend when you're starting? I mean, last night a 6'2" point guard at power forward. No, Jill, he's not. Domas is not Embiid, but at the same time, it's got to be a system thing that they're doing with that drop. Yeah. Chris, you know what, though? Tell me a professional sports league that isn't hurting right now with credibility. I mean, look at Major League Baseball with the sham that is the A's situation. Look at the NFL with their injury stuff that they've been hiding and won't pay out. There's too many things. Every sport deals with their specific issues. Michael, nobody cares about hockey. That's the problem.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
Whoa.
That's the
Michael Celebrini, most points, I think, at this age since Wayne Gretzky or something. We're back.
All right.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today. Kyle Madsen is on assignment. He's here in the building hiding out somewhere. I think he's wearing a cardigan and his standard glasses and hat.
Yeah, Kyle's fine. He's just learning. That's literally all it is. He's learning.
He's in the learning annex.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. He's in the learning annex. He's taking in a whole bunch of information, which is good. It's good for Kyle. Everybody needs to learn and pick up new things, right?
Sacramento Kings damn sure do.
They do. The Sacramento Kings again lost last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder, 107-101. Jesse, to be honest with you, I thought this was a really good game, and to be honest, I thought there was a good portion of the game where I thought the Kings were going to win.
Yeah, I felt that way against the Suns too.
Yeah, and I think you also felt that way against the Lakers when they were up what?
Well, yeah, then my point is I wasn't watching that game against the Thunder. It's oh yeah, wow, the Kings are doing this and that. It's kind of all right, how are you guys gonna close today? And they did it again. Where it's just, I don't know if it's them running out of guys, because you look at the bench and Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, great. After that, it's kind of tough. So these guys are playing a lot of minutes in the starting lineup. Minus the two other guys coming off the bench, about Keon and Monk, and you're hitting the end of these games, and I wonder if The reason why they can't get a stop, the reason why it seems like they're starting to front run these shots is because they're running out of gas at the end.
I think
Because they're playing well, like they're like it's like, oh yeah, well they're doing everything they need to. They had the lead pretty much damn near the entire game up until the end, and it's like they're playing great basketball, and it's just when it comes to crunch time, they just fall apart every time. I don't know if it's them running out of gas, not having a guy, or just something else.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I mean I get what you're saying with the running out of gas, but I also I think it's pretty regular that in the NBA, teams that are seasoned and have played together, especially early in the season, they close out games the right way. And for a franchise like the Kings, it's not just this specific team, but there's been for the last outside of like the couple of years of Mike Brown, I think basketball, it is a little bit like going to learn math in school, right? So if when you're in like 7th, 8th grade, you're getting introduced to, algebra and pre-algebra and algebra and all this stuff. If you don't have that, and then you get into high school and all of a sudden you're taking algebra 2 and you're just buried, or whatever they integrated 1, 2, 3, whatever they call it now. But if you don't have the basic knowledge from the previous classes, that you're stacking knowledge the whole time, then you have this problem that you're going to run into problems that you just don't understand because you haven't been sort of like, you haven't seen it before, right? And I feel like with the Kings, outside of like maybe Beam Team 2, right, where we're like, okay, run it back. Like the Kings are always starting at a different place than they should be starting. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder walk into the season, and while they're missing, Chet Holmgren last night and Jalen Williams and a couple other players, they still have a system that they're relying on, a group of players that have been together, and an understanding of what it takes to not only close out a game, but win at the highest level. I mean, this is a team that just went through the NBA Finals and won the NBA Finals. And when you look at the Kings, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the league. If you haven't played together and you haven't built chemistry, a lot of times you struggle early in the season to pick up wins. And I don't think the Kings have been embarrassed in any game. Like the final outcome, like 2 of the games they've lost by 7, but realistically they're 1 or 2 possession games. They're games that are in the last 2-minute report, because within the last 5 minutes, they're a 5-point game. So my point is, like, I feel like this team right now is learning how to win. And that is a natural process that happens at the NBA level, where you learn how to win. The difference is the Kings are trying to learn how to win with like a 36-year-old and an almost 37-year-old and a bunch of 30-year-olds. And you're like, man, you guys have, as a group, as individuals, you've been through this process so many times. How could you let these games slip away? But the fact is, as a group, you're giving up easy baskets. You're not making the right reads and the right plays down the stretch of games on the offensive end, because you're just not familiar enough with each other. That's what I've seen so far.
Yeah. Well, then do you think this is something they'll just figure out then? Because I guess if we're going off of that, then it's just like, all right, then to give them more time and they'll figure out their fourth quarter issues. But this seems kind of like I don't want to be disrespectful and not forgetting how to play basketball, but it's just they're not hitting anything. They're not doing anything, getting any type of style.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to figure that out with more experience?
I do.
Like DeMar, like, I get they haven't played together, but DeMar DeRozan has been one of the clutchest players in the league since he's been around. Like, you've got guys who've done this before.
Yeah, but last game when they lost to the Lakers, DeMar DeRozan was over 3 in the fourth quarter. He's usually your fourth quarter ace. This last night he was 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter, and like, so he's not becoming that guy. And I don't feel like the Kings are going to him in the same way that they have in the past. So normally when DeMar DeRozan goes 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter, that means he's got another 4 shots he's going to take. And typically with him, he can miss a couple early, and then once he starts rolling, it's like boom, 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 and you've got your star closer again. But I just feel like they're not going back to him.
Well, that kind of feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because I feel like last year I feel like they went to him a lot, and I feel like that wasn't the most popular thing last season.
I think there were games where it worked and games where it didn't. Yeah. I mean,
like me personally, like, yeah, I'd pro going to your best player and all that, but maybe they're just trying to spread the ball around here. But it's just whatever it is, it's not working. Because again, they're playing well for 45, 44 minutes, whatever you want to call it, and then the last however many, it's done.
Well, that's the last 4 minutes of a game is where things get tight, and where, you know, teams that execute usually come out on top. And, you know, I think if you look last night, the Kings had 14 assists in the first half, and then they had 4 assists in the third quarter and 4 assists in the fourth quarter. Like, it's just not good enough. The ball's not moving, you know, and if that's what if the ball's going to get sticky and it's become me basketball, then you need to, as a coach, you need to pare it down to like 1 or 2 me guys. Like, because that's the problem right now. To me, it's like, if you're looking at Westbrook, you're looking at Levine, you're looking at DeMar DeRozan. They're all, you know, even when you throw Malik Monk in that, they're all looking to get theirs in the final minutes of the game. And what I'm not seeing is like an offense that they're relying on. And that's part of the issue with being together a couple of weeks. It's part of the issue with losing key players that, you know, people like Sabonis missed 10 days of practice leading up to the opener, and he missed the opener. And people are like, oh man, well, he was with them the whole time. It's like, yeah, but he missed 10 days of practice, 10 days of time where you're building up to the season. That is absolutely huge. Those are moments where you're working your offensive sets. He didn't look like he was part of the offense the first 2 games he was back. And then last night, I thought he did look like he was part of the offense. It just wasn't good enough. And he's totally out of rhythm. He can't hit a 2-foot bunny. He's got a horrible case of the Drew Eubanks. Like, I don't know what he's doing, like missing all of these like layups and putbacks. And again, it's not that he was by himself. You know, there were people defending him, but he just doesn't look right yet. Although I did think he took some major steps forward early in the game when they were running the ball through him and using him as like a screener at the top and freeing guys up. I thought that's where the ball movement was the best.
Yeah, Domas, I got questions about Domas. I wonder if this is like you said, he's missed 10 days, the hamstring and all that thing, or if it's kind of like they're not playing through him as much and he's not doing well to adapt, I guess, to what they got going on.
Yeah. It's interesting, right?
Well, yeah, because like play through Domas is fine, but you don't have the Kevin Huerters or those guys here, so I don't think that's necessarily something that's going to work. But also, like, you do need more from your $45 million player. Like, it can't just be, we're not playing through Domas, so he's not really doing anything offensively.
Yeah, it just can't be like 18 rebounds and nothing else.
Yeah, like that's not a fair trade-off for what he's getting paid right now.
No, because even like when Rudy Gobert does that, when he's just that as a player, it's okay because Gobert is a great defensive stopper in the middle. He's not good defending the perimeter at all, but that's sort of the redeeming quality. With Sabonis, you're expecting the passing. You're expecting him to score 18, 19, 20 points per game. And so far, we're not seeing it. Let's get to 6 quick thoughts really quick. I posted these last night, and let's get to number 1. There we go. There's the bell. Without a natural answer to replace Keegan Murray, Doug Christie, that was his 4th lineup in 4 games. I don't think we'll see a 5th lineup in a 5th game. I think we'll see the same lineup again tonight when the Kings take on the Chicago Bulls. But I thought Russell Westbrook came out and was phenomenal early on. He had 16 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists. I thought this was a bold move, but I also like the energy that Russ brought, the fact that he hit 3 of 3 from 3 to open the game. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because a lot of the other threes after that did not look good. But where are you at with Russell Westbrook starting for the Kings last night?
I like it. I think he played fine yesterday. I think Doug probably found something. It's not something you're going to stick with all season, but for the time being, you probably run it against Chicago and see how it goes again. Russell Westbrook, I thought was fine, so yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the like, how do you go backwards? Like the Malik Monk thing. Like once you put him in the starting lineup, how do you say, hey, you're going back to the bench?
Oh no, that's not that. I don't think that's going to be an issue with Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. I probably not.
I think you'll be more than fine moving him back to the bench once Keegan's back.
Yeah. All right, let's get to number 2. Weird start. Zach LaVine didn't attempt a second field goal until there was like 2:12 left in the second quarter. He recovered, finished with 23 points, but it wasn't his normal output. And I felt like him and Schroeder both were on the outside looking in with Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. And that's why, again, I think chemistry matters and having more time together matters, because we saw, a guy who scored 93 points through the first 3 games of the season. And then all of a sudden he doesn't take a shot. He takes one shot in the first 18, 20 minutes of the game. And that's crazy. Or 22 minutes of the game. That's crazy.
It feels like we've been just trying to figure out the right equation for Zach LaVine just to get him to play a full 48 minutes, where it's just like, all right, he's here for the first, second, third, and fourth quarter. And it's just, there's no drop offs the way it's been.
Yeah.
Whether it's like you said in the first, which is he's not getting going to start, or it's the fourth where it's like, okay, where have you been?
Yep. I'm with you. All right, let's get to number 3. Struggle is real. Domantas Sabonis is just he's out of rhythm. That's what it looks like. I also, he's been dealing with a hamstring issue. He pushed himself to get back early. Last night he started grabbing his knee, and that's not good, because that could be part of the issue that he had before, or a symptom of something else. I would not be shocked to see if there's not going to be a regular injury report for the Kings today, because it's a back-to-back. So we won't know anything until the afternoon. I would not be surprised to see Domas show up on the injury report with the sore right knee or something.
If he's hurt, do you just sit at this point? I get it's Drew Eubanks and the Island of Misfit Toys after that at that 5 position, but it's kind of just what they've created for themselves after this offseason. But Sabonis hasn't looked good at all. And if it is his hamstring, his knee, whatever you want to call it, do you just sit at this point? Because you don't look good. He doesn't look good at all. It's not great. It's not helping at all.
Yeah, I don't think you can, because if you do send him, I don't know what your offense looks like at all. Clearly, Doug Christie does not have a lot of faith in Drew Eubanks at all. I mean, he's pulling that guy so quick.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, that feels like it's something like, just get me someone else. I don't care who it is. I mean, he's playing Dylan Cardwell over him, who's an undrafted free agent rookie. So, I mean, that's crazy that we're seeing that. I think, again, Domas, some of the things, he had 18 rebounds last night. He had 3 assists. He scored 10 points, but he went 5 of 15 from the field.
Yeah, the 10 points was tough.
He had 5 turnovers. There were so many forced pass attempts by the Kings early. Zach LaVine had 4 first quarter turnovers, trying to feed Domas and just throwing passes away. I thought that was crazy, but losing that the rebound late, he grabs his 18th rebound, and then Lou Dort just walked up and ripped the ball out of his hands in crunch time, it completely crucial moment in the game. And that was he just didn't seem like he was ready for the moment, which is very unusual for Domas.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on Domas have been pretty clear. I don't think he's a guy you build around or anything like that. I wonder if, I don't know. I don't want to ask the wrong questions, but he just doesn't seem to fit with what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't know who would, though.
Yeah, and too, that's the thing. At what point, who adapts to who? And is it even going to work this season?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's fair. I mean, it's on Domas,
because we can talk about Domas and play through him and do all these things, but again, you just don't have the Beam Team 1 guys that you had before where it's going to work. You got Russell Westbrook here, you got DeMar DeRozan. It's kind of all right. Then do you look at Domas? You figure it out because of these guys are here now.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's get to number 4. Slow and steady. DeMar DeRozan just continues to play at his pace, and it wasn't his best game. He finished with 19 points on 7 of 14 shooting. He had 3 assists, but at the same time, there is just such a reliability factor to him that the Kings, can turn to him at any moment and get a bucket, and that's a really good safety net to have.
Yeah, he hasn't really been an issue for me this season. I thought he's played well, so I mean, DeMar DeRozan's been fine to me.
Yeah, let's bust through these last 2. We got number 5. Chaos. I thought that Keon Ellis was all over the court, and he was just a harbinger of chaos.
Finished with 27 minutes, I think, in this one.
Yeah, something like that. Ellis, 12 points, 2 steals, and a block. He hit some threes. He also missed some shots, which were not usually what he does. But I thought that also this plays into number 6. You can ding the bell. Devin Carter. We had a Devin Carter sighting last night. I thought when Doug Christie went to Devin Carter and Keon Ellis, and then ran the zone, and those two were just running around causing like mass hysteria.
Yeah, they look good on that side of the outside of the basketball.
Yeah, I thought it was really intriguing to watch, and shout out to Devin Carter for staying ready and actually getting in there. He made some mistakes, but at the same time, that's what you're hoping for. When you get minutes from a young player, go out there and play hard. Go out there and do what you do best, and maybe you can steal a few more minutes.
What's the thing too? There's a chance he doesn't get an opportunity tonight. So I mean, the small ones that he does get, he's got to make the most of them.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right, the Kings do it all again tonight. When we come back, we'll talk about the Chicago Bulls. Sacramento Kings playing the second night of a back-to-back, and we'll have more on that after the break. Adrian, like it's good that you're patting yourself on the back, but I don't think anyone else was going to pat you on the back, so I guess that's one thing. Everyone knew this team had issues with length, athleticism. Right? I don't think you're inventing the wheel. This is a good question. Why they won't call an illegal screen on OKC? I don't know. Probably because they weren't listening to KD yell about it the whole game. The officials, that is. They're a really good team, and they get certain advantages. And they also are very consistent. Yeah. This is Alex Len signed with Madrid, joining Trey Lyles. No, like Jill, here's the thing about this. If they would have just let him go to Europe and just like voided his final year of his contract, then they wouldn't have had to take on $5 million for Saric. It would have saved the Kings $10 million. I don't understand that situation at all. Why you like? There are too many situations like this that don't make any sense. You know, same thing. You trade Sasha Vezenkov to Toronto, and then he opts to just go back to Europe and give up all of his money, and you gave up 2 second-round picks in order to dump his salary. Not to dump Davion. Yes. I agree completely. There's just like, there's one ball, and you got a bunch of dudes who want the ball. And I don't know if you guys caught this, but like Domas has to play differently with almost every single guard at the top. So like Dennis Schroeder can't do the dribble handoff. Dennis Schroeder has to have the ball. So it's just a standard pick and roll versus a DHO, which is fine. But then when Zach LaVine does the same play, he's all right with Domas feeding in the ball. So he's all right with Domas having the ball and doing the dribble handoff. Like there are so many different types of players that he's playing with right now, and you have to like start to figure out how you're going to be in a rhythm with each of them and help them get free. What did John Bull say?
My average might be giving him too much credit too.
Yep. Brilliant, John Bull. If you were to get LaMelo, then you could actually have 3 balls. LaMelo and Lonzo. Steve B, Davion would be a better fit for this team than any of the Beam teams. This is the style of play that Davion plays. This, like half court, slow it down, one-on-one ISO ball. And again, Davion has been spectacular. And I said this so many times and people thought I didn't like Davion. I just said he's just on the wrong team. That's all. That's no flag, Coach Molly. Come on now.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me today. The Sacramento Kings are back at it again tonight. They take on the Chicago Bulls in Chicago, second night of a back-to-back. These are always tough, especially early in the season. You play a extremely talented, undefeated team on Tuesday night. On Wednesday, you come back and play another undefeated team in the Chicago Bulls, a 3-0 Bulls team. Jesse, what are your thoughts so far on the Bulls? They just look like an intriguing team that somehow is figuring some things out.
They're fine. I mean, the Bulls are always perennial playing teams. I feel like their ownership always, they've never really gone for a true rebuild, I feel, so they've always been kind of stuck. So, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, the Bulls are playing great right now. Maybe they can do something this season. Give me a couple months.
Okay. The fact is, they're also missing a bunch of
I like them
players.
better than the Kings today. I'll say that, though.
Yeah. Well, I think what the Bulls are doing is really intriguing, to be honest with you. I looked at their starting lineups. I look at their depth. Their starting lineup and their second team are almost inverted on what I think most people would do. Like Vucevic is going to start no matter what, but they have so many players like Patrick Williams coming off the bench, Kevin Huerter coming off the bench, Ayo Dosomu is coming off the bench. I feel like their bench unit is actually, and Jalen Smith, it's actually better than their starting unit for the most part, which I just think is a weird thing. So far this season, Jesse, they have been so good defensively, and I don't know how sustainable it is, but they're number one in the fewest three-pointers against, the fewest three-pointers made, and they're allowing teams to shoot 26.3% from three. They're only giving up 7 made threes a game. Now, again, small sample size. It's only 3 games into the season, but that's a pretty incredible turn for a team that has been okay defensively, but not like this.
I would imagine those numbers only look better today. It's not like the Kings are the best 3-point shooting team in the league or anything like that. So,
well, I think surprisingly, the Kings are one of the better 3-point shooting teams in the league coming into this game, which is not supposed to be one of the highest things on the list of things that they do, right? But the Kings come in, shooting 39.8% from three.
How many threes are they hitting per game, though?
They're hitting 12.8, which is, I believe, right around maybe a little higher than what they were shooting last year. They're only 32 attempts per game, which is 23rd in the league. But their 12.8 is 15th in the league, and their 39.8% is 5th in the league. They're really shooting the ball well. I don't know how sustainable it is. And on the flip side, they're only allowing their opponent to shoot 31.3% from three, which is second in the league. That's really good. They're second in the league to the Bulls, who are averaging, allowing their opponents to shoot 26.3. I think, you look at a lot of what the Kings are doing. They're fourth in the league in 3-point attempts made against per game at 11.3. So they're actually running a plus 1.5. So basically a plus 4.5 points per game behind the arc. It helped that you played the Lakers and you outscored them on the 3-point behind the arc by a ton. But I still this is a team that is somehow shooting the ball well, even though they don't have what you would say conventional, 3-point shooters.
Yeah, I don't think you look at anyone on this team. It's like, oh yeah, they're 3-point marksmen. But like you said, I mean, the percentage is pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, with the Kings, you certainly Zach LaVine and Keon Ellis are elite 3-point shooters. They both finished in the top 5 last year in the NBA, right? But outside of that, the rest of the group is a lot of 30, 31, 32% career shooters from three. And that's kind of one of the problems that I see with this team is that some of the things that they're doing right are not sustainable. And some of the things that they're doing wrong are sustainable. Like they're things that will continue to go wrong. And so at some point, I am worried that the unsustainable things that you're doing, even within games, I'm sure we could look at what the Kings shot from 3 in the fourth quarter last night. But when you go 2 of 8 in the fourth quarter, and for the game, you're coming into that quarter and you're 8 of 21 from 3. You're actually shooting the ball pretty well, and then you go 2 of 8 in the final. That's tough. It's like the sustainable things that you're doing right versus unsustainable, and the laws of averages usually catch up. And I worry about some of the laws of averages overall, not just inside of a game, but like over a 8-game or 10-game stretch. Like you usually come back down to earth on some of these things, and I worry about that with the 3-point shooting with the Kings.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the issues right now are just kind of things that we saw coming into the season. I mean, I think we kind of saw like Domas not really fitting with these guys, and just this group in general. I mean, you ran out there 4 guards yesterday with the starting lineup, and it looked better, but ideally that's probably not what you want to do. Just this team is just kind of a jumbled mess that they're trying to make work right now.
Yeah, and the 4 guards thing, I totally agree. It worked because they didn't have Chet Holmgren, right? It worked because they didn't have Jalen Williams. Like, again, a 6'8" guy and a 7'1" guy. It worked because they didn't have those players. I don't know that works against a lot of teams. Again, tonight, I think they'll probably do the same exact thing. So for me, the starting lineup tonight is probably going to be Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine in the backcourt again. DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook on the front line alongside Sabonis. For the Bulls, they're starting Trey Jones, Josh Giddey, Isaac Okoro, Matas Buzulis, and Vucevic. Interesting starting lineup. For the Kings, Nate Clifford and Keegan Murray are both out for tonight. Zach Collins, Kobe White are out for the Bulls. So you're getting a little bit of a break, especially Kobe White just tears up the Kings every time they play.
Yeah, there seems to be like this just little, call it starting 5, little group of players around the league that just every time they run into the Kings, like, oh, I'm going to get 30 tonight.
Yeah.
I think PJ Washington has tore up the Kings a couple times.
Yes. Yeah, the Kings are notorious for that throughout their 40 years in Sacramento. I remember Jason Smith, and you're like, who the hell is that? Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. He used to kill the Kings. I think it was Tony Delk who put up 50 against the Kings. Like they have given up like monstrous nights to players that
they'll do it to G League level players sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I even remember, there was last name was Taylor on the Bobcats, just blew up the Kings. You're like, what in the world? Like, he's not even that good of a player.
Yeah.
Came in shooting like 31% from 3, goes off, hits a bunch of threes. Like they really do have like a knack for giving up a monstrous night to some random person. I think the key is with this Bulls team, they're kind of an entire team of randos. It kind of feels a little bit like the Kings, except for the Kings are like the older, like fading star version of the
Bulls feel a little bit more cohesive too.
Well, that's the thing. I guess that because you don't have the fading stars, like it does kind of lend itself to guys falling into proper order, a proper, who they are as a player. They fit better because of that, if that makes sense. The matchup of the game. This is DeMar DeRozan's going back to Chicago, but Zach LaVine, this is the first time he's gone back to Chicago. So for me, it is probably it's DeMar and LaVine against their former team. I'm intrigued to see what Zach looks like going back to Chicago for the first time. He did play against the Bulls last year in Sacramento. They rolled through Sacramento after the trade, but this is the first time that we're getting to see Zach back in Chicago, where he was really comfortable. And to be honest with you, he was really good for the Bulls. I expect him to have a pretty solid night.
That would be a nice little homecoming. My matchup of the game is Domantas Sabonis versus, whether it be the offensive game plan, the Bulls centers, his hamstring, just whatever's got him kind of struggling right now. The Kings aren't going to go anywhere without him playing well tonight. Like, I don't think they're picking up a win. Like, they need something from Domantas Sabonis today. So whatever he's been struggling against, like he's got to figure it out today.
Well, yeah, but you just said they're not going to win tonight if he doesn't like figure it out. They're not going to win long term.
I know we're doing matchup of today's game, but like long term, like this is a bigger issue.
Yeah, no, it's a huge issue. I mean, he's not the only one having issues for the Kings,
but
at this point.
He's not, but he's also the $45 million man where it's like he's an all NBA guy. Like you need Domantas Sabonis. You can probably get by if Russell Westbrook isn't playing well or if Dennis Schroeder isn't doing the best, but you can't win without Domantas Sabonis. He's just one of the guys you need.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What would be a good game for Domas tonight that would make you think, okay, that's how he has to play?
18, 10, and 8 or 18, 10, and 5. Just something like his old stat line. I need points. I can't just have him taking 8 shots a game, 7 shots a game, kind of being invisible a bit on the offensive end. Like he needs to make his presence felt. He needs to have an impact.
Okay, so, and again, last night 5 of 15 from the field. So the 15's not good, right? And I'd even say the assist number, he probably had like 3 or 4 like easy assists that players missed shots. Like I even think there was a play where he hit Zach LaVine and Zach LaVine got blocked, which you're like, what in the world? How did that happen? Wide open threes that were missed from Sabonis that I thought like the assist number is going to eventually come up. Nobody had a bunch of assists last night.
Yeah, the assists or whatever. It's just if other people aren't hitting their shots, I still need to know that Domas had a good game otherwise. I don't ever want to look at Domantas Sabonis like, oh yeah, he didn't play well. His assist numbers were down. He didn't play well because other guys weren't hitting shots and he didn't get his points up either. Like, even despite that, he's still got to figure it out, I feel.
Yeah, I get it. I'm with you. He does have to sort of...
Like, other guys aren't hitting their shots. All right, well, you're the guy on this team, or you were supposed to, so you got to put the team on your back. You got to figure it out. He might not be that kind of player, but that's just, like I said, that's what he's paid to do right now.
Yeah, and what I would like to see, too, with Domas specifically, I thought they did a very nice job of having Sabonis as a huge part of the offensive identity of the team last night. Like, again, I thought he had the ball in his hands to do the DHO game. Like Zach LaVine, very uncharacteristic, 4 turnovers in the first quarter. A lot of it was forced passes to Domas specifically. I thought Domas actually got a couple of balls down low and just like had the ball taken from him. Like that wasn't good enough. What he was doing was not good enough. I don't think he's going to have that same problem tonight because I don't think Vucevic is the same type of defender that Hartenstein is. So I think he'll have a little bit of an easier time. But at the same time, I thought that when things were going well in the first half, it was because whether he was getting assists or not, you were using Sabonis as the hub. Then you go away from that in second half. And I thought second half of last night's game, it just really like disintegrated to one-on-one ISO basketball especially in the fourth quarter. They had 3 assists in the fourth quarter. Like they had 7 assists in the second half. That's just not good enough. Like, why do you go away from things that are working? And I think sometimes it's because the team that you're playing made adjustments. And other times it's because you're just going away from things that are working and you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, they were still leading most of that game, though, even in the second half. Like the last few minutes is when it kind of turned up from and it went sideways. Like maybe you're not playing as well, but I don't think like that's what killed them.
What, not passing?
Well, just the playing through Sabonis in the first half. Like, yeah, maybe you got away from it a bit, but I don't think that's like, oh yeah, like now it's just over and done with, and that's where the game was over. Like you still had the lead up until, like I said, the last few minutes.
Yeah, but again, if you don't have something you can rely on the offensive end, you're going to lose games. You know, that's where an experienced team, a team that's played together, a team that's won together, like OKC, they're going to get you in the end because they have one guy who's shooting most of the shots, and everybody else is running around and playing excellent defense. And, you know, just like they all know their roles. And I think that's, to me, I'm going to keep saying it, is probably the biggest issue I have with this Kings roster right now today, is I don't know what their roles are. Who's the guy? Who's the second guy? Who's the third guy? I don't know. And
Do you think they could answer those questions?
No. I think that they could answer it and say something that they think is probably what
like something
people want to hear.
What they know, they're like, oh yeah, this is the way it works. These are the roles. Like, you think that's something they know?
Yeah, it's something they should know, but I also feel like it's something that, like, if you ask each individual player, they may have a slightly different answer.
Yeah, that's what I mean too.
And,
Like, just kind
and
of
then on top of that, I think that this team, because of the veterans and how good they have been in their careers, it's also a team that's going to tell you yes, like we know our roles, but at the same time, when they get on the court, they don't look like they do. So, all right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna hit this Kings Bulls matchup one more time. We've got a couple of more things to go through, including keys to the game. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Yep. Steve B. Contract aside, if Domas keeps playing bad, do you think they would start shopping him by next season? Like, look, I don't like. You go back and watch training camp videos, interviews with Domas. Domas says multiple times that he doesn't really understand the night picking up 94 feet thing. That he's not sort of on board with that. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the way that this thing's going, and then all of a sudden, like, it was a smattering of fans last night. There were a handful that were going at Domas on social media. I would not be surprised if that number doesn't grow of his game, if he doesn't start figuring it out. But I don't know what figuring it out means for him. Like, you surrounded him with players that don't fit his play style. And you can say, okay, well, then just trade him, or, you know, but I don't at this point feel like the Kings system is playing to anyone's strength outside of, a couple of one-on-one guys, a couple of isolation guys. I just feel like when things go wrong, the Kings regress to who they are as players, as individuals, and that is a bunch of one-on-one dudes. Yeah, Zabo, the volunteers, not hostages. Yeah. I'm going to wonder if there is a point where one or two of these guys feel like they're hostages. And very specifically, whether Domas starts to feel like he's a hostage, where you're going to build a team around him for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you're going to build a team that doesn't make any sense at all with him. Yeah. Yeah, Casey, I just don't know how Sabonis takes a couple of games off. Like, you don't have Valanciunas. And what are you going to run Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud and lose by 40 every night? Yeah. Steven Castaneda, you bring up a good point. You'd love to see what kind of market there is for Sabonis. Like, I think the Kings have an idea, but Sabonis he's a little, and this is a weird comparison. He's a lot like De'Aaron Fox. Like, you would love to have De'Aaron Fox. You would love to have Domantas Sabonis on your team. But at the price they make, there's only like one or two or three teams in the league that would embrace that player and be able to build their team around that player. And they're not the only players like that in the league. But, when there's a certain price point you get to where you're no longer an easy person to fit into a system. And they are guys that kind of need the ball in their hands. Adrian, I don't know if Sabonis is the only left-handed center. That's a good question. I don't think so. Maybe, though. We know Marvin Bagley's left-handed. Let's see. All right. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia joining me today. We've got Kings, we've got Bulls, second night of a back-to-back. The Kings are in Chicago looking to snap a 2-game losing streak. They've got a team that's playing very, very well in the Chicago Bulls. The Bulls, not only are they 3-0 on the season, but the 3 teams they've beat are all very good teams or project as good teams this season, which I think are really interesting. They've already beat Detroit, Orlando, and Atlanta. Those are all 3 teams that I think are projected to be playoff teams in the Eastern Conference.
Orlando, for me, is a dark horse to get out the East this season.
You think so?
If Desmond Bane can do what they brought him in, basically hit the 3 and shoot, because last year in the first round of the playoffs, they couldn't shoot to save their lives.
Oh, yeah.
Played great defense, was amazing, all that stuff, but just they couldn't shoot, and you're not going to get anywhere doing that. So if they can shoot the basketball a little bit better this season from 3, yeah, I think they can do some things.
Yeah, I like their trio. Their trio is really good, and then I like Jalen Suggs as like a defensive guy. I think they still have a little bit of like some holes in that roster. But Wendell Carter, solid defender, kind of do it all.
It's a good young team that you'll probably see the best of them maybe next year, like their peak truly for that team, maybe next year. But yeah, maybe next year. Because like you said, probably need to add some things on the bench and just kind of show up, make the team all around better. But after that, I mean, Paolo seems like he's ready to take that next step.
Yeah, Paolo, and I just think that their big 3 is really good. Yeah, so that's an impressive. If you look at who the Bulls have beat, it's kind of interesting because they are like sort of a collection of random players. Their top end talent just isn't there. They don't have top end talent. I mean, if Josh Giddey and Kobe White are battling it out for who's your best player, that's usually not a good sign. But Billy Donovan's doing a hell of a job coaching right now, and they look like a solid team. Let's get to keys to the game. Jesse, let's hit your first key. What do you got for us?
My first key, I'm going to go, you need some type of productivity from an 8th man today.
Okay.
I love Keon Ellis. I love Malik Monk. I love the guards, but I need something from a wing or a big man. Drew Eubanks, maybe it's not going to be you, but I need something else just to see that. I mean, this starting 5 has some type of help from its bench.
Okay.
I feel like, I don't know if it is this or whatever, but like I said, I feel like a lot of the last few minutes yesterday was them running out of gas. I wonder how much of that is just due to you're only playing with 7 guys truly right now that are making an impact. So I need an 8th guy to step up today.
Okay. Yeah, I dig that. And like, to be honest, it doesn't have to be like put up a bunch of points, because you can get, 25, 30 points out of the combination of Keon Ellis and Malik Monk. You can. Like, it might not be every game, but getting 25 out of that duo is what you should be getting every single night, right? So I need to figure out who is the 8th man, because I think that's what Doug Christie's been searching for. Is it a Dylan Cardwell? Is it, again, when Neat Clifford comes back, I think it will be a Neat Clifford. That's
probably what they're missing right now.
Yeah, it's that other player, that other piece. And realistically, the true solution is that Keegan Murray comes back and that you're able to push everyone down a notch, and your 8th man is created out of one of your starting 5 and the other 2 with Ellis and Monk. But still, like, this team for the last couple of years searched for a backup center. They went and traded for a backup center, gave 2 second-round picks for a backup center, and then he became too expensive during the offseason, and they traded him. And now they look like a team that realistically has got to find a backup center. Like, I don't.
Well, yeah, it's great that Dylan Cardwell stepped up and stuff and all that, but it's probably not an ideal situation. It's not necessarily the greatest thing for the Kings.
No, it's not an ideal situation at all.
Yeah,
I mean, your backup center can't be a guy who is an undrafted rookie 2-way player.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, again, you hope that Drew Eubanks can start to figure out his role. But as soon as he got on the court last night, it was like, okay, the entire offense, whatever you were doing before, screeched to a halt. It was just a disaster. And that's something that has been an issue with this team throughout the years, anytime Domas is off the court. But right now, he certainly, you need him to be right, but you also just kind of need him on the court. All right, let's get to my key number 1. How about you follow the game plan for 48 minutes?
That'd be nice, James.
Stop playing the first half one way, and then the opposition makes a couple of adjustments, and you stop playing the same way in the second half. Like, enforce your will. Push what you're doing on the other team. Don't allow the other team to break your spirit and get you out of your game plan. Continue your game plan for 48 minutes. That's what my plan is. My key is.
I'm gonna go my next key, ring the bell. You got to win the fourth quarter today. They're 25th in point differential in the fourth quarter this season so far.
Ooh.
It's like -4.5. So that's kind of for me where the season's been won and lost a bit. I need them to win the fourth quarter today.
You know why they struggle in the fourth quarter?
Why is that, James?
Because they don't have a DeMar DeRozan. They don't have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They don't have a De'Aaron Fox. They don't have a number one at all. And so when you get to the fourth quarter, the whole random thing that you're doing throughout the game, it can work. But when you get to the fourth and the game slows down, somebody has to be that guy. So this is a really good key. Like if the Kings can step in and win the fourth quarter, they'll probably win this game. And that's just because the one problem the Kings have had like the first 4 games of the season is closing out. But this is a team, again, that doesn't have that natural guy who's going to rise to the top in the fourth quarter. And that's how you've got to figure out a way to beat this team. All right, let's get to number 2 for me. Place Sabonis back into shape. I think the only way to get him through this and to get him right is to leave him on the court and just kind of force feed him. And I know he's banged up. I think he'll fight through that stuff. But for me, I'm watching, a guy who isn't 100% locked in. And that's why we see the play where the ball just gets ripped out of his hands late by Lou Dort.
Why is he not 100% locked in?
I think it's just like he feels familiar on the court with what's going on, like the people around him. And let's be honest, this team is basically saying, hey, Domas, it's you or nobody. Go get every rebound or nobody is going to get a board. I said it before the season that I thought Domas could average more like 18 to 20 rebounds a game, especially early in the season until Keegan gets back. It's not just rebounds, it's that he's the only one down boxing out. I know Matt George posted a video yesterday of DeMar DeRozan boxing somebody out, but everybody else just watching when Domas was off the court. And it's like, hey, what are you doing? Put a body on somebody and, try to help Domas out when he is on the court, but when he's not, somebody else has to step up. But look, it can't just be 18 rebounds every night. You got to have the other stuff. You've got, when you're making that much money, people are expecting it.
Shout out to my next key, the other stuff. I need some productivity scoring wise from him. It can't just be 10 points. I mean, 15 shots are great, but I need at least 15 points from him. That's just bare minimum.
Yeah, I think 18 is probably the bare minimum. But you also, his teammates have to try to get him those 18. Even last night, he goes 5 of 15 from the field. I thought
he was involved there.
Most of his shot attempts, though, were on putbacks on his own misses. He was missing and then getting rebounds. But again, he was fighting 3 guys in the post and no one else was helping. So at a certain point, you hope that those little dribblers fall in. Even the one that he barely made. He's at the rim. He puts it up off the glass and it hits the back of the rim and just sits there and rolls across and barely falls in. You're like, oh my gosh, how is it possible they almost missed that? But that's kind of, when you're having one of those nights, you're having one of those nights. All right, let's get to my last key. Match their bench production. It's a good group. Patrick Williams, don't let Kevin Huerter beat you. AO, Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith has busted up the Kings a couple of times. He's one of those random guys who on occasion hits a couple of threes and you're like, oh boy. Don't let that team just run you off the court, that second team that they have, because I do think it's good, but I think the Kings have scorers on their second unit and should be able to, make some impact there.
Yeah, right now with the 7-man rotation is not going to be, ideal for the Kings. You're just not going to win that way.
Yeah, especially
you throw in Devin Carter and Drew Eubanks for a tiny handful of minutes or whatever, but that's not really doing anything.
No, but like NBA coaches, again, Doug Christie played 9 guys last night, and Devin Carter played 9 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, Devin Carter played 9 minutes.
It feels like after Keon and Malik, though, he's more so fishing. I want them to get to a point where, again, maybe that's not even possible given just the way the roster looks and Nick Clifford's hurt, but just get to a point where you're not fishing for, who's going to be the 8th guy today? Who's going to be the 9th guy, you know?
I do think, though, when things go wrong in a season and when things aren't going right and it doesn't look right on the court, most coaches go trim down to an 8-man rotation and say, okay, let's get this right with this group. And then we'll start adding in the other pieces, right? And if one night you have foul trouble or one night someone gets hurt or one night somebody comes out and they're like 0 for 8 from the field and you just can't put them back out there, that's when you start to scramble and you start to see, players playing a little bit, players coming off the bench and seeing some action in a game that you didn't quite think that they would play in. But I think right now, the right idea is probably to have an 8-man rotation with, maybe an 8.5-man rotation and kind of play it that way until you figure out a flow for the offense and you get in defensive flow and you start, having each other's back and starting to build some chemistry on the court.
Yeah, I mean, the more we talk to it, it just feels like Nate Clifford and Keegan Murray Park can answer a lot of questions that we have right now.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that Keegan Murray, but again, it comes down to this though. You should never be in a situation where you don't have enough depth that you can't lose one player. And then when you lose a second player and he's the only other depth that you might have had at that position, it's just tough. Like this team should have had more 6'8" guys walking into the season who can play the 3 and the 4 and defend and shoot a 3. And they don't have to be high level versions of that, but to not have any of those guys, not even to have a Kessler Edwards on the bench when things go south with injuries, that's tough.
I mean, maybe they were expecting Dario Saric to give him something this season. But if I'm just throwing things out the wall. I don't know. Because if not, then it's bare there.
I used to have a boss who had all of these little sayings and basically failing to plan is planning to fail. Right there. If you thought that Dario Saric was going to be a player and save you, or that Isaac Jones was going to be able to give you 25 minutes a night in case if you had injury, like I don't know what to tell you, because that's not typically the way the NBA works. So, all right, we're going to step aside. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia filling in for Kyle Madsen. When we come back, we're going to dive into some of this NFL talk. There's all kinds of things happening in the NFL, some potential trade rumors with the San Francisco 49ers, and we've got plenty to discuss. Niners coming up next here on the Insiders. Yeah, the Dario Saric thing, very specifically, so people know. Dario Saric was brought in to save $5 million so they could go out and sign Dennis Schroeder. Like the Kings didn't have the money to do it. So that's why he's here. Look at you, Mark Robertson, coming in here with your wins are good, but losses are better. Oh, John Poles. I don't think Sabonis can be a number 1 option on a championship team. I've never said that. But I think he can be a number 2 or number 3 option on a championship team. Like, without any question. I mean, I would ask Jesse, can Jaylen Brown be a number 1 on a championship team? I don't care if he won an MVP of the finals, but can he be a number 1 on a championship team?
Maybe if Neemias Queta wasn't a starting center,
but even if Kristaps Porzingis was the starting center or Al Horford was, I
think they can go far in the playoffs. Yeah,
Okay,
the issue with Sabonis and why I don't think he can be a top 2 player on the team is because he can't score. He can't go out and get his own bucket. I think that is something you desperately need to be a top 2 player on a team. Because if you run into like how you did the first round against the Warriors and Kevin Huerter's not hitting his threes, all right, bud, we're paying you all this money. We need you to take it home for us. I think that's why Sabonis isn't a top 2 player on a championship team. Brown,
fine.
I think if he had the right team, let's say last year's team minus Tatum, I don't know if they're winning the title or whatever, but like you look at the Celtics still as contenders.
Yeah, he can be a top player,
top 2 player,
a top 2 player, right? Like
top player potentially too.
Well, that and I would just ask, like,
opportunity.
Is Chet Holmgren a number 1 on a championship team? I would even say Jalen Williams isn't a number 1 on a championship team. So I get the question, but at the same time, like, he wasn't brought here to be the team's best player. And the fact that he's the second highest paid player, But
I think we've learned too that he can't be the second either.
Well, yeah, he could be the second highest paid player.
Well, the second best player on your team, or just the second guy that's leading your team, whatever you want to call it.
He can't be your second leading scorer. I don't think. But outside of that, like, I don't know.
But I think that kind of goes hand in hand, I think, at this point with the way the game is. Like, that's great. You got me 15 rebounds and 8 assists. Like, you only had 10 points. We needed more from you.
Well, yeah, I mean,
at least from your top 2 guys, yeah.
I get it. I get the points are down right now, but it just doesn't, like, to me, his lack of scoring, if we're looking at sustainable things, Domantas Sabonis will finish the season at 18 or 19 points per game, and the Kings will not finish the season as a number 2 best 3-point shooting team. Like, the laws of averages will catch up here. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like, but 4 games, and he's only played in 3 of them. I don't see him as a player who has taken a step back offensively.
That 18 points might not be enough too as a top 2 player on the team, though. Again, it's top 2 scorer, top 2 player, I guess, whatever you see.
There's a difference though between a top 2 player and a top 2 scorer.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Talking about the NFL, Jesse. Trade deadline is just days away. It's November 4th, right? So there's going to be a buildup here to the trade deadline. We're already starting to see it. Again, the 49ers acquired Keon White and Farrell yesterday, which are, to me, they're depth pieces. They're not high end enough to change the outcome of the season or to make them again, a much better team. But at the same time, we've been talking about they had to have depth. They have such a lack of depth at this point in the season, and it's a huge problem. And it's not just on the defensive line. They have some depth issues on the offensive line. They certainly have depth issues, or going to at least look like have depth issues at the linebacker position with Fred Warner being out for the year. Their depth has been tested time and time again this season, and these were actually moves that they don't move the needle, but they make sense. Is that a good description?
No, yeah. Anytime you have issues on the defensive line and it's just guys that are injured, like, yeah, you got to add to that, because if so-and-so was out, then I think Bryce Huff got hurt last week, then yeah, like you're kind of bare out there.
Yeah. And even with Bryce Huff, with no Bosa, you're just at a huge disadvantage. I mean, this team was not getting to the quarterback when they had Bosa. And now they're not getting to the quarterback at all. I mean, when you're going through weeks without interceptions and without sacks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, number one, like the reason why you don't have interceptions, typically, you get interceptions because you got pressure on the quarterback and the quarterback made a throw that wasn't perfect. And whether it hit a receiver and bounced off him or sailed high or whatever, that's how you get interceptions. Like on occasion, you have a defensive back who just makes some incredible off-the-wall play, right? But realistically, it's part of the same issue. Like if you can't get pressure on the quarterback and the quarterback can just sit back and pick you apart.
Yeah, those receivers are going to get open at some point. Like the corners
Yeah.
can stay with the receivers as long as they need to or whatever. But at some point, 4 or 5 seconds in, it's like, yeah, you're not going to be able to make a play at that point.
Yeah, it's a super huge issue for the 49ers that they haven't had interceptions, but that they can't get any pressure on the quarterback at all. And realistically, it's been a problem for a couple of years. Just because you had Bosa didn't mean you were getting, the proper pressure on a quarterback. I do think that the 49ers should go out and make a gigantic move.
Why?
Why? Because I don't think this season is a wash. And I do think that there's going to come a point where Brock Purdy is back, where Ricky Pearsall is back, where Brandon Ayuk is back, and where you could start being a team that's putting up 30-something points every single week, and you just need your defense to be, average.
And what is that gigantic move to you?
Well, I think, the move that everyone keeps talking about is the potential for Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if it's going to happen. Again, the Bengals are 3-5 on the season. They're looking at their season as not completely lost, although they should. They'll get Joe Burrow back at some point, but I mean, he had surgery and is going to be out 3 months plus. I don't know if it's going to be enough to save them. And he's a free agent at the end of the season. I think he's a guy that comes in and instantly makes an impact. And if there's any way that you could sign him, which I don't think that there is. I mean, like today, if you needed any like reassurance that, Trey Hendrickson is going to be a short-term solution for any team like the 49ers. Aiden Hutchinson from the Lions today signed a 4-year, $180 million contract extension. I mean, he's his second highest paid non-quarterback in the league. I think 161 million of that is guaranteed.
141.
141? Okay, so yeah, 35.25 million a year is guaranteed. I mean, that's wild. So for a defensive end, but that's kind of the league now. And I think Hendrickson is going to get, I don't know if he'll get that much money, but he'll get close. He'll get 150, he'll get 160, maybe more. And I think in a perfect world, if you could go back to the days of Justin Smith and why am I drawing a blank on their pass rusher?
Aldon
Smith. Yeah. If you could go back to those days where you have two of those guys on one side or one on each side, and you could have a defensive line that puts all kinds of pressure on the quarterback, this team could actually be like a contender again, like right away. But you're going to be without Bosa all season. And I don't know that adding Trey Hendrickson is going to help enough to get you over the hump unless your idea is to trade for him and then sign him.
Well, yeah, that's the thing too. I don't think I'd be against trading for Trey Hendrickson. I'm not giving up a third or a second round pick for him. And I also don't think the 49ers would be in a position to sign him, just given I think Trey Hendrickson wants a lot of money.
Yeah.
Coming up this offseason is just for the 49ers. Do you want to give up another big money deal right now? I'd say probably not, especially to him at this point. So I don't think the 49ers, because we threw it in the rundown. I think it was Dan Graziano said they kind of owed it to the vets to go out and make a big move. I disagree with that. I think that kind of line of thinking probably should have been when Deebo Samuel and those guys were still around. Now this feels like a new era of 49ers football. I'm not sure if Brock Purdy's starting the first year of his new contract now or next year, but either way, like you're in the Brock Purdy era. You're Fred Warner's hurt right now, but you're still expecting him to be around the next 4 years. And you've got Ricky Pearsall, so it's just kind of like you're moving into this new era. I don't think there's a move right now. It's like, oh, you owe it to the guys to go out and make a big splash or whatever. Because you bring in Trey Hendrickson, I don't think that makes you a Super Bowl contender. I think they're too far gone with the injuries right now. Brock Purdy's dealing with turf toe. That's not an injury where it's like, oh yeah, he's healed finally this season. That's something we've always seen where it's like guys deal with that all year. So, and just given the other injuries, I just don't think they're in a position where they need to do that right now.
Yeah, I'm going to read Graziano's statement here. He says there's no 1-for-1 move that would replace Nick Bosa or a Fred Warner, but the 49ers owe it to the rest of the veteran roster not to white flag this season. I know they've been calling around about pass rush help. They got some on Tuesday, and they've been known to be active and creative at the deadline in past years. I'm feeling confident they'll do something beyond what they've already done.
Maybe he's hearing things too, but it's just I'm not looking at Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey's like, all right, we're gonna get this done for you guys right now. It's just I'm gonna hold on to my 3rd round pick.
But that's the thing, right? It's those two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Once you get past that, it's like, hey, Warner and Bosa are hurt. I mean, it really does come down to, are you going to go out and get players to help you know,
Yeah, you're coming off a draft too, where I mean, we've heard all season long, oh, these 49ers rookies have played well to start and like have done well, given where they're selected and all that. Like, if I'm John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, I'm kind of just trying to build that way.
yeah, because it makes sense. But I would kind of look at the 49ers. I mean, let's look at the 49ers defense. And I think they kind of compare to like the Chicago Bulls, right? Without, when you take away the 2-star level players that they had, they just look like a random group of dudes. Now they can get it done. We've seen them have like some really good moments, but then you also just lost to CJ Stroud, who has been, not very good all season long. And the Texans team that was well under 500, and you should have been able to go in and beat that team. But eventually the holes are going to catch up to you, like not having these players. I think the line in here that I kind of circled and like stood out to me is that the 49ers they owe it to the rest of their veteran roster to not white flag this season. Do you think that there is owing something to a roster, to veterans, where you have to go do something? Or do you think that that's a little bit like oversold?
I think there is in the right moments. I don't think this is one of those moments for the 49ers. I don't remember if they made any, can't remember if Tom had any big splashes the last time they went to the Super Bowl, but it's kind of like when you run into teams like that, or even last year, they weren't great. The last year, it was like, all right, this is the last year with Deebo Samuel and just these other guys we have. Let's just make one little big move right here, or whatever, give up a 3rd or 4th round pick and see if we can get something out of this last team or whatever. Sure. But I mean, this isn't that type of team. Trent Williams is kind of here. I don't want to say on borrowed time, but like your best was probably the last couple seasons.
Well,
now it's kind of the sandlot. Everyone else is gone. You're one of the last here still playing. Christian McCaffrey, he's great. I'm still expecting him to be here next season, so I'm not going Trey Hendrickson for a 3rd, 2nd round pick or whatever to help him out right now. It's just I don't think there's that move where it's like, oh yeah, let's just go for it. Like they're not in that position right now. They're not in a last ditch effort. They're not in a window's about to close situation.
Okay, so but what if I told you that if you give up a 3rd round pick, let's say you give up a 3rd and a 5th, because I think that's probably what it's going to cost, right?
For Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah.
I'm just hanging up my phone, but
well, yeah, but you understand, like this season, like he only has 1 year. This is the last year of his deal, so no one's guaranteed that he's gonna be there. He's a rental at this point. But if you give up a 3rd and a 5th, you're gonna get back at least a 3rd in compensatory picks. Like you're getting it back.
Yeah, but
it's gonna be a later 3rd round.
I don't think Trey Hendrickson is making the 49ers a Super Bowl contender though. Which is like, sure, you can make the deal if you want to help yourselves out. But for me, if I'm the GM, I don't view that as like, oh yeah, now we're Super Bowl contenders. Now we can get back on the wagon. Now we can take over the NFC. Like is Brock Purdy healthy? Is Ricky Pierce all healthy? Like I'm still dealing with those things. Running game is still not necessarily great. We haven't really figured that out yet. So there's too many questions. So what am I going to give up a 3rd and 5th for Trey Hendrickson for, rather than just try to fix up these mistakes, these issues this season and go about it next year?
Yeah, and Michael Fredgren brings it up in the chat here. He's like, who exactly are the veterans on the roster? Like, realistically, it's only Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. That's it. Like, to me, like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, yeah, if they were there, but I don't need to go out and get go get help at the trade deadline for veterans who are watching on the sidelines.
We've seen the Rams. The Rams, they went through the Super Bowl window, had a bad year, and then kind of stepped up the year after that because they drafted extremely well. If you're the 49ers, you kind of want to follow that. Your window is now ended with the guys that you had before. This draft looked great. Maybe the next one does as well. And it's kind of like, all right, we're kind of back to where we were.
Well, that, and like, to be honest, the window that ended, like, it's okay for veterans like McCaffrey, for Warner, for, if Trent Williams wants to play another season or two, or for Nick Bosa, it's okay for them to be at the back end of a new window, right?
Yeah.
It's okay for them to be part of a new window, but realistically, they're, players that you understand aren't going to see it all the way through. I don't have any problems with that. So I'm at kind of a loss for doing it for the veterans. Like there are times where, yes, I would agree that, if you're one player away, go ahead, go for it, but for me,
that opportunity passed, like the guys like George Kittle and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. Like that's just, that moment has passed.
yeah.
We're
And
like, all right, let's just go for it. One last shot. Your last shot was there. You lost the Super Bowl.
yeah, if I'm looking at like the Kings roster right now, I'm not going out and making a trade for the veterans of this team. I'm going out and making a trade because this team's not good enough.
Yeah.
Because his team is like mismatched and weird. I don't need to go out and make a trade just to make a trade. I need to make a trade because this thing is broken. Right. And I think with the 49ers, they're at this point where, yeah, their record says that you should probably at least think about making a trade, especially if you're going to get Purdy back and, a couple of the other players back. Right. But I actually think that like playing the young players, like what you're talking about, and just seeing what you have, that's one thing. But eventually you're going to have to have some of those guys either become stars, or again, you're going to look like the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've got talent still. It's like, yeah, you still have talent. I'm not saying you don't.
Well, and if you're the 49ers too, and you do want to make a move, maybe you don't want to give up too much for Trey Hendrickson, but shout out to my Dolphins. You go look over there and maybe you give up a 4th or 5th for Bradley Chubb. I don't think he's going to be too expensive.
But are those guys?
Adam Schefter's reported that he expects one of them, Jalen Phillips or Bradley Chubb, to be gone.
Are they enough though? Are they good enough to make?
That's the thing. I don't think either. I don't think Trey Hendrickson is good enough either. I don't think any trade you're making is good enough to really take you over to the next level. So if you feel like you want to make a deal just to bring in a guy or whatever, and just to have some type of impact, sure. But maybe you buy low there. But I'm not giving up a 3rd and a 5th for Trey Hendrickson because that's not winning me a Super Bowl this season.
Huh. If I knew I was going to be able to keep him, I would.
Yeah, that's different. If he's signing a 4-year deal, whatever, fine. Yeah, come play with us. But I'm assuming he's gonna get a big money deal elsewhere this offseason. So
yeah, I look at like if you were to have Hendrickson next year with Fred Warner, with Nick Bosa, with Huff, like all of a sudden, and with Michael Williams.
Yeah, that's
like,
different.
All of a sudden, it's like, you got something. You've got a crazy defensive line. But I'd also say what we're seeing so far with these smaller moves, those feel more like the moves that Kyle and I have like expected, like the Keon White and Farrell, Cleveland. Yeah. Like if you can get those guys to actually give you any sort of pass rush here in the second half of the season, that would be like a little unexpected, but also like a very welcome surprise.
Yeah. It feels like just bodies in the room, but we'll see how they end up.
Yeah, totally. Do you think that, we talked a little bit there with the with the Kings. Is there a move right now that you would like, if you're the Kings, are you already like stacking up everybody and you're like, okay, this is worth this?
I'm not lying to myself and acting like this is a team of the future or anything. So like if something arises where I can get a 1st-round pick for insert player here, then yeah, I'm kind of looking at that. I'm not counting on DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine to take me to the playoffs and lead the next era of Kings basketball. They're kind of just placeholders here for right now. So if I'm the Kings, any move I'm looking at has to do with the future.
Yeah, I agree. And
even if it hurts me a little bit more this season, but it's something, okay, well, this can benefit us next year or the year after that. Like, just like I said, whether it's a 1st-round pick or maybe a player who is disgruntled in one spot and could be something here. Like, you look at that. But yeah, it's just, I'm not, let's see, how can I help out DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine this season? That's more so, all right, if that's the issue, then just you guys got to figure it out with Domas and kind of figure it out yourselves.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing anything to really help this team this season and kind of push them forward. Every move that I'd make if I'm the Kings is thought with the future.
It does kind of feel like right now when I'm looking at like the addition of Russ and then, just the rest of the pieces that are in place, that they kind of pushed in and said, okay, look, we're going to see if there's any way we can get through the first 25 games of the season, 30 games of the season and be in it. Because we know the back half of the season is going to be much simpler, right? It's easier. The schedule is just like, it's just night and day between the front half and the back half. But also like, hey, let's see what we've got. Let's see if we can push in with some guys and just try to keep this thing afloat. And then the Keegan Murray injury hit. And then the Domas injury hit. And so again, I'm not going to put it all on Domas not being 100% healthy. Like he still has to play better. But you can see that he's just not 100%. He's not right. Losing Keegan, I think, sets this team back because you were hoping to sort of transition him to something else. And that's why I think part of like the Russ move and everything else, like, hey, we got to keep this thing afloat and let's see what we've got. And I just think that's really tough because it's just, you're just throwing a bunch of ingredients into a pot and hoping that, like, if you leave it on the pot long enough, on the stove long enough.
Did they have a
they're
choice
gonna simmer.
otherwise? Like, was this kind of the hand that Scott Perry was dealt? Like, I'm sure maybe you wanted to start a rebuild earlier, but it just seems like you got a bunch of untradeable contracts on this roster. So,
Yeah,
was he kind of forced to go this way? Do you think?
I think probably.
Unless you're just selling off everything for bits and pieces.
Yeah, well, I mean, they tried to make moves, and I just don't think the moves were there for them to make this offseason. They did tie themselves to DeMar DeRozan like way earlier in the offseason than I thought they would, because that was someone who, again, we heard like
we all thought he was gone last season.
Trade rumors initially, and then seeing him back on the roster, like really, really interesting. But yeah, I mean, like, look, I think Scott Perry tried to transform this roster, but he realized that, very quickly that, 2027, he kept saying 2027. And I was like, why are you circling that? It's like, well, that's when a lot of your contracts start getting like way lighter. Yeah, that's where Zach LaVine is all of a sudden off the books. It's where, DeMar DeRozan's off the books. And that right there is like, I don't know, it's close to 75, 80 million bucks. So, and you're also that much closer to Malik Monk being off the books and that much closer to Domantas Sabonis being off the books. So their contracts become more tradable. So interesting times. All right. We're going to step aside. When we come back, Damian and Kenny are going to join us here for the handoff. I am James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Yep. I started something earlier. I don't know if it's still relevant. Let me see. No, that's not what I starred. Michael, like when they gave the contract extension to Keegan, it almost ensured that there's no way to pick up the final year of DeRozan's contract, especially if you have any hopes of signing Keon Ellis. And I'm not sure if you're going to get Keon Ellis or not. But if you see a Keon extension, that means that, like, again, somebody has to go because they're going to be well over the luxury tax, especially with the salary cap not going up as much as it was supposed to. I have texts that I did not get to. Yo, what's happening? Sorry. Oh, I like that sweater. What's happening? Sweater season. I kind of take it day by day if I'm going to wear a sweater, if I'm just going to wear something like a sweater. Yeah. Yeah. Ham, have I seen Ryan? Yeah, Ryan's at the game. Ryan's at a lot of practice too. He's at most practice. He seems like a nice enough fella. And Keith, I'm not sure which Keith you're talking about, but if you're talking about the Keith that I think you're talking about, no, he's not at games. At least not that I see him at. He's not in the media section at all. Ryan is Grant's dude. There's like well over a decade ago, Keith was in the media room for part of the season, for part of one season or something, maybe a couple of games. That didn't last long. Oh, let me adjust.
Michigan, I still like to hold on to Jalen Phillips, but I'd give up Bradley Chubb for a fourth, maybe a fifth, I guess. Hasn't really done much this season, so I don't think I can really bargain there.
I don't think you're getting much for any of those guys, Jesse.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips, I'm holding on to just because he's younger and stuff like that. Maybe he can kind of find what he was doing the first couple seasons, but Bradley Chubb is, yeah.
I love that Michigan comes to us for his Colts questions.
We got answers, though.
We do. We do. I think the Colts are the most boring team in the NFL, like historically.
I'd give that to the Cardinals.
Boring?
That's a good call. Yeah. It's just these nondescript.
Peyton Manning was okay.
Nah, well, I mean, I'm just
Marvin
saying.
Harrison.
Okay.
Johnny
Peyton
Unitas,
Manning.
Well, he was great. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But you're like, oh, that Peyton Manning, he's cool.
the Reggie Wayne era.
What
Peyton
I'm
is
saying
terrific.
more so not so the players, but just like the nondescript blue and white.
They do have some of the
sorry
worst
little
uniforms.
Colts thing. They're in Indianapolis. Like there's no real vibe. It's like the Spurs of football. That doesn't mean they aren't good or champions or anything else like that, but it's kind of boring. I don't get hyped up because Indianapolis is playing ever. I never have.
Okay.
I got
It's a good
excited
game.
because I thought the Colts and Patriots were playing. They were talking to Jeff Saturday this morning about the Colts Patriots rivalry. I was like, oh, is that this weekend's
That's not
game?
even a real thing. That's a Brady
That's not
Manning
a-
thing.
That's not a game this weekend. I'm like, what the hell were they talking to him about this
Hey,
for?
what was that one GM? I think when McDaniels went back to the Patriots, all the rivalry's back on. It's like, what are you talking about, nerd?
How much time have we got? Oh, we're back.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
What's the name of the song, James?
I have no idea.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
Oh, there it is. Is that the mantra for this year's Sacramento Kings?
No,
Oh,
there is
they
no
have
vibe,
no
buddy.
chance Then they have no chance of not killing the vibe.
Turn the game on. There it goes.
That song is called "Bitch, We Have No Vibe." Very different. Very, very different.
Welcome back into the Insiders where we got the handoff. Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway joining us, D-Lo and Casey. What's going on, guys?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Tough
I don't
game last
know.
night. Tough game.
Yeah, I mean, the game, yeah, it was tough. You lost to the best team in basketball. They're missing a couple of players, but they still have a system. They still have great defensive players. I don't understand. I tweeted it last night. Why do people think that they can go one-on-one against Alex Caruso? Like, what was that? Why would you do that? Like, why not move the ball to someone who's not being defended by one of the great defenders in the game?
Well, especially when you consider, and he is a fantastic defender, but he gets that fantastic defender leeway because there was he got a little handsy.
He had a couple.
He got a little handsy, and there was no. I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing. That's all the more reason to know, like, hey, they're not going to give you the call if you're going one-on-one against Caruso. So maybe go away from him sometimes, or screen and roll, double screen, something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting to go through a game like that last night where you're playing one of the great foul grifters in the league in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, he's phenomenal, but he's still a foul grifter. And you only got 10 foul calls against you. I mean, this is like the inconsistency of the NBA right now, where one night you play Austin Rivers and the league
Austin Reeves.
Everybody's
done it. It's fine.
Yeah, Austin Reeves. Yeah, but he goes out and he gets 22 foul attempts, free throw attempts, and then you play Shai the next night. Yeah. 2 nights later, and he gets 2. Like, what in the world?
It's like a call was made. Hey guys, clean it up. This is getting a little too obvious.
Got to balance it out.
I think they're figuring out in Sacramento, guys. Pull back a little bit.
Pull back
a little bit.
Yeah, Doug's trying to fix that plane on the air. Go ahead and pull back.
Pull back, guys. Yeah. Oh, poor Doug.
Yeah. But to answer your original question about like Caruso and stuff like that, as much as I say what I say about understanding who you're going up against and things like that, I mean, it's still basketball. Like, you can't not give the ball. Like, if he's guarding the best player or your best offensive player, which you're just not going to give it to him because because Caruso's guarding him. Like, no, you got to give him the ball. And
I think James
he
is
could beat it.
saying find a way to get him open, try to create some sort of movement or something.
Well, that
But-
and just don't go one-on-one against him. You're going to lose. I mean, and even if it's your like, I think I saw Malik Monk go one-on-one at him. It wasn't like, again, the Kings have, I don't know what their hierarchy is right now. I don't know who their best offense. I mean, I know who their best offensive player is. It's Zach LaVine. But outside of that, I think everyone else kind of feels like they're the next best. And that's part of the problem. So
there should only be one person that feels they're the next best. It's DeMar DeRozan.
yeah,
Everybody else who feels that way needs a reality check.
yeah,
So, and we get to the point, like I said, where everybody. I heard you on the way in, and I know what you meant, and I don't know if you said it, like if you recognize that you said it, but you were like, yeah, in the fourth quarter, this team. They don't have a De'Aaron Fox. They don't have a SGA. They don't have a DeMar DeRozan. They need somebody to go. No, they have a DeMar DeRozan. Give him the ball.
They do. They have a DeMar
Let
DeRozan.
him do what he does in the fourth quarter. I think he's tiptoeing around and he's trying to play within the confines and
I
stuff.
was talking about the Bulls. The Bulls don't have that.
I got you.
No, the Bulls.
Got you. I thought you were talking about the Kings.
No, the Kings.
Because they suffer from the same issue, though, right now, because DeMar's not being assertive in the fourth quarter. Like, I want you doing what you do as a closer. Like, get the ball and go to work. And last night, I thought he was a little passive, and one of the shots he took was just like a bad shot. They had Sabonis sealed down low, and he didn't, with Aaron Wiggins guarding him, didn't get him the ball. But, yeah, I want to see 5-6 shots taken in the fourth quarter by DeMar DeRozan. You're DeMar DeRozan. We didn't see that the last 2 games that they lost.
He's 1 of 6 in the fourth. Nothing, Damien?
Doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work.
I feel like this team is really, they're going through identity crisis early in the season. Like, they don't know.
Do you think they did,
who's supposed
though?
to be the guy.
Like, prior to Phoenix, do you think they stepped on the floor at tip-off knowing what they had done for the last, 3 weeks or whatever it had been, and what they were attempting, not what they were attempting to accomplish in terms of win-losses, but what they were attempting to accomplish as a team through a 48-minute basketball game?
Okay, so I think it's a tough question because, number one, you never play 48 minutes in preseason. Like, you
Sure.
have your young guys finish every game,
Sure.
right? So there is no real life game scenario. And you're playing against each other most of the time because of all the camp and everything. I think there's an idea of who they thought they would be, but we all know when the ball gets rolled out there, that's when the real things happen. And when reality sets in that you're on a team and whatever happens is going to happen. And to me, they look like a team who just hasn't gelled at all. Like, individually, they're doing perfectly fine. But as a team, they're making the little mistakes on the defensive side of the ball that come with not being together and not having specific, length, athleticism, all that stuff. But also, I think that they've put up a good fight. Like, you gave up 107 points to that team last night. You gave up, it was something similar to the night before. Like, defensively, they're actually holding up a little bit, but it's the offensive side of the ball where it's so me, and then you over there, like everyone taking turns. I pointed out Zach LaVine didn't take a second shot until the 2:12-minute mark of the second, 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in the second quarter. Like, that can't be something that happens.
Do you got a group of guys, though, where you can maybe put together something where you do have some sort of offensive identity, or these guys just don't fit together?
I don't know, because I said that the entire offseason. I get there's all kinds of talent here, but they don't fit together.
It's just Domas needs to play a certain way, and it seems like if he doesn't get the basketball, and it's kind of like, all right, that's tough. And Dennis Schroeder needs the ball, and it's just, I'm not sure what's the give and take here.
It does feel like every time it's like the Dutch boy thing, right? Every time you plug one leak, another one pops up somewhere else, and you're chasing it the whole time. So it's like everything was fine against the Lakers, but then all of a sudden, Russ starts being more offensive, and then Dennis Schroeder steps back, and one guy steps forward, another guy steps back, and it's not in like a consistent way that you can kind of pin your hopes and dreams to if you're a coaching staff or anything else.
But I think the bigger problem is I think it's one thing if Russell Westbrook steps up or Dennis Schroeder steps back or you have any combination of Keon Ellis and those guys at the guards. But when you lose the 4 and the 5, you've got nothing
at all.
And as you were talking, like Chris Biederman put out the plus minus for Kings top 8 guys through 4 games. I've never seen a more useless use of numbers in my entire life. And I love Chris Biederman, but he, it's like he's just sharing numbers. There's no opinion here from Chris Biederman. It's just numbers. Malik Monk plus 12 in 98 minutes. Keon Ellis plus 9 in 75 minutes. Drew Eubanks plus 14 in 50 minutes. Tell me the Sacramento Kings are a better basketball team when Drew Eubanks is on the floor.
They're not.
Like you're not. So like plus minus is the funniest stat because
I hate it.
Exactly. Like you either hate it because it doesn't fit your argument, you love it because it fits your argument, but you only use it in those 2 instances.
Mm-hmm.
The stat, it's not useless, but it is essentially useless. What do you get out of this? So you're telling me Dennis Schroeder in his 130 minutes, he's the worst player? Zach LaVine, minus 27 in 147 minutes. You're telling me he's one of the worst players on this basketball team? No, he is very clearly the best. But framing this is like, oh, we need to run the young guy. And again, Chris Biederman didn't do any of this. Right. He just put the numbers out there. It's like, okay, whoa, this gets the play the young guys crew riled up. Hell, I thought Keon Ellis was very good last night.
Yep.
Through 4 games this season, I do not think the Sacramento Kings have been a better basketball team when Keon Ellis is on the floor. And I'll be the sword meme where I'm just sitting there smiling and everybody, I don't know what movie that's from. Everybody points the sword at me. That's perfectly fine. They haven't. He was really good last night in multiple different facets. I don't believe that's been the case through 4 games, though.
No, not at all. Actually, I think he's been kind of like on the court. He looks like he's anxiety riddled. Like he's worried about his contract. He's worried about being a really good offensive player. He's just coming in. He's too amped up and he's making mistakes. Like the defensive blunders, like fouling everybody. It's like, dude, just calm down. Calm down. But then last night, I thought he was great.
Well, I thought he played really well last night. But I mean, it's just one moment, right? Like it's not the definition of his game. But that gamble to reach on AJ at the end of the shot clock.
AJ Mitchell.
That was deflating. That was deflating. Like you cannot have that. And he got subbed out after that. He didn't see the game the rest of the night after that. It happened with about 2-3 minutes left, I think, in the game. And I don't know if that's why he got subbed out or what, but that just can't happen. That can't happen. And those are the moments that Keon, for as good as he is defensively, and that's why it probably is even more frustrating because he has the ability to stay in front of people. His reaching, his gambling sometimes seems to be at the worst possible moment, and there couldn't have been a worse moment than what happened last night when that happened.
Yeah, by the way, real quick, Pro Tank crowd, who the hell is AJ Mitchell?
He's been really good, though.
No. Was he? I'm sorry. Was it second overall pick in the draft? Third overall pick in the draft? Fourth?
Damn near third
10th?
Round.
He was the 38th pick in the draft. They get it right. They didn't even draft him.
Right.
The Knicks drafted him, and they were like, hey, we want that guy. You got to get the picks right. He goes to the school my nephew went to, or he went to the school my nephew goes to.
Yeah, he's been partying in Isla Vista for the last 5 years, and then he just showed up and punked the Kings.
That staff does not miss, and they put their players in a position to where they can be successful because they don't miss. The problem, and this is always going to be the effing problem, they have the guy. You can build once you have the guy, you can build your whole roster.
Yeah.
We don't. And until we do, like what you have this year is what you get. You'll get it again next year. You'll get it again the year until the Sacramento Kings, through a draft, through a trade, through whatever, find the guy. This is what you get.
I think the advantage that OKC has over every team in the league is they actually have the guy who can find the guy. They have Sam Presti, and
Sure.
that guy has this is his third. He's found 3 MVPs. Found whatever that means. I mean, Kevin Durant, everyone knew was going to be great, but Russell Westbrook, top tier pick. James Harden went on to be an MVP after he was there.
He
And
drafted
then-
all of those
and then
guys.
Shea.
I mean, he gets credit for that.
No, he does. He does. So, but that's the thing. Like, he has been able to bring in one MVP caliber player after another. What do they have?
He didn't draft Shea, but he held the gun to their head.
Yeah.
He was
I
like,
think
if you want this to work, that's the only way it works. Is Shea comes to Oklahoma City.
it's like 3 MVPs in 13 seasons. The Kings haven't had an MVP since they moved to Sacramento 40 years ago. Like, you have somebody who can find the guy. And then you have a system in place that you back. You back Mark Dagnall and you let him do his job. And then he takes these pieces that you give him and he puts them into a system. And I don't know as whether they go find the pieces, like, because I asked this question of Jake LaRavia with last year when we were talking about Grizzlies. Do the Grizzlies, do they create those players or do they go get those players? And he goes, oh no, he's like, that's the player I was in college. I'm not uber like over the top skilled. I'm a guy who hustles and throws my body on the floor. That's the type of player. And he's like, that's who they drafted when I was there, is guys like me that don't mind mixing it up, don't mind getting dirty, who play hard and give you everything they got when they're on the court. And I kind of feel like the same thing with OKC. You got your one of one, but then they build everything around it with these players that fit and then play hard the whole time.
100%. And the other thing about that too is we talk about a culture and all this other stuff. You have a culture because you've got the culture setters there for X amount of years.
Yeah.
Presti and Dagnall.
Yeah.
How long Dagnall been there now? We're talking about 3-4 years. There is nothing, and I'm saying that you can take this however you want to, use whatever argument you want to, whether they shouldn't have let go of Mike Brown or you got to give Doug Christie time. But we talk about trying to get used to everything. These people in Oklahoma City ain't got nothing to get used to. They've been together for 3-4 years.
Mhm.
This is just the start of the season.
Mhm.
It's just like,
Yeah.
and I'm not even talking about the SGA. I'm talking about the Wiggins, the Case
The
and
Mitchells,
Wallaces,
yeah,
the
all
Mitchells,
those guys.
all
Yeah.
those guys. They've been there. There's nothing to get used to. This is just what I've been a part of for X amount of years. This is what we've established for X amount of years. And that's what they've got to find here in Sacramento. Are they going to give the front office, the coach, an opportunity to establish something? And then you want to, it's a slippery slope, right? Because do you want to just stick with the guy just to stick with him, even though he's the wrong guy? You know what I mean? Even though he's the guy that's not right for what is going on. I don't know. I don't know. You could ask that question with all these coaches. Like, I know people think he stinks or whatever, but whether it's Dave Yeager, whether it's Luke Walton, they would have had time and cohesion to put in what they want to. Would they have been able to be successful? Mike Brown, if he would have had time and cohesion with the front office to do what he wanted to do, would he have been successful? Now you're going to have to ask yourself that with Doug Christie. If it looks bleak right now, if you have some hard times, if this season isn't bad and they trade off people and they're starting to rebuild, are you going to give Doug and Scott the opportunity to establish something and build something? Even if maybe you don't think it's the right thing, like if it's working, so to speak.
If it wasn't for the move, if it wasn't for Seattle, do you think you would know Oklahoma City Thunder's owner's name?
No,
Probably not. Nah.
no, he is
Like, because when you say his name, you remember the Seattle thing. Like
Yeah.
when you say Clay Bennett, you that's what you remember. You remember Seattle to Oklahoma
Sonic
City.
Skate.
You remember all of everything that went with that.
Yep.
Since then, outside learning he was on the relocation committee, and man, that felt like a conflict of interest to me.
Just a little bit.
But outside of that, when do you ever hear this man's name said? There are
Never.
not New York Times articles written about Clay Bennett or anyone in his family.
No.
Like there very much is, and this I'm stuck on this because of Casey's question. There very much is it starts up here. It starts at the very top, and it trickles down.
It does, but And I
Like
agree with
Casey's
you.
favorite president, Ronald Reagan. It
That
trickles down.
definitely-
That's what he told us
that
was going to
definitely, I
happen.
almost cursed on the air. That definitely is not.
But
I saw-
he did a book report in middle school.
I
about
saw a
it.
sign at Sky River Casino. I distinctly remember it.
Completely.
All right, hang on.
Disagree.
You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Kenny.
But what I would say to that, even you're right.
Mhm.
But if Sam Presti drafts all the wrong people,
Yeah.
it don't matter.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Like I said, I don't. From what I have been told, and what we all have been told, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Vivek has told any of these GMs to draft somebody.
Oh, no.
Well-
That's absolutely false. No.
So okay,
there's
but
one very famous clip.
well, Stauskas, Stauskas for sure.
Yeah, but
okay,
that's not the only one.
But okay, so
Yeah.
so Vivek wanted Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic.
I don't know if that's a specific one.
Uh-huh.
That was Brandon Williams fell in love with Marvin Bagley, but also Vlade Divac knew too much about Luka, and so no, that wasn't Vivek. But there were others in
Vivek
there.
he made Monty draft Keegan Murray over anybody else.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying it's never happened, like he hasn't had a favorite or anything else like that. But my whole point is,
There have been picks that he definitely said we're drafting this guy.
outside of Stauskas,
Yes.
how many picks have they had lately?
Well,
round picks.
the 2017 draft where they drafted Fox number 5, but the number 15 pick was definitely a Vivek Ranadive selection.
Was that Marquise
15 pick
Chris?
that they?
Justin Jackson.
Oh,
Okay,
They had the 10th pick,
yeah, that's right.
and then
that's
they
right. I was trying to
created
figure out how
2
the
extra
trade went.
picks
Yeah.
because they did not want to draft Justin Jackson number 10,
Mm.
so they traded it for 15 and 20. And again, the 13th and 14th pick are Donovan Mitchell and Bam Adebayo. You should have just drafted Bam, and you would have been set for years.
I wanted him to draft Malik Monk, but
That was
that's a whole
11.
other story. Yeah,
Yeah.
But okay, there's the major ones. He hasn't. That's like OKC. If what's his name told him to draft Case and Wallace, but he left him alone for Chet Holmgren. Like the one that you needed to get, you got.
Yeah.
Like you have the opportunity to do whatever you wanted to do right there. And the whole point is you've got to, we talk about it routinely. You've got to make the right selections.
mhm.
Well, that
You
is,
have to.
like,
Well-
to your point, like Clay Bennett's not in the room. Vivek is in the room every single draft day. Clay Bennett's not in that room doing this.
We'll see about Scott Perry too, though. But it seems like Vivek keeps putting the wrong people in the room, like Monty
Well,
McNair
that's
and
the
Wes
key.
Wilcox. Like now, hindsight, whatever you want to call it, that was horrible. Like those last few years, like you had Sabonis and stuff, but the Devin Carter pick and all those things, like wasn't great. Before them, it wasn't great. It feels like his issue. He keeps putting the wrong people in the room.
I'll say this too when it comes to Monty and Wes. They spent so much time in multiple drafts trying to trade the pick, not because their idea was always, hey, let's go get an NBA ready player today. Let's go trade it at, like they tried to trade the number 9 pick when they're on the clock with Davion. They tried so hard to trade the pick last year. I don't think they thought they were drafting the whole time. And then when they did draft, they hadn't done all their homework. Like they've never answered the question. I still don't know if they knew that Devin Carter had a torn up shoulder. I mean, he came in and did a pre-draft workout in Sacramento and did great, and they liked him. But at the same time, after that is when the shoulder issue became a real issue that multiple teams around the league knew about. But so there's this moment though in every single draft where
Your main insider in the city where the team is knew about it.
I knew it. I told you.
Like
Facts.
if you didn't, I'm sending the feds to them.
I got
Go knock on Monty's door. Go knock on Wes's door. Go knock on Vivek's door and find out how they didn't know if that's the case.
I literally got a list of names the day before. I went through them. I was in Mexico on vacation. I'm sitting there the day before I get a call. Okay, let's just go through the guys that you may be able to get at number 13 that may be there for the Kings. And they just go through the list. And it's like, well, you know, there's Devin Carter out of Providence, but he tore out his shoulder. He's going to be out 6 to 8 months. And I'm like, oh, okay. I just logged it in my head, kept going through the list of names, all of the potential, the McCains, all of these guys. Get to the next day, they draft him, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I reach back out to the same person. I'm like, wait, you did say Devin, yeah, he's out 6 to 8 months. Like, what? For a team that's ready, that's on the cusp, that needs somebody today, you're drafting somebody who can't play for 6 to 8 months? The whole entire pick didn't make any sense at all. But the fact is, they spent the entire week before trying to get Cam Johnson with that 13th pick. And so when it fell through at the last second, they make a pick. But I felt the same exact thing with Davion. They didn't even talk to Davion. They didn't interview him once. He's like, I have never met with the Sacramento Kings at all. I didn't have their phone number until they called me and told me I was picked.
I mean, this is incompetence at the highest degree.
Mike Brown.
I mean, this is
Mike Brown got his contract extension before the draft too, right?
Yeah.
So then, how, I guess just knowing the details of that, not giving him his deal, but just more so, teams not necessarily together, blah, blah, blah. Drafting Devin Carter makes no sense still. Just knowing what you know inside the building.
Sorry, Devin. He actually played okay last night.
He did play okay
in his minutes.
He did. Now look, I don't
just wanted to point it out.
I didn't mean to go down memory lane with this, but it's the whole point of, like we talk about, you got to get the picks right. You got to get the picks and the transactions right. Oklahoma City has done that. No matter where they're drafting, no matter where they're trading, they find the players. And you've got to figure out, if you're essentially Vivek Ranadive,
but
are you gonna let a culture build no matter what? And I don't know.
To speak to the longevity question that you asked, Sam Presti can build. That front office can build. That organization can build, because they know what they're building towards. They know what they're trying to put together. It's not, checking your watch like, guys, this is season number 2. We have to do this. Or this is season number 3. We have to do this. It's like, no, we're putting the pieces in place for, now I'll quote Scott Perry, the long-term sustainable success. Mm-hmm. You're not getting that in Ham. You were the first. You're talking about 2027. No matter what happens, if the Kings won the next 78 games, the long-term sustainable success is not there. They could be 78-4. It's not gonna. It doesn't have any. There is nothing to factor in terms of what we're talking about next year or the year after that. So they haven't even. It feels like they haven't even started the process of putting together what long-term sustainable success looks like.
Have they even bought into Doug Christie yet, you think? I think I was gone when this came out.
Well, I thought it was until Ham told us the contract.
That's
numbers.
What I'm asking. Mm-hmm. He's got a 2-year deal, a team option for the 3rd. I think that got reported.
Well, that was Sam. Sam said it's a 2-year, basically $4 million deal.
To me, that
2 years, $2 million a year.
That doesn't scream to me we're bought in, and just the long term, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really say that to me.
Yeah. Also, there are points where, if we go through the draft history of the Oklahoma City Thunder, they've had so many picks that there are plenty of guys that they draft that don't work out. Mm-hmm. But they're also not afraid to just move on, right away. I mean, we go back to the 2021 draft. Their first pick was Josh Giddey. Their second pick was that they traded to Houston, Alperen Şengün. Trey Mann, they drafted at 18. Didn't work out at all there. Mm-hmm. He's moved on to other places. Miles McBride with the 36th pick. Rokas Jokabaitis.
Not a real name.
Nope. But the 55th pick is Aaron Wiggins. So when you got 6 picks, you better hope that some of them work out. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how they've gone by the laws of, of averages. Yeah. John Santiago asking for girls on the Las Vegas Strip for their phone number. Eventually someone will say yes. It's okay.
Shoot your shot, John.
Shoot your shot.
Some of them will ask for something in return, but just I don't know if John knows how Las Vegas works, but I'll be very careful.
But it's they have this identity that they load up on picks and then they'll sort through them. Someone will work and someone will get it, And that's how they keep building and building and building. And then they always have like these players ready to roll through that can help a team.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So
It's frustrating.
We talked about sustainability, unsustainability. Like Domantas Sabonis is not going to miss like 6 bunnies at the rim. Like that's not who he's been as a player.
What do you mean he's not going to? I have video evidence that shows he did.
I mean, the laws of averages over the season. He's a 60% shooter. He's not going to continue to miss those.
No, that was a very non-Domas-like game to miss shots. Like his shot chart was baffling.
Yeah, it's just right at the rim.
Baffling. Yeah,
like almost he had the 1-3. Everything else was right at the rim, and he couldn't get anything to fall. I thought he played better. The 18 rebounds were spectacular. The rebound that got ripped out of his hands late was inexcusable. Like I also think the Kings ran the ball through him a bunch more early in the game when the offense was flowing. And I was telling Jesse earlier, he has to learn each of these players because Dennis Schroeder doesn't know how to do the dribble handoff. So he's having to set the screen and be a true pick and roll player. But then Zach LaVine has figured out the DHO. So he's playing that game with him. And it feels like every single player he's got to learn, which is interesting because they have so many players who can get in a 2-man game, which I've never seen before. But each of them are going to be different. I didn't think he was horrible, like a lot of people on the internet thought. But I also like what he did as far as shooting. That's not something that's going to be a trend, in my opinion. That's something that happened last night. I also don't think that the Kings shooting, being the number 2 3-point shooting team in the league right now, is sustainable. And I'm trying to kind of figure out which the unsustainable versus the sustainable things that they do and how they're going to play out here over the next couple of weeks.
I think there's probably in Domas deserves, I guess, to a degree, the benefit of the doubt. Like 5 of 15 is not a Domantas Sabonis game.
No,
but the first 3 games of his season are not what we've seen over the last handful of years either. And we certainly, I think there was one stretch, and I can't remember what year it was, where he had a stretch of 3 or 4, maybe it was 4 or 5 games where it was like, yo, like, what is this? I think that was the games he was fouling. Remember he fouled out like 3 times.
Start of Beam Team 1, he couldn't stay on the court.
Yeah, he kept fouling it, and it was like, nah, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. And I wonder if this is just a version of that, or if he's really not healthy. Because he was, I don't know if he was grabbing his hamstring, his knee. He was doing something with his leg in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like it was very visible. It was on camera. He's doing the universal athlete is uncomfortable with the specific part of their body. And it's like, all right.
He doesn't look right at all.
See, but again, like, oh, do you sit him? I think Jesse asked you the question earlier. Do you sit him? Do you sit him? That position, you can't. Like, if it's like, no, he's a certain percentage, he can go out there. You have to make adjustments. And the adjustment says, hey, bro, look, this is how we're going to approach this until you start to feel better. Or we trade we somehow magically get Jonas Valanciunas back. We can't run things through you. We're not going to push you to do things offensively. We need your rebounding. We need you out there on the floor. The flip side to that is
R.I.P.
I can't believe you did that. I can't believe
because you say it all the time.
The flip side to that is teams aren't buying him. They're not guarding him. Like look at the 3-point shots he took. He even took one free throw line extended. Look where the nearest defender was. They're not buying it. They're like, go ahead,
They're not buying that, but they got 3 guys walling him off on rebounding. They've got so he is impacting the game in a different way multiple times. Like you go watch what they're doing on the glass, and you have every single person on the opposite team is like, where's Domas, and trying to get a body on him. Like there are all kinds of rebounds here waiting for other people. Matt George put out a video last night. We talked about this earlier, where like DeMar DeRozan is trying to box somebody out, but then like Zach LaVine, I think Malik Monk or someone else, they're just standing there watching, and like, hey, what are you doing?
I mean, that
go get the board.
happened. That happens, but I thought they did a good job rebounding last night. They won the rebounding battle.
No,
You
they
got
did.
Russell Westbrook with 9. You got Schroeder with 5. You got,
Yeah.
I think, like they did some gang rebounding stuff last night. That was pretty good for what they had to do.
Yeah.
The biggest thing, and I think Sabonis will end up playing better offensively. I do believe that he's much better than what he's shown in this first week back. But I mean, you said it, Hammer. You're 100%. I gotta have that rebound. I know you had 18. I'm not dismissing what you did. You had a great game on the boards, but there was 2 rebounds at the end of that game that gave up 2 extra possessions. I have to have them. One, you just kind of lazily went in after a Hartenstein free throw and let it bounce over your head. And luckily, the Thunder didn't score on that possession. But that's another possession, or a possession that you didn't have on the offensive end, down by 4, I think, at the time. Then the one at the end, you got to secure the ball. I need that. We talk about the stop. We talk about getting the stop and all this stuff. They got, quote unquote, the stop. You can't say it because they didn't have the basketball, but they got the stop. We got to finish that off with the rebound. We would have been down 2 with about 47 seconds to go, I think, at the time. I got to have that. It led to the Caruso 3, which was the dagger. And these are the things, this is what I talk about all the time when you're the guy, you're the big money guy, and the difference between the two, right? You're expected to perform a certain way every single night. And I'll talk about this game specifically. Look at Russell Westbrook. What would you say about Russell Westbrook's game last night?
Aggressive.
Just,
First half
was it good or bad?
phenomenal. First half was
It was
phenomenal.
a good game.
Yeah.
He was 6 of 16,
right?
But he's not the big money got MVP. 6 of 16 ain't that much different than 5 of 15, right? But we look at Russ like, oh, he played good, which I think he did. But he played good. At 9 rebounds, he played good. But when you're the guy, 5 of 15, 10 points, 18 rebounds, that's not enough. And that's the difference between the role players and the superstar. And if you want Domas to be a superstar, we need to look at what happened and say, that's not enough last night. I need better.
That point is fair. I do want to point out the 4 of 8 from 3.
Makes it different.
Like
being able to hit the 3-point shot makes it different.
I'll point that out. Like your point still stands.
Well, but the 3 of them came in the first quarter when he hit all 3. The one of 5 was after that.
Yeah, that's not unusual. He still shot 50% on the game. Like, I mean, like if you want to get into a conversation about closing and who, like the fact that it, like, did we all know it was over? Like when the Thunder took that, I think it was a 1-point lead. Did anyone think the Kings were going to win at that point?
No,
because they were just kind of waiting for it.
Because I just kind of felt like if they just stay up 2 and don't give up that final possession, if they just stay up 2, maybe they get a basket late, maybe they get a foul late and they can stretch it to 4 or whatever in the final 30, 40 seconds, whatever it might be. Yeah, I think they can walk away with this one if it becomes a game of just possessions running out the clock. Like, I think they have enough to do this. Like, that's where my mentality was in those final minutes of that game. But once OKC took the 1-point lead, it was like, damn, like we blew it. And then 30 seconds later, it felt like we're about to get blown out.
Yeah.
And I don't remember who it was. It wasn't Shea. Someone missed a 3 that if it had gone in, it would suddenly have been like a 10-point lead after being a +2 for the Kings, like in the span of a minute and a half.
And the frustrating thing about it, and I think this is the difference between like fans and Doug Christie and coaches and stuff like that, is nobody cares because you lost the game. And that's all that matters. And this ain't a participation trophy exercise or anything like that. But I was watching that game and I wanted them to win, number one, because I wanted to win. But I wanted them to win because I thought they played a tough-ass game. I thought those dudes competed. I thought they got after it. And they earned the opportunity to win that game last night. And that's why I say fans and coaches is because if I'm Doug Christie, I can look at that and I can't be mad at my guys, regardless if it's Sabonis, Westbrook, I can't be mad at them because they laid it on the line last night to try and get that win against the defending champions. And they came up a little bit short. And you can only have that happen for so long before those good efforts have to turn into wins, before you start to lose people. But I think that's something that you can go into the film room whenever they have it and say, look, and it goes back. We'll talk about the quotes a little later. Like, we're capable. I don't care what anybody says outside of this locker room. We're capable of every single night winning a basketball game, no matter who we're playing, where we're playing them, or whatever. We just have to make sure we close games and do the little things. And in all three of these losses, it's the little things. It's the 2 rebounds that I talk about with Sabonis. It's the shot selection, maybe one's from Westbrook and one's from DeRozan. It's not switching aggressively on a pick and roll or something. It's little things here and there that are keeping us from winning. Yeah, the Keon play, exactly.
The Keon play.
That's keeping us from winning these games. And like I said, nobody cares because you didn't win the game. But if I'm Doug, man, come on, give me that again.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that again. I'm gonna take my chances with you guys. Give me that effort and that compete level again. I think we can do some stuff.
Do you guys think they're close to flipping it to the other side then? I mean, Doug yesterday said that they could be 4-0. They just haven't learned how to win yet. Are they just a few minor tweaks?
I don't agree with Doug.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot more identity issues to figure out before
their
that.
depth is a problem.
It is.
Well, their depth,
big,
but their
problem.
talent isn't. And so, like, because what you said earlier,
their
about
talent isn't what? A problem?
It isn't a problem.
Okay.
The fit is a problem, but the talent isn't a problem. I mean, what you said earlier about Domas being the big money player. The problem is that I agree, he's a big money player. So the expectations from the outsider that, like, hey, you've got to be the guy. But we can do pocket watch right here, and I'll tell you that Domas is, like, career earnings probably 4th or 5th on this team. Well, 4th on this team in career earnings. And I think part of the problem is that the Kings have big money guys, whether they make big money or not anymore. Like Russell Westbrook, his bank account looks like, it's its own bank, right? And DeMar DeRozan has made a ton of money, and Zach LaVine makes so much money, it's crazy. Like, there's just because Russell Westbrook's on a league minimum deal, you're not convincing Russell Westbrook that he's not a big money guy, and he still plays that way.
I think that's true, man.
No, I'm not saying
think Russ
that
plays the role that's asked of him. Like, Russ was asked to start last night, so he played well. Like, they looked better as a starting unit than they did with Keon Ellis.
Oh no,
I know the fans hate that, but that's the reality.
But that's not my point. My point is that the players on the court, the way they look at each other, the way that they're looking at themselves is still, I'm the dude in the 4th quarter. I'm the dude. And they're all thinking the same exact thing. And that's the problem. Like, they literally have to do like a schoolyard, line them up on a line and say, you're the first option, you're the second option, you're the third option, you're the 4th option. Because as of right now, that to me is where.
But is that the same as like if Aaron Wiggins or Isaiah Hartenstein gets the ball in the 4th quarter, like, no, I'll close this out. Like, I'll make sure we walk away with this. Or is it Russell Westbrook or Zach LaVine or whoever, Dennis Schroeder is entering the 4th quarter going, yeah, I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna end this game for us.
Yeah,
because they're not the same thing. Yeah. Every professional athlete believes, no, yeah, go ahead, give me the ball. There's the famous clip of Steve Kerr sitting next to Michael Jordan. Nah, if they W, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
Flash to the clip of Steve Kerr being ready and hitting the 3. Like, every athlete believes that they can do that in the 4th quarter. But are you saying they're entering the 4th quarter or entering the, post 4-minute timeout going, yeah, I'm just going to end this game for us? Because those aren't the same thing to me.
Yeah, because that's what it looks like to me. Because again, like, do I love his shot selection all the time? DeMar DeRozan? I don't. But you know who DeMar DeRozan is in the 4th quarter. He's been one of the best 4th quarter scoring players in the last 10 years. Like, you count on him. He goes 1 of 3. Like, there was no, hey, let's get the ball to DeMar and figure this out. It's until they figure out a pecking order and a series of roles for players, I think they're going to have a lot of problems.
Why haven't they then yet? Why isn't that on
They
Doug?
don't have their full complement of players. That's a part of a problem.
Guys who aren't going to play or who shouldn't be playing.
Like, Neek started game 1. We haven't been able to see him since.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray, we haven't seen, period.
No.
That absolutely, for a team that lacks depth already, losing a guy who started and a 82 game starter is problematic, especially when you saw Neek, down at that 4 spot. I don't know. I mean, they sure looked good for a decent portion of that first game against Phoenix, but like he's not operating with a full complement of players.
To a certain degree. We can do the math or whatever, but I mean, between Keegan and probably Neek, you're losing 50 minutes a night that you got to make up for. Keegan play about 30, Neek anywhere between 17 to 20. Like you got to make that up. Maybe some guys that shouldn't be playing X amount of minutes are having to be extended.
Devin Carter Devin Carter played good last night. I'm not going to crap on anything he did. Like he probably doesn't step foot on the court if those two guys are healthy.
Well, of course not. Well, that, and I think my point to this, like as I'm walking out the door here, you played the Phoenix Suns on opening night. Who's their number one? Devin Booker.
Yeah.
You the next night, who was the guy that dominated you the entire game? It was Lauri Markkanen. You get to Sunday, and everyone gave the ball to Austin Reeves and got out of the way. Last night, Shea closing you out. The Kings don't have the one guy who's stepping up and that you can rely on, and that everyone is saying, go get us this game.
I think they do. He just hasn't done it.
I think they do, but they also have another guy who thinks he's that guy, and another guy who thinks he's that guy, and another guy who thinks he's that guy, and that's going to be the problem. Until you figure that out.
If that's accurate, you're right. That's a problem.
Yeah. All right. What do you guys got coming up?
I don't know. You
more Kings,
James,
Jake Gadon in the house.
That's right.
140.
Definitely didn't forget to put that.
Yeah, he's weekly guest, Jake Gadon. We know that. We prepare for that.
We also have Keon Ellis, left shoulder soreness is questionable for tonight's game, according to our friend Jason.
Oh, good.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Good. That's great. That's what everybody wanted to hear.
All right. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders. Until tomorrow, drink milk and be mean to people.
See you later, Jake. We know you're going to be there.
See you guys.
Well, we turn this game before the inevitable comes on. I wonder if they would. They'd show that on the replay.
Oh, I hope they wouldn't. Part of the game. Yeah, I guess. Got me.
Cheryl and B Moore, what up, though?
It is not cold outside, Cheryl. It is gorgeous out.
It is
68 degrees in here, but
it's a little chilly in the mornings, but it's fine.
oh, it's definitely chilly in the morning. But that I took Sprout for a walk about 10 o'clock. It burned off. It had already burned off. Well, that's always been one of the big knocks on him is he's not a fourth quarter crunch time player, and that's not new.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Yeah. We welcome in here, boy. We ain't never gonna hear that Young Zell song again.
Damn, bro.
That song is never ever
we
playing
didn't even get a chance
again.
to hear it on the one win.
Nah, that song just is not getting played no more.
It's got dust on it right now.
It does.
It's
Like
got the car cover.
if it's a record, it's probably warped. Like it don't even work no more.
Kids just play with it, scratched it up.
Yeah. Man, that light the beam on a CD now. God damn.
What's this? Oh, that's nothing.
Yo, I saw on Twitter and I retweeted it. Somebody was talking about they showed a picture of the detachable car stereo.
Oh my God. Oh my
you know
God.
about that,
Well,
Justin?
yeah, what you know?
I know about detachable car stereos. Okay, my dad's car had
I was
one
gonna
when
say
I was a
Mr.
kid.
Tapia
Yeah.
absolutely had
I
a
know about
detachable
it.
car
Let me
stereo.
ask you this: did you have the detachable car stereo unit?
Oh,
Did you have that?
Where you pop the face off?
No, it was a whole block.
Oh no, I didn't pull the whole stereo out.
Yeah,
I
I've
just
seen
had
just
the-
a little
had that.
the face
yeah,
of it.
you
Whatever,
just pop
yeah.
the face off and keep it moving.
I'm grown.
Johnny G know the removable faceplate, bro. That's crazy. That is
My mom
crazy.
had the joy. She had like 2 of them that you put. This thing was like a cinder block that you would.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, yeah, that was a classic.
Yeah, it was a good time back then, huh? Remember? Remember the Walkman guys?
My mom had a.
Oh, sit down. You ain't never listened to a cassette in your life, have you?
No, dude, I'm there. No, I haven't.
No,
actually.
you have not
Yeah.
listened to a cassette.
My mom also had the car phone that was a pouch and you put it
Oh,
in
yeah.
the lighter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she
never had
that
one of
Yeah,
those.
she-
I've never seen that before.
I never had one of those. That absolutely seems like something that Cheryl and Elk Grove would have. Did you ever have a binder full of CDs?
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
you don't know about that.
I think that was
That
a
wasn't
little
I
something.
wasn't
Yeah,
mine,
that
but
was a
like
little-
I've seen it.
Oh, so
somewhere.
okay, so the question was, did you have a binder?
I'm
full of
pretty sure
CDs?
yes. It had like video games and stuff in it. But yes.
Video
Get your
games.
boy.
What do you mean?
Get
Oh,
your boy. You
what?
ain't had
Yeah,
that.
I don't know nothing about that.
You don't know nothing about.
I don't know.
Yeah, did you know they used to have 6 disc changers that you put in the car in the trunk?
what?
6 disc changers.
Yo, slow that.
Disc.
Slow it down.
Well, this ain't a Nick
Like-
Kurtz situation. I said disc changer.
No, we didn't have that. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, we had that 6
You
disc
did not.
CD.
No,
Yes.
you didn't.
No, think about it. Mom had that too.
Bro, I was born in '96.
Oh, I
Like, yes,
know
we had
your mom
cars.
had it.
Yeah, she was. My mom was kind of doing her thing. Shout out International Motors on Freeport. Shout out Terrell. That was his name. He would always put the stuff in her car. We was riding around.
Wait, where
thinking-
was it?
on Freeport?
What was the name of it? You remember?
International Motors.
Oh, okay.
It was like on that. It was across the street from the golf course.
Okay.
So like on the other side of the road.
The only place that you could get your car done was in South Sac. If you got your car done anywhere but South Sac, you did it wrong.
Yeah.
There was like one place on like Fulton, or no, it wasn't Fulton. It was Arden by the old 102.5 radio station. That was good. But like if you didn't get
Down, you said Fulton.
no. Arden, like Arden and Howe.
I think
And the
I know
area
what
by
you're
the old
talking
radio
about.
station.
Yeah, yeah.
the old KSFM building.
Yeah.
Like you could do it. You could do it there, but if you wanted the car to,
Yeah, you had to go on Florence Road.
you had to go to
Freeport
South.
was like adjacent, obviously, but Florence Road, yeah, you had to do
I
that.
think I got the car done like 4 times on Florence. The only thing I did by the station, I think I did the windows, and we did like they did my speakers one time as part of a deal.
Jesse, by the way, the chatty house is like, hey,
That was,
hey.
No, that wasn't even a flag. That was close to a dump.
No, you're
That was close to a dump.
no, you're out here begging for calls.
No, he's not. Because Casey looked back at me and I asked you the question. No, we were all on the same page here. The chatty house included it.
Because y'all can't hear properly. Y'all are conditioned
That
to
was
hear something.
That was a Nick Kurtz.
It was
situation.
not.
No, I don't have that in my
Disc.
car.
It's very easy. Y'all just mine's is in the gutter. Work with a bunch of children.
That was clutch though when you had the 6 disc situation. That was clutch. That was
No,
big
the
time.
iPad's much better. but yeah.
That was big time right there. And then I remember when I got a Toyota Solara, and that was in the deck. The disc changer was in the deck.
Yeah, with 4 burnt CDs from illegal downloads, boy. Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Good stuff. I had a guy
Goodness.
over at Circuit City that statute of limitations have passed. It's good. That
Yeah, they're not even a business anymore.
that's a good point. But he'd be like, "Oh, hey, bro, come through, man. Buy a CD. I'll buy 1 CD. I'll get you 10." I used to clean up on
was Circus
Tuesdays.
Circus City the one that was robbed?
We talked about this before. I think it was a Good Guys.
Oh, was it good? Oh, maybe it was Good Guys.
I think it was
Okay.
Good Guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
They made
one
a
of
movie out
Sacramento's
of
most
that.
famous moments, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, it was good, guys.
It was Good
They
Guys.
made-
April
made the
4th,
movie.
1991.
Yeah. I never seen that movie.
I
You seen it?
remember when they shot it because they came to the station and asked, like, hey, we want to try to replicate this. Like, do you have anything from that day? Is there any, like, because I think Mark might have been on the air that day, Marcus Allen.
Yeah.
He was like, is there a way we could recreate this? Like, what can we do? And I don't know that anything ever came about of it, but I remember that they came to us, they came to our building and asked how we could help.
And that was
how the
because I was
station could
a
recreate
little
it.
young. That was a hostage
Yeah.
situation, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy, bro.
I never saw that movie.
I was about to say, have you ever seen it? I've never
Mm-mm.
seen it either.
Mm-mm. I never saw that movie. Shout out to Mark. Mark's a legit Sacramento legend.
Oh,
He was on the
man.
wake up call this morning.
Big
He
ups
makes
to him.
movies now.
He makes movies.
He makes movies. He's got a movie that's dropping on Apple like tomorrow.
Hey,
or
Mark.
maybe Friday.
Mark, we need to be in the movie, man. Come on now.
Well, you know
Be
the
like
other
KC,
three.
man.
You know
We need
the
to
other
be in the
three were
movie.
already begging to be in the movie. So Mark, do you have 5 extra roles for?
Just make the movie about competing radio shows under the same umbrella. Make that the movie.
We could put some stuff in that movie y'all wouldn't believe. Sex, violence.
Sex, violence, and cooking.
Oh man, sex, violence, and love. We got you. We got you.
His show always comes on. Well, I think it's a weekly show that joined on channel 10.
Mhm.
The movie show.
Mhm.
I saw my girl Natalie on that show one time. I was like, oh, they got Natalie making moves. She's the girl who got famous. I used to play basketball with her at the Salvation Army. She got famous because she created a spoof Twitter account for Kim Kardashian's daughter.
Oh, I remember you told me about
Yeah.
that, and it got on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Chloe and
Yeah.
all them were
Yeah,
following
yeah.
it, like reading it on the show.
I remember when it first started going viral from the show, and that was a while. And then
North,
you told me about that.
Yeah. So yeah, she was on Marcus Allen's show.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Was she ever on that show with the Kardashians?
I don't know. I think she got on an episode. She definitely went and like met the Kardashians and or whatever, because they were like hella cool about it. They're like, this is hilarious. This is so I didn't know who was behind it, but this is funny. So I know she absolutely met all of them. I don't know if that got on an episode or not. It might have. It might have.
I was looking at who said it? Was it Dr. David? He said Columbia House probably sending Dog the Bounty Hunter after me. You remember when they were throwing people in jail because of Napster files? They was finding users who was downloading too much music and throwing these people in jail. Oh, that is crazy.
Man,
The early stages of digital music was wild.
And that's where we missed being on the East Coast or in New York. Because we wouldn't have to download nothing. We just go to Canal Street, swoop up a bunch of these CDs and be good. There's a Redacted Kelly album that I got.
I've heard that there's a
Loveland.
Is
You
it?
ever-
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
fire too.
Okay.
Bro. This was in his prime.
Some of that stuff got released later.
Some of it did.
Yeah.
The original Step in the Name of Love was on that.
Mhm.
That's where I heard.
That's
that.
right. Yeah. That's what made Jay stab Un.
Oh, because
Was
that
the
was
leaked album.
Yeah.
The
That's
leaked
right.
album. I think it was volume 3.
Yeah.
Volume 3
Yeah.
got leaked.
Or was it? No, it was volume 3. It was
Volume 3 got leaked. Jay got pissed because he knew it was internal. Felt like he knew who it was, and stabbed him
That was crazy.
and got away with it.
That was crazy.
Stabbed him and got away. Well, I think he pled guilty, but like Un was fine,
Yeah.
and it was just like, all right, like nothing. He stabbed somebody and
Just
nothing.
kept it moving.
Got named the head of Def Jam.
Come on, man. Hey, come on. You can't do that.
That was going on. I think I can't remember if that was the same time as the Diddy J-Lo shooting thing.
Diddy J-Lo shooting, or when Diddy hit Steve Stout over the head with a bottle, the champagne.
That was
bottle.
Hate Me Now.
Yeah, it was around that time. So that's like 99.
I feel like that was
2000.
earlier. I feel like Hate Me Now was earlier.
Hate Me Now was like 98, 99. Volume 3 had to
So
be
when was
about
the J-Lo shooting? Or I shouldn't say that. When was the?
probably around 2000 because that was Shine.
That's when Volume 3 dropped, right? It was 2000 or two? Because
Volume 3 was
Blueprint dropped in
2001.
2001.
So I think
So it had to have been 2000 or 99.
I think it was 99 because it goes Volume 3, The Dynasty, and then Blueprint. And unless he did Volume 3 and The Dynasty in the same year, I feel like Volume 3 was 99. If only there was a way we could find out.
Wait, that's okay. Volume 3 and The Dynasty aren't the same album.
Mm-mm.
The Dynasty, which one has Parking Lot Pimpin'?
That's
And
The Dynasty.
what's the hit from Volume 3? Oh, Big Pimpin'.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
he had.
I feel like both the covers of those albums are gray, and that's what's confusing me.
they are.
Yeah. Okay. And then
Yeah.
one of them, the
Yeah,
Dynasty,
he's
is the
got
one
the
where he's doing
bandana
like
with-
this.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now
This is what you're here for, because you
No.
don't want us to talk about how we feel
Look-
about what happened last night.
yeah, and I did not text somebody earlier and be like, "What the hell's going on?" And then I do the same.
What do you mean? What happened?
Yeah, who would do that? That'd be pretty confusing.
Oh man! During the break, you guys, YouTube audience, you get a little exclusive. We got to revisit something. We got to talk about the Kings right now, but we gotta talk about something.
All right. Jake Gadon going to be with us because he's with us every Wednesday, guys, at 1:45.
We know that.
Every Wednesday, Jesse.
We talked about it yesterday. I was like, oh, I'm so excited for Jake to join us tomorrow.
And then James will be back with us at 3:00. We'll have power rankings coming up later on as well. Kings lose again last night in Oklahoma City. It was tough, man, because it for me, it's like the final 2 minutes. But there's a point where you're in a game like that, and it's if the Kings had just got outplayed from the first on, or from the third on, or even from the start of the fourth on, like, it is what it is. But there's a point where I think it was like it was 99-97. There was about 2 minutes left. I had given up hope at that point because I just told you, like, I needed the Kings to, if the Kings had kept that 2-point lead for a little bit longer, I felt like they could have found a way to scratch and claw. But once they went down, I felt like it was just going downhill from there. But it had just started to enter the spot where it's like, you've played too well. You can't lose. Like we had just gotten there. Where it's like, you can't lose this game.
Mm.
And then Oklahoma City goes up by 2. And I'm like, well, you just lost.
Mm. Mm.
It would have taken to me, it would have had to have been DeMar versus Dallas. It would have had to have been something like that to counter what Oklahoma City was doing in that stretch. I think it was what was it, 11-0 run?
Yeah, 11 or 9-0 run. Yeah, that was tough. And we talked about it on the handoff. And I just, sometimes this happens, when you don't hate a team, like a lot of people out there seem to, is, you can see they're out there competing, they're out there playing together.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of ways, they're all they got. Shout out G Money. They're all they got. Everybody thinks that they're a joke and they're no good and talking crazy about them. And you saw a group of guys, and we talked about this earlier in the week, trying to persevere through all that.
Mm-hmm.
and trying to stay together and play at a level that could get them a win in a game that they needed. And man, they were competing. They were absolutely competing, and they weren't able to bring it home. And I felt it's only, first of all, they're professional athletes. Second of all, it's game number 4, so there's nothing to feel bad about. But I watched it and I was like, nah, man, I wanted them to get that one because I saw the way they competed in that game.
Yeah.
And they put themselves in a position to get a win and still won essentially against the world champs. And they just weren't able to bring it home. Everybody that came in did a good job. We talking about Devin Carter. Everybody that came in was locked in on the task at hand. And you would like to see those guys be rewarded with a W in those situations.
Yeah, I'm pretty tough on Devin, but he made the most of his minutes. I think it was 9 minutes, 8 minutes, something like that. He certainly did not enter the game and play the way that he did against the Los Angeles Lakers. And like, if I wasn't sure he was going to step on the floor again anytime soon, but if you do, you better do something completely different than what you did last time. You better get your coach's attention pretty quickly. And I think he was able to do that. It's why he wound up playing 9 minutes and not 2. He got Doug's attention pretty quickly, and Doug could trust him to be out there on the floor. Obviously, the game started with Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. We have speculated on this. I have no idea what it's going to look like tonight. But when Keegan Murray went down, we believed we wouldn't be in a consistent state of a starter in for Keegan. It would be Doug searching for something, and he started with Neek, and that went to hell as quickly as possible, not because Neek did anything wrong, but he went down with the week-long hamstring injury, which really sucks when you bring back the Domantas Sabonis discussion and wonder if he's healthy, because they're on the same timeline. And you at least, if you're Doug, if you're Scott, if you the medical staff, if you're whoever makes these decisions, you have to at least keep this in mind. You go to Domas after Los Angeles, or you go to Domas after Utah. How you feeling, big fella? He says, fine, great. You go to Domas after the Lakers game. How you feeling, big fella? He says, fine, great. You keep it moving. If the speculation on his health is just on us, that's perfectly fine. We can continue to speculate. He better get better, but we can continue to speculate. But I hope they're going to him and going, yeah, we all saw him last night. So I hope they're going to him and asking him and talking to him. How you feeling, big fella? Because we're dealing with the same injury, same time frame to Neek Clifford. And if Domas, I'm confident Domas isn't 100%. But if Neek is at a percentage that Domas is at and you're not comfortable with that, the reevaluation needs to be, we're going to reevaluate him again in a week. And so, those are just all of the different things that Doug is trying to deal with. And so we've seen Neek Clifford start. We've seen, I think Dario started, and now, we got Russell Westbrook here. We saw Keon start on Sunday. That went terribly. We saw Russell Westbrook start, had a great first quarter, wound up playing pretty solid throughout the game. 9 rebounds, a part of Russell Westbrook's stat line last night. Second most on the team. That's something Russ does really, really well, is rebound the ball.
Well, I ain't trying to make it a thing, but this is what I was talking about when I said in certain matchups, because of the way he rebounds at this point in his career, you can play him at quote unquote the 4 in certain matchups. Last night, Doug thought that was a matchup that could work. I think tonight might be the same thing, where you see Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. If you got the Twin Towers out there, no, you probably don't start Russell Westbrook at the 4. But certain matchups, because of the way he rebounds specifically and the way he defends, we saw it on Friday when he guarded Marketing. He can defend some of these guys that are a little slower, even though they are a little taller. Yeah, you can play him there. You can.
But he probably didn't start at the 4.
I mean,
it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it felt like, and this happened on Lakers Sunday. I think DeMar was at the 4. Keon was at the 2. I just saw Russ starting in Keon's spot and DeMar starting in the same spot.
Yeah, I saw Russ, and once again, it depends. For me, I look at the matchups, right? Like,
sure,
I look at who these guys are guarding more so on the defensive end. You know, are you guarding their perceived 4 or their stretch 4 or something like that, or the guy that's hanging out in the corner? We saw on Sunday, in certain instances, it was Jared Vanderbilt who was playing quote unquote the 4. Yeah, Russ can guard him. You're not going to go to the block or do anything like that. And because Russ is athletic enough and physical enough, he can hold his own on the boards in a lot of situations in that matchup. So that's kind of what I look at as opposed to the number, so to speak.
I'm trying to I know how to do this. I'm positive I know how to do this. Nope, that's a shot chart. I was trying to look at I still have Synergy pulled up because I was watching Domas's offensive plays this morning. I wanted to pull up Russell Westbrook's defensive plays and see who he was primarily guarding.
He was getting a little bit of everybody. He was on SGA a little bit.
Yeah, so a quick look of looking at possessions. That's exactly what's happening. In the first 2 clips that have run, there was SGA and Aaron Wiggins. Aaron Wiggins, I think, was the 4 last night for Oklahoma City.
Right.
But again, that's a sample size of 2. Those are just 2 quick plays that I'm looking at. I'm trying to pull up the defensive possession. Not that it matters. It's just this is what Doug is navigating. And we can be critical of this team, and that is absolutely fair. There was no closer last night. They desperately needed one when that team decided they weren't going to lose. There was no one on Sacramento to say, nah, fam, yes, you are. And that's been De'Aaron in the past. That's been that's been DeMar in the past. It's been Malik. It just wasn't any of those people yesterday.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot to figure out, and it starts tonight. They've got to find a way to win on the second night of a back-to-back against a really tough Chicago team that I don't think they played last night.
No, they're rested.
So they're 3-0.
Yeah. They're rested. And in Chicago, they can score. They can score in a number of different ways. They're dynamic with what they can do on the offensive end. I haven't checked the numbers or watched one of their games yet in totality, so I'm not sure what they're looking like on the defensive end. They weren't very good last year on the defensive end. But regardless of what the numbers say and all this other stuff, it's a tough situation, playing on a back-to-back, going on the road, playing a team that was rested. They're going to have to find a way again to compete at a high level to try and beat a team that's at least started off the season playing pretty well.
Yeah. We'll come back. We're obviously just getting started. There's a lot more to talk about with this game. We got to talk about Doug Christie in a quote that has gone viral for all the wrong reasons. That maybe wasn't presented with proper context. But we'll play the clip and let you judge for yourself.
I got, when we get a chance to, it doesn't have to be right away, but I got another Mike Brown clip.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I bet you're eager to talk about the World Series today, too, aren't you?
Oh, man, hey, it was a great game last night.
Yeah.
I was tapped in. I mean, let's break it down. Yeah. We got Peter Gammons coming on in about 3 minutes.
We absolutely don't. We absolutely do not have Peter Gammons coming up at all. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right. So first and foremost, a little housekeeping. Volume 3 was 99. Dynasty was 2000.
Okay.
So we got that.
Yep. So it was volume 3 that
that probably got that.
Yeah,
got him.
yeah.
Got
Stabbed.
for.
Got stabbed over.
So,
Like, he made it on record too. I stabbed on
like,
over a record.
Damn near shot a video and made a song about not guilty. Yeah, all right, Jay. Jay been on the Twitter sphere at least last night, in the last 24 hours. I think the quote is actually from a couple years ago, but it was like, yeah, he ain't gonna do a versus with nobody because can't nobody rock with him. Like, can't nobody compete with him. For the most part, that's true. There's 3, maybe 4 guys that I don't think Jay-Z could beat.
I know one. Give me the other ones.
It's Ye,
It's obvious.
Drake, and Wayne and Eminem are on the fringe. I think Hov beats Eminem, but
I think Hov destroys Wayne. Destroys him.
when you because now they do the thing where they put their features in. When you talk about their songs and features, I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't know. And remember, we did this exercise on the show, and it was we did Hov versus Ye, and we stopped.
we did Hov versus yeah.
We
well-
said we don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't work. Like Hov versus Drake wouldn't work. That's like almost 2 different eras of music.
A little bit.
Like, I just don't think that would work.
Mhm.
Hov versus Ye would. Hov versus Wayne would. I don't think Hov versus Drake would. That's like, I don't think anyone today could do a versus with Drake.
Yeah, and it'd be a little generational. Like Hov would play "The City Is Mine," and JT would be like, "All right, whatever." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
your
Yeah,
nephew,
right.
everybody-
Yeah, right.
All right.
Also, I would not play "The City Is Mine" on a versus.
They play
I like that record, but I wouldn't play
those.
that.
Those are the tracks he kind of has, like Sunshine. Like, and I
mean,
they're
don't do
all
that.
songs that I like. Those are songs that I love. Can't Knock the Hustle.
Yeah,
I
They're
love
presidents. Yeah,
it. I love those songs, but
Mhm.
what they gonna go up against? Can't Tell Me Nothing.
yeah. Like,
Hell no.
I mean,
He
you
played-
got to match them up, right? Like,
He
we
played-
got to do this fair.
Man, he
We
played.
can't pull an album cut and then go to "Can't Tell Me Nothing."
All right, Sunshine was a single.
Sunshine was a single.
He go. he
Sunshine.
played. He'd start playing his singles. He played. Look, I'll even tell you this. He played "Dirt Off Your Shoulder," and then Ye come with "Can't Tell Me Nothing." Oh my gosh, bro!
I don't know.
Oh my god! It'd be a bloodbath.
It would not be a bloodbath.
Well,
Stop
Ye,
it.
well, Ye, it would be.
It would not be. Stop. It would not be a bloodbath. Ye probably would.
And once again, we ain't even talking features. Now Jay could get in on the feature
Yeah, Jake.
conversation.
Like. I
He
mean,
can.
yeah, like, yeah.
He can get in on the.
I mean,
feature
it's also performance
Well, then
too.
He's got Beyonce.
I was gonna
features
say
as
it's a
well.
performance too. Like, Ye can do whatever he wants to. The second Jay decides B's coming out, he
Yeah.
lost.
Well, once again,
It's over.
I'll even say, Jay tried. Hey, I got Beyonce. Let me play Deja Vu, and then Ye comes out here with
But finish that sentence.
no.
No, Ye
Jay-
comes out with what?
Ye comes out with Monster. Jay like, oh yeah, I got Deja Vu, and Ye comes out with Monster. All right, bro.
I think it depends. Like, what do you think women are going to react to more, Deja Vu or Monster?
I mean, probably Deja Vu because it's Beyonce.
Right. That's
for
what I
sure.
mean. That's
For
what
sure.
I mean.
But
If you're doing, because remember the Dipset massacre of a few years ago. If we're doing this in a live arena,
yeah,
that's what we're talking about. We're talking about showmanship. I'll say something. You're gonna.
I don't think
I'll
I don't
leave
think-
if you want, because
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
say
the
something.
Beehive is showing up for the Jay-Z versus
I disagree.
like that.
I disagree. I
Like
disagree.
buying tickets, going to.
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah,
so.
because they know.
I
Oh,
don't
they
think
know.
so.
Oh, you okay? Go ahead.
But okay,
Tweet. I tell
but
you
that-
what. I tell you what. Tweet it.
But no, let me ask you
No,
this.
tweet it. See what
No,
happens.
let me ask you this. That's what we got to do, Hov. That's what we have to do.
It's part of the catalog.
That's
Too
what we
bad
have to
it's
do.
part of
We
the
have to lean on the
catalog.
wife. That's
Don't
what
do-
we.
No, he's
that's
not leaning.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. So did B lean on Jay when she closed down?
B's
Cowboy
not in the
Carter?
verses.
when
can
Beyonce
do a
closed down
versus.
Cowboy Carter, who was there?
Jay was there. That's dope.
Jay-
But she did many other stadiums without Jay.
Okay,
and
so
if Beyonce got in the verses,
so B
she
comes
would
out.
not lean on her Jay-Z song.
So B comes out for Deja. So Beyonce drops Deja Vu in the verses. Jay isn't there,
I don't know if he's performed.
or Bonnie and Clyde, or any of those tracks.
It's happening, but she doesn't need. Look, I'm gonna tell you, like she can win a versus against. This
Everyone.
is unfair. Monica
Everyone.
or something like that without going to the Carters.
No, say it. She could beat Mariah Carey.
She
That's what
absolutely could. She could beat Mariah Carey without going to Jay. Well, she probably could. She probably could. But no, I'll say this. She can do that without going to Jay. Jay can't. I don't know if Jay can beat these other guys without going to B. That's what I mean by leaning on her.
Maybe I don't think so. Maybe I don't think so though. I'm gonna say
Can't
something.
be
I'm gonna say something that might end this show because you're gonna hate this, but it's a fact. This is 100% accurate, and there's a lot of people in the chat who's gonna hate it. It just is what it is. Eminem would destroy Wayne in the verses. Eminem would beat Wayne's ass in the verse.
Well, once again, we're talking about the audience.
We're talking about
the audience.
Live environment, right? Is it? We're talking about Dipset versus. I don't remember what is it. The Locks. That's not who it was. Who was it?
Dipset and the Locks.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but we talk. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this: the audience matters. So, if you're in a certain audience, there's a certain demo. There's a lot of black people like that grew up with Wayne in the audience, and Wayne or Eminem goes to Monster. They ain't tripping off Monster. But if he's in a festival setting and he plays Monster, they're gonna go crazy. Right? So the audience matters in that one. Love the Way You Lie, like that's not gonna hit on a Lil Wayne audience. And those I'll pick them out because they're massive songs.
No,
like
and that's fine. And that's fine.
Massive.
Lil Wayne's mixtape record that the streets love isn't going to do anything in the versus environment.
Well, that's why I say the audience though.
Like unless you're doing it in New Orleans.
But the Jada did a bunch of mixtape. That was
in New York.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah, it was in. But that's why I think
Wayne's
part of it.
I think Wayne's.
He also just started rapping, which I don't even know if that's part of what we do.
There was a lot of illegal activity.
He just started rapping, and it was like there is literally no one better at this than you.
There's a lot of illegal activity in that. That's what nobody ever talk about. That he started playing records that he wrote for other people, like the Benjamins. Like, well, hold on, wait. I know he was on the track, but hold on, you wrote that. That's not your song.
Well, that's what Babyface and Teddy Riley started with.
That was illegal too. That was illegal. You can't be.
Oh no, that's perfect.
No, that's
like,
illegal.
Didn't Babyface right on Make Love to You? Like,
yeah, he can't put that in the verses. That's illegal. That's illegal.
We need ground rules for verses.
Well,
then,
they
bro,
just got rid of the ground rules.
Well, thank God they didn't get rid of security because this it's kind of rough.
The question for the radio audience. The question was, Jay talking about nobody could see him in the verses. I think there's about 3 guys.
Is that what you said we got to talk about during the break, or is it something else? Oh, is that okay? Yeah. I didn't even see this was on Twitter again.
Yeah, because like people had posted it last night, like, and I think after like doing some research, I think Jay said this in like 2021, and it just popped up like all on the time. Like recently, Jay-Z said nobody could see him in the verses, and one of the guys who was in the interview was like, "This is not recently." He said this like 4 years ago.
The internet is crazy. Like the internet does not care about two things: truth or context.
No,
that's a tease for the Doug Christie clip later. Context is important.
Yeah.
I don't agree with Doug, by the way. I don't agree with what Doug said.
Okay.
But he doesn't deserve to be ridiculed for this. Matt George does. Blame Matt George for everything. Shout out Matt. He's listening. We'll explain all of this. We'll explain all of this in just a couple of minutes. I can't believe we didn't schedule Marshall Harris. He's texting me right now. He's texting us right now. Marshall said, of course, Marshall Harris, now in Chicago, covers the Chicago Bulls along with every other team there.
Hit Marshall.
in Chicago.
What are you doing at 2:15?
What's he doing at 1:45?
I was gonna say it would have been hilarious. If this guy from like that time.
Generations of CBS 13.
Yeah, right. Y'all learning how the DeMar, Zach, my turn, your turn works. I see Domas less involved so far. Same thing happened to Vooch. Vooch having a very good start to the season. I replied, that's Domas's fault, but if Vooch beats his ass, ... Marshall said, if 35-year-old Vooch beats his ass, just move him before it's too late. Marshall, it's too late. It's too late. Man, you talk about being locked in to a matchup tonight. Domas and Vooch. I'm very, because again, we read the numbers to you yesterday. Vooch is playing really well. Right now, 3 games, he's playing really well. It's a 3-0 basketball team. They're playing terrific. Domas obviously is not. Yeah. He absolutely is not. So the second night of a back-to-back here for Sacramento. I teased something before the break and have absolutely no recollection what it was. Did I really tease the World Series?
Yeah, because
I know it's in our notes.
About it. Yeah.
You're anxious to talk about the World Series
you know
today.
What I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it's the World Series. Why wouldn't I? It's the World Series. That's what you talk about.
You didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
Shout out, my boy Vlad Guerrero Jr. That's my boy. I told him Vamos before we ended the show last night, and he delivered.
No, think about that. Think about what you just said. The Sacramento Kings played last night.
Well,
and you hate the Dodgers so much. You focused your attention
might happen again tonight
on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Might happen again tonight.
I can't believe they're playing again tonight.
Yeah, man. They're getting after. But shout out to Vlad Guerrero. Hey.
Vlad is
nasty. Did Barry ever go 0-for in the World Series and lose a game on the mound? Did that ever happen? We want to talk about the good things.
Barry was never on the mound.
Did he ever give up a bomb to left? You know what I mean?
No, he was never good enough to be on the mound.
You know what's crazy? And this guy's great. We're having fun. It's a little bit of a bit, but you know it is crazy.
I love that you said a little bit of a bit.
Well, no, it is because I'm
just a little bit.
I be spitting facts. Y'all don't like that.
Yell at me.
What's crazy is everything that Shohei has done. You know, he's only batting 286 in the postseason. That's amazing to me.
Batting averages are down, though, in general, then, you know?
Yeah, because people can't hit.
It's not taking steroids anymore.
They can't hit. That's what it is. These people can't hit. It's a home. Shohei's damn postseason has been in the embodiment of what baseball is. It's either a home run or a strikeout. That's all he does.
Baseball,
they can't hit. They don't know how to hit.
Back then was needle, or I guess, what was it, Valco cream that they used?
No, they knew how to hit. They knew how to.
But everyone is throwing 101 now too. The Dodgers did bring out a reliever in the 12th inning, and he's hitting 102. So I don't think these pitchers are better.
No, I don't think they know how to pitch. They throw harder. They have no idea how to.
Well, I guess throw harder. Yeah, that's fair. But
they have no idea how to pitch. That's a problem. I still love the game though. I'm tapped in tonight. I might have to go 2 screens.
Kenny said Ohtani sucks.
I'm tapped in. I'm gonna have to go 2 screens. Oh damn! I'm actually not gonna go 2 screens.
Yeah, you're busy.
Yeah, I got the coach.
Yeah, Arch, I was gonna say, are you watching anything tonight?
Well, we are at Bar West. There's TVs all over the place, so we'll be out there from 7 to 8. Bar West, Coach's Corner show with my man, Coach Brendan Marion, talking about the tough loss last Friday. They play again this Saturday against Eastern Washington. We'll talk about that. And I will try not to pay attention to the other games that are on the screen on the air.
I was trying to look up something to destroy your bit, but I'm not sure I can. Barry Bonds hit 471 in the
Just don't even say it. Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Just don't even say it.
I saw something where,
however,
is this LeBron and Mike?
It might be. Yeah.
His career postseason batting average is.
Don't go there. No, don't do that.
Say it. Say it.
Don't do that.
Say it.
Don't do that because there was some ugly times.
Say it.
Don't do that. Leave that alone.
Yeah, what is it? I don't know. What is it?
It's 245.
Oh, wow.
He had to hustle to get to 245.
The man batted 471 in the World Series. His first playoff appearance, he batted 167. His second playoff appearance,
man.
he batted 148,
Bruh.
261, 250,
When did he get 261 and
176.
251?
2000,
97, 2000?
92, and then 97.
He
That- that 92
he had
was
the hustle to get to
261.
that
97 was 250. 2000 was 176.
Oh, damn.
2002 was 294 in the entirety of the postseason. I'm sorry. No, that was the DS. That was the NLDS. 294, 273, then 471. And then the 2003 divisional series, 222.
245 is
So would you
embarrassing.
like to continue this conversation?
Shout out
Well,
to my
no,
goat for
I-
hitting 254 in the postseason.
I'll be perfectly fair with this one. I said that's what Ohtani's hitting in the postseason, like 286. The World Series, he might be like 500. He might be six something in the world. I haven't seen the World Series numbers, but he because he hadn't gotten out in the World Series damn near. He might be in the 700s in this World Series.
We'll come back. Jake Gadon coming up in 30 minutes. We'll get back to the Kings and we'll play that clip that NBA Twitter is laughing at from Doug Christie.
And I want the Mike Brown one when we come back.
Oh,
I want
good
Mike
call.
Brown one.
All right. That's all ahead here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is this a clip of Mike Brown or a clip about Mike Brown?
A clip of Mike Brown.
Okay.
I
Did you
got
see
it.
the WFA one, WFAN one?
No, where they're talking about him.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, the guy Danny Fry retweeted. They were calling him Mike Cloud.
Danny is retweeting stuff?
Yeah, he's retweeting.
Yo, does he even follow me? Do I follow him?
Maybe I don't.
He's retweeted Draymond Green and then that Mike Brown clip. WFAN talking about Mike Brown.
Damn.
That
Hey,
was
New York
bad.
different, bro. New York, they only been there 4 games. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Shohei Ohtani's career postseason batting average.
254, I think.
far. I got 227.
Okay. Whoa.
How many postseasons? What, 2 postseasons? He ain't been in that many. Because
Correct.
Angels.
Correct.
That Muse says.
Remember, he started this year, what, one of 18?
Yeah, he was. That's why he's only at 286 right now. Because he couldn't do anything for the whole postseason. And then, man, what is he? He's got to be. My guess is I'm
This
going to
year?
say 787 in the World Series. He hasn't gotten out, it feels like.
That's postseason. I couldn't find a specific batting average. Oh, come on, Chat
Shohei's
GPT.
248 in the postseason.
Okay. So Chat GPT is wrong then.
Shout out to the Angels for just wasting the first few years of his career.
Jeez. Let's see. They gotta let me know what's going on right now.
I don't feel like this should be that difficult to find.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
I keep getting the 2024 World Series, not the 2025 World Series.
Now
The
I'm really
2024 World Series is very bad.
interested. He pulled a Klay Thompson. And
Yeah.
they won the
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see if my people can come through here.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm too stupid to find it. Will?
Shout out, Will. Oh my gosh, bro. What the hell?
This is Vizorp.
Yeah. No, this is ridiculous that we can't find this. I can't find it either. What is his 2025 World Series numbers?
I think he's hitting 400.
That's it?
Yes.
I would have swore he was in the 5 or 6s. Maybe the first. I don't know. Didn't he hit a home run in game 1?
His OPS is over 1700, I guess.
471 in the World Series is wild. Barry Bonds. Barry Lamar Bonds.
Barry Lamar Bonds, a.k.a. the straw that stirs the drink.
Chris, context is that they've lost.
Boy, there's commercial break conversations. There's text message threads going on. Everybody's got opinions on what happened last night. Everyone has opinions on what is going on so far with the Sacramento Kings and what is going on with Domantas Sabonis. Jake Gadon's going to join us coming up in about a little less than 30 minutes. James Ham will be back with us in the final hour of the show, and we'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Chicago Bulls tonight in Chicago. Second night of a back-to-back, first back-to-back of the season on the first road trip of the season for the Sacramento Kings. Do you want to start with Mike or Doug?
Let's start with Mike.
Because I think it's a good idea, because I think once we get to Doug, we're off and running. Yeah, so go ahead.
Let's start with Mike. Mike Brown, yesterday, after their loss to Milwaukee, was talking to the media, and here's what he had to say.
Those things happen. Basketball guys are going to tell you something. They're going to get you frustrated. The other team's going to set their defense. The other team's going to get out and run off your misses. And there's not going to be any energy within your group because everybody is standing and watching, standing and watching, standing and watching. So now what we have to try to do, we have to try to figure out how we can play within our staples on both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively, for 48 minutes.
Oh, God damn it. Are you serious?
Mike, what the hell was that?
Are you serious?
That's all
Is that why you played that clip?
I was eating my lunch. I almost.
Come on.
That was unnecessary, bro. That was not needed.
I saw that. I said he did.
That was paranormal activity or something right there. That wasn't normal.
What is wrong with Mike? Come on, man. Hey.
I said he actually did it. He did it.
That's one of those where you don't even tell him bless you. Tell him, like, reel it in, bro.
Yo, run that back real quick.
I said, wait a minute, Mike.
Too funny.
Come on.
That's way too funny. So context. The Knicks lost 121, 111 last night. Go ahead. Sorry.
My bad. Here's Mike Brown.
On both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively, for 48 minutes.
I'm so annoyed.
That's not
man.
a real sneeze or cough, whatever that was.
That was a cough.
No,
I think he was like
listen.
clearing his throat or something.
That's a good question. It might have been a.
He did. That was not a sneeze.
It's a cough with the
He's
cadence of a
clearing-
sneeze. He does like the achoo thing. Watch.
No.
Hold on. Let's see.
Defensively, for 48 minutes. And if we do,
Isn't it?
That's to clear my throat.
Yeah, he cleared his throat.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. He very aggressively.
water.
too. What's wrong with Mike? Why does he do that so much?
I saw that clip, and when he did that, I said, "Oh no, he actually did it."
Not did it.
I think Jalen's right. I think Mike Brown watches this show, and I think he's in on the bit. That's
We're
what
gonna
I
get my
think it
guys next press
Yeah.
conference.
I think Mike is in on the bit. That's what it is. That's crazy.
That was excessive.
Oh man, shout out Mike Brown, man. They couldn't get the dub last night. Bucks sneaky 3-1.
Yeah,
We play him on Saturday.
Yeah, we do. 121, 111. Knicks fall to 2-2. As the clip was playing, I'm like, all right, I watched a little bit of this morning. What's Mike talking about? And I'm trying to figure out. And then as soon as he did that, I was like, all right, KC just hoodwinked all of us.
And he was actually talking a little longer than I remembered. I thought it was going to be like in the first 10 seconds, but it wasn't. From that game, real quick, though, did you guys see Giannis last night after like some play? It was actually really random. It got him to within 1 in the third quarter. And Giannis yells, "This is my effing city. I'm not going anywhere."
I didn't see that.
Once again, it was
I missed
Wait, where were they playing?
in Milwaukee.
Oh, okay.
that.
Yeah, I was like, wait, where were they playing?
Yeah, it was in the third quarter. It got them to within one. You would think that would be like, oh, Milwaukee goes up 6 with 16 seconds left. Giannis puts it away. No, it was 1-point game. Mike Brown calls the timeout, and Giannis, this is my city. I'm not going anywhere. Bro, they got another quarter to play, and you're losing.
Man, is this real?
You see the clip?
No, I'm looking at Giannis's numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Are these real?
Yeah.
37, 8 and 7, 40, 14 and 9, 31, 20 and 7, and 37, 14 and 5.
Oh,
Jesus.
he has been lights out to start the season.
My
Lights out. He's been fantastic.
goodness. That is ridiculous. Oh, there he is. I see it. It's 79-76. Okay, hey, hold on a second. It's 79-76 with 7 minutes left in the third, and the Bucks are down 3.
7 minutes left in the third is kind of crazy. Like
This
Giannis,
is my city. I'm not going anywhere.
No, hold on.
That's what some of the lip readers said.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying.
they're just gonna play
I
that.
think he
he's
said
doing-
this is my city,
I
though.
think he's doing this. He's saying he's doing this.
He said this is my
This
city.
is my city.
Anybody said something
He
different.
said something else. He did not say I ain't effing leaving you is what the quote says.
Oh, you see the same quote.
I
thought he could have said
there's
it. I kind of
no way that's what he said. He said this is my city, and then he said there's no way he said I ain't effing leaving you. There's no way that's what he said.
I don't know. I was trying
Did
to
you
do a
see
lip
the
reading
other
myself.
Giannis clip?
Come on, man. Yeah, that's why he's able to score all them points. They let him do. That was
I have
one
to
of the
pull this-
crazy.
That Giannis travel clip is okay. We got to stop. We're gonna go down this rabbit hole. If
That
you
was
haven't
one of
seen
the craziest.
the Giannis travel clip, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. He gets from the Bucks logo. He gets from the 3-point line. He gets from the Bucks logo to the basket on one dribble. He gets to the free throw line. He gets from the 3-point line to the basket without dribbling. I'm dead serious.
And he's stepping
1,
the whole time.
2, 3, 4, 5. This 5. He stepped 5 times.
That's gonna be on Shackton. That's got to be on Shackton. That's
amazing.
hilarious.
This is such an incredible clip.
Shout out to
We'll bring this
shout out
back later.
to HD. I'm gonna call him HD in the chat. He says, Giannis,
Oh,
this is my city and I'll travel whenever the F I want.
Dude, say the man's
no, what's his
Say
name?
his name.
No, it's HD. That's my boy.
High definition is not his name.
It's not that man. Don't
do
just
that,
his
Yeah,
mother and
no.
father named him that. What is that young
What
man's
is his name, Kenny? Say it.
You brought him to the party. Say his name.
Yeah, you're the one who brought it to the screen. You didn't have to do that either.
His name is Harry D.
Someone talk.
This show is ridiculous, man.
Oh, they had a moment on the NBC show last night. We'll talk about it later though. But did you see it?
I don't think with Kyle and
With-
Mo?
No, the NBC.
Oh.
With Mello and Vince Carter.
Oh,
No.
no.
Oh man, Jesse, did you see it?
No,
Yeah, and which show were you talking about? Because I turned the Warriors game on at like 9 and it was like 10-7.
Yeah, it was.
What the hell is
Are you
this?
talking about the mellow pause or whatever?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy
All right.
one.
We have to get to this Doug Christie clip. We'll get to all of this other.
Shout out Harry, by the way.
Come on, man. Shout out to him.
We won't do that every time, trust us.
Paulo says respect to Harry. We appreciate you, Harry. Thank you, brother. All right, let's go to Doug Christie. I don't know. I know who brought this to my attention.
Mhm.
I don't know who the first person to tweet it was. This was obviously a road game, so it could have just been pulled from TV or whatever. But Doug and thus the Kings are getting ridiculed for the isolated line of Doug Christie saying we probably should be 4-0, but we're not ready to be 4-0. Of course, the Sacramento Kings are 1-3. Here is and I shout out to Matt, who both tweeted that quote and a few minutes later tweeted the 90-second version of the video. I watched Doug's press conference. It's only 6 minutes. It doesn't take that long for you to watch. This is essentially the beginning of his press conference. He talks for maybe 10 seconds before he gets to this part, because Katie Christensen is talking to him about the things that they did right and how the game kind of fell apart there at the end. But here is the complete quote from Doug Christie last night following the Kings' loss.
Part of us is like, when I look at this, we probably should be 4-0, but we're not ready to be 4-0. And we got to look in the mirror on that, because 4-0 means all that little stuff that I just said, it gets handled when it's winning time. And, that's on me too. Like the players, I tell them, it's never your fault. I'm always taking the bullet. So I will stand on that and always be in the way to protect them. We just have to figure out how to close now. There's a process to what we do. And I think that we got to continue to stay consistent to what gets us to a place and not think we have to do something extra or get outside of it. Those shots are good enough. And listen, if we create them that way and we miss them, then we live with that. But the ability to make sure that we, free throw rebounds, extra, like those, defense doesn't stop until you get the ball. So you really didn't play defense if they got the ball. It doesn't matter what you did. So we have to make sure that all those little things are taken care of. And if they do get taken care of, these games come to win. But, we turn around and now we got to go tomorrow night and we have to figure a way to compete at a really high level and be ready to walk out of there with a W.
So there's a full 84-second version of what has hit certain NBA websites of Doug Christie's 0-4 or 4-0 quote last night. Your thoughts first.
I understand 100% what he's saying. Like, in the fact that the quote, the line has gone so viral, it's not surprising because this is Twitter era and social media, so they'll pick that stuff up. But hearing what he said in context, it makes perfect sense. I even thought to a certain degree it was being a little bit critical of his guys, not in like a disrespectful way or to upstage them or show them up or anything else like that. But yeah, you're right here in these games, and you probably should be 4-0 with it, however you feel about that. But you should be 4-0. You have an opportunity to be 4-0, but because we don't do the little things, is why we're 1-3, and it makes perfect sense. Like it was. He said in the clip, we have to look in the mirror at that. That's not. It'd be one thing if it was, we should be 4-0, but the refs and everything's working.
Yeah.
It wasn't that. It was, we should be 4-0, but we don't know how to be that yet because we don't take care of the little things that we need to. And I thought it was a real, honest moment. I thought it was a real self-aware moment, and it was also a moment to kind of talk to his team and teach them a little bit. So I got exactly what he was saying 4-0, I don't know, but I agree with the sentiment of what he's saying.
I appreciate the sentiment. I think it's a way to have a discussion. Relax, Mike. I think it's a way to, it's addressing your team without embarrassing your team. And I think it's also, if your fan base was in a different position, it's like, hey, we're not missing the major things. We're missing a bunch of the small things. And once we clean those up, and I think this is ultimately what Doug was saying. Once you could do whatever you want to with 4-0. They could be 0-4 at this point. But if you clean up the small things, we're in a better position. That's what I think Doug's ultimate message was. He was using the record as a way to explain that. Phoenix, you're up by 20. You find a way to guard better late in the fourth quarter. You find a way to get to the basket, hit free throws. You're winning that opening night game. You obviously won game 2. You defend a little bit better in the fourth quarter. You knock down a couple of shots. You hit free throws again in the fourth quarter. You do little things. These aren't seismic changes. You do little things. You beat the Los Angeles Lakers. It's tough. Like, those are all teams that I think Sacramento can beat. It's tough to say you make a couple of small changes and you can still stop the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are in like championship switch mode, from being able to flip that championship switch. But I think his point was, once we start doing these little things, we're going to be in a better position. We don't need to make seismic changes here to what we're doing. My concern with DC, and where I maybe saying I disagree with him isn't fair. My concern with what Doug said last night is I don't know that you can make those changes. You're talking about addressing the little things, and that's great. In your mind, it's little. I'm asking the 4-year-old every single day to pick up socks. Like, you take your socks off and you just drop them on the floor. I don't know why she's not capable of just taking them to a basket and putting them in there, or putting them in the dirty clothes. But she's 4 and she's not. It seems little to me. It's apparently monumental for her. She can't do it. I'm going to keep asking her to do it, but she can't do it. Right. Doug can keep asking them to do something. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it. Doug might see ending possessions with a rebound. Doug might see a good defense has to wind up with the ball back. He might see all of those things that he just referenced right there as little things. That doesn't mean that this roster can accomplish it. And that's most NBA players, I'll include Devin Carter, because he is the player on this roster that I've been by far the hardest on. Most players in the league, they can play basketball in some way, shape, or form. They are good at this sport. They are better at it than 99.999% of this entire population. They are better. What differentiates everyone are a variety of different things: big things, little things, small things. Once you get past that penthouse of players that we frequently reference, the Giannis's, the Sheas, the Jokic's, LeBron, Lucas, once you get past that group of guys, you're starting to have conversations about guys in the little things that they do on the floor. Alex Caruso's very, very good. Some people could consider what he did. Man, he just does those little things on defense, man. It makes him one of the best defenders in the league. Malik can't do that, right? No one on the Sacramento Kings can do that. And that's what I think this league is made up of, is guys who do things, whether it's defense, whether it's IQ, whether it's your passing ability, whether it's seeing the floor. Jason Williams had like some beautiful mind thing where he could see a play happening before it's happening. Like Hubie Brown, he talks about Jason Williams being one of the most brilliant players he ever saw. And like, that's something that he has. It's a trait that he has. Some coaches would consider that a huge thing. Some coaches would consider that a little thing. But little things is what gets the job done. Like, that's what gets you to the playoffs. That's what gets you deep into the playoff. That's what wins you championships. Just because you see them as little doesn't mean they can easily be accomplished. And that's what I worry about with what Doug said. They might be little things, but I don't know that this roster can accomplish them.
That's a great point, and you might be right with that. I think what Doug is looking at and banking on is, you look at, and I'm just going to use him as an example, not that it's all his fault or anything like that, but you look at Keon Ellis in that play that we talk about late in the game where he reaches on AJ Mitchell with the shot clock winding down, allows a wide open layup. Keon, you can stay in front of him. You can do it. I've seen you do it all throughout the game. I've seen you do it in other games. I've seen you do it late in games. You are capable of just playing solid defense and keeping your man in front of you in those situations. That's where I say, if we do the little, like that little move right there, you can do it. Domantas Sabonis, you grabbed 18 rebounds. You're one of the great rebounders in the game in recent memory. You can get these 2 rebounds at the end of the game that you've gotten for the entire game and for your entire career. You can do that. What we've got to do is we've got to treat the final 2 minutes with the same focus that we did for the previous 46. Or if it's the first 3 quarters, you got to treat the fourth quarter with the same type of focus as the previous 3 quarters.
Yeah.
In this situation, in this scenario, in this environment, are they capable of it? Maybe, maybe not. Doug thinks they are, and Doug thinks Keon, in those situations, don't reach. Just don't reach. You know what I mean? Defend without fouling. You guys in the Austin Rivers game, defend without fouling. Keep them in front of you. Get your hands out of there. Stop reaching. You guys don't foul out every game. You don't give up. You don't have 44 free throws for the other team, 46 free throws every game. This is something that you're capable of doing. Do it when it counts, when it matters. And I think that's a lot of what he's talking about. And we'll see if this group is capable of doing some of those things that can ultimately get them over the hump in these games.
And that's the thing. Can you go out, like if they go out versus Chicago tonight and do a few more little things that they didn't do last night or Sunday? Is that good enough to win? And then the next day or the next game, Saturday, you do a few more. Like, I don't think Doug is asking them to go out there and fix everything right now. It's like, hey, these are small adjustments we have to make. These aren't even adjustments. These are just small things you have to do. Let's just try to get those small things done tonight. If Doug has 10 of them, can we get 5 of these done tonight and beat Chicago? And then can we get those same 5 done against Milwaukee? And when you start seeing those done on a consistent basis, can that make you a better basketball team? Can you, if the list was 10, can you add a 6th one to that? Can you add a 7th one to that? Can you add an eighth one to that? I understand the point Doug was making. I'm just because I think a lot of fixing little things also involves buy-in. It involves buy-in to what you're doing individually. It involves buy-in to what your coach is asking you to do, and it involves buy-in with what everyone else is on the floor doing. Right. And buy-in sometimes can be the toughest thing. Like, it feels like this team's vibes are good. It feels like there's a good synergy, a good camaraderie between this team. This is obviously very early to try to tell, but the first handful of games, the first handful of press conferences, the first handful of practices after some bloods made me feel like, no, they're in a good spot. Like, they're fine. We talked a lot about the psyche of this team and why everybody is so frequently concerned with it. But I feel like the buy-in on that part is there. It's just, what will it take for them to get those things that Doug is asking him to do done? And for me, it's whether you actually can or not.
Perfect example maybe is you look at the Utah game. Domas, and once again, it's not his fault. Everybody has tough moments or whatever. But you were able to go up strong for the rebound, secure the rebound with two hands, secure it, be strong. And in that case, you're on the offensive end, finish to get the and one to win that game. You were able to do it. Last night, you weren't. You can, that's the little thing. Literally in that Utah game, that was the difference between a win and a loss. You did it.
Yeah.
Like, do it the majority of the time, not even 82, but just do it 79 of these games or whatever. As a team, we got that stop. Dennis Schroeder, you got that stop at the end of that game. You were able to force Keontae into a bad shot, stay in front of him, defend without fouling. That's the little thing in that moment. That's the little thing. We didn't reach. We moved our feet, did what we had to do. That was the difference between the win and the loss that night. Last night, you weren't able to do that. And that was the difference between a win and a loss. So whether they should be 4-0, 3-1, whatever, I mean, everybody can have their opinion on that. But
Doug's point they could be better.
Exactly.
That was Doug's point.
Yeah. By just doing those little things, not because, man, we could be better if we had a 3-and-D guy. Well, yeah, of course, but you're working with what you have.
That's
and
what
these
De'Aaron
guys
would say. That was uncalled for. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
No, but is it
I'm
wrong?
sorry.
Is it wrong?
Well, no, he actually said it once. Still unacceptable on my part. I apologize. I'm going to put myself on timeout. Jake Gadon, he's going to come back. He's going to fact check us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
He's going to fact check us.
Shout out Harry. He's never sending another message in here again.
Shout out Harry, man. We appreciate you, big dog.
Hey, shout out Oscar. Where'd Oscar go? Oscar said, here's Oscar. Hey, guys, first time in the chat. I know Zach has a horrible contract, but he is a good player. Do you think the Kings could build around him and be successful? Oscar, we're not necessarily of the belief. First of all, welcome. Appreciate you. I don't think his contract is as bad as people want to believe that it is. He is a good player. Do I think the Kings can build around him? No. I don't. That's my opinion. I think he's a very good basketball player. I'm happy he's here. But I don't think the Kings can build around him. And I'm not going to put it on the screen, but Bot Brown, if you're out there, if you're still listening, you messaged something earlier that I can tell you is 100% accurate. And I'll let you figure out what that is.
Bot Brown.
There he is with his blurry background, all of the sensitive CIA information behind him.
Well, look,
what's up, Jacob?
Hey.
Guys, can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, we can hear you. Great.
I might need to go on my cell phone.
Is the speakers turned up? He can't hear me. I'm just
I got you. We're good.
You didn't have the speaker turned up? Like, Jesus Christ, Jake. Grow up, man.
Well, look, we talk.
He had the volume down. I love you, buddy.
They talk about the blurred background, but if anybody needs a blurred background or says, you know what, that's how I'm going to go about life now, I understand if it's my guy.
Guys, I'm just saying, I don't want a Rihanna 2.0 here.
I know.
Okay?
Blur the hell out of that background. I understand.
How are y'all doing?
Once again, you didn't do anything wrong.
No, actually, many people are jealous, quite honestly. So, call a spade a spade. Is it cardigan weather now, guys? Did we match today?
It's not cardigan weather.
It's not, but we made it cardigan.
We absolutely matched, though.
Yeah. Shout out Moto One.
You got to get that shirt I wore to Jesse's wedding for that cardigan. It's so cold. Like those, it's that purple.
Oh,
that
yeah,
color
yeah,
that's in
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
You guys got the chain, the undershirt, and the sweater. You guys just like matched today, and the glasses. Wow! All right. The only difference is Kenny got a haircut and Dame didn't.
Oh, sweetheart, yes,
the
I did. You might
haircut,
excuse
what I
me.
do.
Check a little piece there, fam.
We got
Just
tapered.
respect me like that. Look at this.
He got
right here.
tapered. Okay, we love it.
Come on, man.
Jake, have you ever gotten a lineup?
Oh yeah. I went to a barber in Midland, Odessa, because there was no places to get a haircut. He tapered me up.
I need you to go to my boys Barber Dreams, man. They gonna have you good over there with my man Steve, my man Rampage.
Okay. Did they talk shop?
Yeah.
Okay. I love the barber top shop. I love barber talk shop. It's the best.
Talking that talk.
Ugh.
How you doing, man? Everything good today?
Nah, it's a tough day over here. You guys see what's going on at Paramount?
No.
I didn't. Hang on, Jake. We're coming back. All right. We had a whole commercial break to get our jokes off and get Jake to turn the volume up on his computer so he could hear us. So we're back with our guy from CBS 13, man. Jake Gadon. Jake, are we live Sunday?
We are live Sunday, only a little delayed at 8:30 because we got to wait for Republic FC to end. But we can. I think we can do an 8:30 hit. I think, Dame, it's not past your bedtime yet.
No, not quite. Jake, we're 4 games into this thing, man. For the Sacramento Kings, 1-3 so far. We've had a little bit of everything here through the first handful of games. What do you think about this Sacramento Kings team and what it looks like for them to start this season?
Well, I do love what Doug said last night. We could be a 4-0 team, but really we're a 1-3 team right now because we can't figure it out yet. The one thing that I really liked about this team so far, and I'll start with the positives, is that they are playing extremely hard on through the whole entire 48 minutes of the game, right? So from start to finish, this team is relentless, does not give up. Creates pressure on the defensive side and has played with some of the best teams in the NBA so far this season. Now, of course, the Lakers without Luka and LeBron. Of course, last night, OKC without Chet and Jalen Williams. But at the same time, to be able to take these really good top-tier teams to the brink and only losing by a couple of points while you're also missing some of your star guys, including Keegan Murray, which I think people are discrediting of how big of a loss that is for the Kings. I've been extremely impressed with the physicality they're playing with, the effort they're playing with. I am starting to fall in love with Zach LaVine a little bit. Just now I'm starting to realize why they paid him all that money that one time, just because the guy is a walking bucket on what he can do. Pull up from 3, his mid-range game, but I love his ability to get to the rim and especially and push the pace. He's a player that I remember watching at UCLA in college, and I've been really impressed with his start to the season. I believe 3 30-point games, and last night dropping 23. There's been a lot of chatter, and we'll go on the negative here about Domantas Sabonis and just how disappointing the start to his season's been. I think if once he starts to get rolling and feeling more confident in himself, I think things will change with him. You also got to remember, Domas is truly not a big man, number 5. In a perfect world, he would be the power forward for this team and be able to still have the offense run through him. But offensively, he has just not looked great this start to the season. He's being out-rebounded sometimes, especially on the offensive end. And then especially his three-point shooting has just been god-awful to start the year. He's been better. He's shown that he can be better around the rim in previous seasons. But last night he looked a little lost. He's also picking up stupid fouls, which I was just kind of frustrated with. I'm also just surprised. Last year they had a problem specifically at the beginning of the year with De'Aaron and DeMar, who's going to close games. And now no one wants to close the game. Debo didn't take over last night. I was hoping Zach would start to come alive a little bit down the stretch. He didn't do that. I'm a little confused of it's technically Debo's time to shine in the final 4 minutes of the game to close the game out. And they have not been able to close the past 2 games out against the Lakers and the OKC Thunder, where it was there for the taking. They just needed a closer. And I don't know if it's not Debo, what's going to happen with it. I am intrigued, though. We saw the stat today that the net rating for LaVine, Debo, or DeMar and Sabonis is minus 15 or something like that. And they are not playing well together on the floor. I want to see more time with that because the other two spots on the floor have been very telling of who's on the floor with them. I think until Keegan comes back, Russell Westbrook should be starting. Like, I was thoroughly impressed with him. I love that he's able to guard 1 through 4. And the stats prove it. Play Keon Ellis. Like, just stop the conversation. Hard pause. Play Keon Ellis. Simple as that. So that's my feeling for 4 games. I think this team is going to continue to get better. I think 1 and 3 through the first 4 games are very, very big for them. You need a win tonight, though, in Chicago. I know they're undefeated, but you need a win tonight in Chicago and then go into Milwaukee and hopefully steal one out of the Bucks with Giannis there. But you have to get a win tonight. You just have to.
So, Jake, agreed with almost everything that you said right there. And I know the numbers show what the numbers show. There's a lot of context that are not in those numbers. And I'm not saying Keon's at fault or he's the reason why. But everybody talking about Keon should be playing and all this other stuff. Did they not forget he was out there on Sunday? Did they forget that he was out there at the end of the game like everybody wanted to? He got cooked by Reeves. He fouled left and right, ended up fouling out. And then last night, one of the biggest plays of the game was his miscue reaching at the end of a shot clock, leading to a wide open layup for AJ Mitchell. He doesn't have to be a perfect player or anything like that. But Keon being out there in those minutes, that's not a guarantee that it's going to be successful or that it even gives you the best chance to win.
But I would rebuttal with that is one with Keon on the Lakers game, right? He sat for the majority of the second and third quarter, coming in cold in the fourth quarter, couldn't find his balance again. And I feel like defensively, he was all over the place in that Laker game. Like, me and you watched that KC. Like, it was. Yeah, I don't feel like he ever got into a rhythm in that game. And then last night, like, yes, I agree. Defensively, he was not great in that final 4 minutes, but he was locking up in the last, I would say, middle of the third quarter all the way to the fourth until SGA was subbed out. He locked up the MVP for a little bit. There was some times where I was like, that's great defensive plays. I'll be real with you. You know how I feel about Malik. I love my guy Malik Monk, all right? But the fact that they sped him up multiple times in the final 8 minutes of that game, I think he had 2 turnovers in the final 8 minutes of the game. There was one time where they got a rebound. He literally got trapped right at half court. It went to a turnover and easy 2. Like, sometimes, Malik is an all-in or bust type of player sometimes, and that was the 2 busts last night that I was just not very happy with.
I think to something else Jake said a minute ago, I absolutely think Keon should play. I think he might be better suited in that role off the bench. I don't know if what happened between Sunday and yesterday was starting versus coming off the bench, but he was very good yesterday. And again, it doesn't mean the two are related, but to Jake's point, and actually, Casey, to your point earlier, especially tonight versus Chicago, I don't know, what this looks like versus Milwaukee, but like, go ahead and start Russell Westbrook again tonight. Start Russ tonight and see how Keon does off the bench. And then if you have to make an adjustment versus Milwaukee, I don't think the adjustment's going to be between Russ and Keon. It might be this could be like a Drew Eubanks situation or Dario Saric or something along those lines. Like, then you deal with that Saturday. But if the matchup works for you, like, stick with Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. I think it was effective for both of them.
I agree, guys, and I'll be honest with you. The conversation should be not surrounding how much you play Keon or who starts between Keon or Russ. Man, like, who's backing up Sabonis and who's playing the 4, like the backup 4? Because I have not been impressed with Dario Saric yet. Like, defensively, I don't think he's there. And honestly, like, I don't see how he spreads the floor 3-point wise. Isaac Jones continues to show me he's not ready, and IQ-wise is just not there, and I don't think he has a lot of control of his body. And then there's times like the Drew Eubanks experience. I think Drew is a solid backup, 4 or 5 in this league. But that Laker game proved just like, what are we doing out here, Drew? Like, so he just chucked a shot at the rim on a double team, and I'm like, what's going on? And the fact that we're playing Dylan Cardwell, which defensively I'm with, like, I think defensively he's a great shot blocker and there's some potential there. But I'm really concerned. I feel like we're back to 2 years ago where we were just saying, man, they need a backup center. They need a starting center. They need big men. And we're right back to that conversation in 2025 of like, they need a backup center. They need big men. They need someone to play the 4, and they just still haven't had that yet.
Yeah, it also goes back to, one of the things, and I don't know if this is necessarily the case when you talk about backup center, but he's just trying to figure out. There's a lot of guys that are getting playing time or getting opportunities that just wouldn't be playing if Keegan was healthy, if Nick Clifford was healthy. Domas missed a game, so we saw Cardwell and all these other guys. So not only is the roster kind of thin, as far as depth and things of that nature, but now you've got injuries and you're just searching for somebody to give you any kind of minutes from night to night while your starters catch their breath a little bit. And yeah, I don't know. Cardwell, probably the leader in the clubhouse for something like that. I don't really think there's any reason to go to Eubanks, even though he's not awful out there. Like, I look at Sarge. Sarge is awful out there. Eubanks isn't that, but there's just not a lot going on. So I don't know. Doug's got to figure out from game to game, is it Cardwell, Eubanks, or Isaac Jones, depending on the matchups, depending on how things go in that first half.
I also like how Doug, yes, he's keeping the starting 5 and really the top 6 with Malik in there, and you put Keon as well in 7. That's their consistent minutes, right? And and he's going matchup based. And then after that, 8 through 10 is based off the matchup of who he plays. I like matchup based things. Like, I hate where a coach says, these are my starting 7, these are my starting 8, or the 8 guys or 9 guys I'm going to play. They're going to get their same minutes every single night. I like the idea of possibly having a guy coming off the bench that's 8 through 9 or 8 through 10 that you just don't know who's going to be available and help contribute that night and will be playing based on the matchup that's going on in that game. I think that's a smarter way of going about it personally. Yes, of course, you're going to have your top 6 guys and 7 guys get minutes, but I do like the matchup-based way that Doug has approached the head coaching position right now in terms of the minutes he's been giving away.
Well, he's had to. He's got so many guys in and out of the lineup. Like, he hasn't been able to play with a full complement of players. He hasn't been able to play with anything remotely close to a full complement of players. But, Jake, you mentioned, we need to see something from the backup 5-4 spot. We need to figure out who's doing this. We need the starting 5, not the 5 guys, the starting center, to be that guy again. We need him to be the 60% shooter, even if he's only going to take 10 or 12 shots a game. We need him to be that guy. We need him to be something on the higher end of a 16, 17, 18 point, 14, 15, 16, 17 rebound double-double. Not these constant, 10 and 12s, 10 and 18s. Like, we need more from him on the offensive side. And that guy, whether it be for injury or the running theory that he just doesn't fit on this team anymore, he's got to find a way to be more productive than he's been in his first 3 games of the season.
I don't think he doesn't fit on this team anymore. I don't think he's healthy, guys. Like, there's part of me where I just says, I don't think he's at 100% and we're only 4 games into this. And I would, if I were Sabonis, I would rather see you sit for 2 weeks and get fully freaking healthy and be able to be back to your normal self than try to play at 80 to 75% and just try to hag your way through this. Like, because I'd rather have 100% Sabonis than have a 3/4 Sabonis. And I don't agree with the theory that he doesn't fit on this team, because I think he does a lot of things offensively that opens things up. But he's been getting called for a lot of bad offensive screens, especially last night, the offensive fouls, like where he was just it's not a typical Sabonis night from him. The pick and roll game has kind of gone away a little bit, especially with him and Malik. I haven't seen that to start the year. Offensively, it's different schematically, right? And it's worked for Zach LaVine, and it's worked for Devo at least to start of last night. And Russ has been cooking for a little bit, but Sabonis, like you said, Dame, just the offensive numbers aren't there, and defensively, he's just not known for his defense. So you ask yourself, what's got to change? And I think it's the health. It's a lot of health-related stuff. I also wonder, guys, I'm going to throw this out there. He's worked with Doug every offseason, right? Doug didn't work with him this offseason. You think that contributed to anything?
It shouldn't. Like it shouldn't. One of the
forgot how to play.
Yeah, the things that you worked on with Doug before, they shouldn't leave you because you don't work on it. Like these should be ingrained in your game.
I get the idea of staying sharp, but like he had a whole camp with him. He's never had a whole camp with Doug before. He had a whole camp with Doug.
I don't know who worked on him with this shot, but it is broke.
Yeah,
that shot is nasty.
It is not good.
And it's frustrating because a couple years ago he's with Lethal Shooter. The shot looked a lot better. But all of a sudden over the summer, it's just
defenders are further away from him than I am of you right now when he's shooting that shot. And it's like he's looking to pass and the defender bites, sees he's not, and they just crash to the rim.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And they more times than not, at least so far this season, they're rewarded for that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I think that's a problem in the offense. Obviously, you broke down specifically like where the placement of the defenders are. If I can't give it to Domas off a pick and roll or a pick and pop 15, 17 feet away, and there's nobody in your vicinity, and you either won't take the shot or you can't make the shot, and that ruins a lot. That absolutely ruins a lot with what you're trying to do. Think about all these teams that they've played, like Nori Marketing can do that. Chet Holmgren, even though he didn't play last night, he's able to do that. That helps with what they do on the offensive end. You talk about DeAndre Ayton, he's able to do that. They went small against Phoenix because, and partly there was no Sabonis, but those guys, Royce O'Neal, are able to do something like that. You need that in the game today, man. And if you're at the 5 and this is your guy, not a bench guy, but your guy, and he can't get any good looks from outside of 5 feet, that's going to be a problem.
And that's the question that you have moving forward. How do you feel that, right? I think there's another stat that came out, like the Kings lead the NBA in mid-range shots. Like they haven't got a lot of shots at the rim, and three-point percentage has not been great to start the year. Like unless we're playing back in the 90s, guys, don't think the mid-range game is that important right now in the NBA. It's a lot about rim protection, and it's a lot about hitting threes, and Kings are not highly ranked in either.
Hitting shots is important. Jake, I don't want to upset you like I did last week and leave something on the table. Is there anything else you would like to discuss outside the Sacramento Kings? Want to talk about Sac State, maybe the 49ers, Texans, maybe a Dodgers 18 innings classic, any of that stuff?
No, we're not talking baseball. No baseball.
Talk about baseball.
No baseball.
It's a good day to talk about baseball. It's all good.
He's just happy the Blue Jays won. That's all it is. He's just happy.
Casey, you want to talk about the Dodgers?
No, he wants to talk about the Blue Jays.
I want to talk about the team that won last night, the Blue Jays.
Thanks.
Not the losing team.
No, I think we'll peg a couple things real quick. Okay, first off, Sac State, like that. Aside from maybe 2 plays, they were in that Montana game. Like no joke. Like
the game ended with the muff punt.
Yeah,
like
okay,
that.
Yeah,
the way that those 2 teams were scoring, that was a killer. An absolute killer.
But Dr. Luke Wood got his wish. 190K. Watch that game. Like that's a good TV rating for anybody who doesn't know. That's a really good TV rating.
I think real quick, Jake, for reference, I think North Dakota State and South Dakota, it was a 1 versus 2 matchup this weekend as well, and I think they got like 80,000 views.
Oh, they got half of it. It was half. Like the popcorn got popped by the country, and people watched that game, which I think is exactly what you wanted and wanted to show other people.
That's weird. I was getting screenshots of people saying that Dr. Wood embarrassed the university. That's wild. I'm sorry, Jake.
Here's the flip side of it. Like our boy, and I want you to expand on this, Casey, when you talk to him tonight. But he made some very interesting comments to me yesterday. I asked him, Sacramento State basically leads the Big Sky in penalties and is one of the top 10 teams, most penalized teams in all of the FCS and FBS. And I asked him, Like, is it a discipline thing? Like, where do you think it stems from? And he pointed to the comments made by Dr. Luke Wood at the beginning of the season, calling the FCS and the Big Sky JV, and says that it's the human nature of it. And I think people are targeting them and are upset about those comments. I think that it's valid because there's some conversations, and we've watched these games where it's like, there's been some eight touchdowns called back by penalty.
Yeah, I never
8?
seen-
The Nevada game, there was 2 of them. Like Cal Poly, I can think of. There was one in the Montana game where it was the kick return for touchdown that was called back, and they're getting, it's like 10-1, like in penalties for the opposing team. Like, yes, maybe there's some procedural errors that they're going through, especially at the beginning of the season, but I am like kind of blown away at the amount of penalties that have been called on Sac State this year. And Marion is right in that respect of like, I don't know where that's coming from. And maybe you could point to the JV comment at the beginning of the year, but right now the Hornets backs against the wall. They got to win out. And I mean like win out to have any shot of the FCS playoffs. And it's cards are on the table. It starts this week against Eastern Washington. And they have some easier games to end the year, but it might come down to the final Causeway Classic, which, by the way, guys, I got some more info on this. Causeway is not scheduled for next year. That's 100%. And there is nothing guaranteed for 2027. I've been told that Sac State wants to play that game. UC Davis wants to play that game. But no one has confirmed to me that anybody's had that conversation about playing it past 27. So I am really worried that this could be the final Causeway Classic that we see at least for the next 2 to 3 years.
Man, that would be terrible.
It's at Davis this year?
Yeah, it's at Davis.
At Davis this year.
Yeah, that would be terrible. Real quick on the issue with the touchdowns being called back. I mean, would you have wanted Dr. Wood to say something like that? Probably not. But at the end of the day, I think you're looking at we referenced those comments and how people feel about that and all this other stuff in the Big Sky. And we reference that as a reason why maybe the officiating has been what it's been against Sac State. But how about we kind of look into why these professionals aren't being professionals just because a comment was made? Like, yeah, a comment was made. I'm in the real world. I know how that works. But that does not give Big Sky officials, Big Sky referees carte blanche to call the game wrong just because they were upset with the comment that was made. And I'm like I said, I haven't seen the replays of was it actually holding or not. They could all be legit calls on these return touchdowns. But yeah, that's if it's true that they got it out for Sac State because of comments that were made, that's foul. Like, that's wrong.
I agree. I'm with you. And that's where it's like the human element part of this, KC, that I'm frustrated with, because no one wants to see the Sac State Hornets do well in their final year in the FCS. That's the other thing. I don't know what that schedule looks like next year, guys. Like, it's not – I know there's 4 games, I believe, that I've been told that are scheduled. But past that, I don't know if it's just a 4-game schedule next year. And what does that mean for the team, like who they play? Because it's not going to be a conference schedule. It's going to be an independent schedule. Where do you find some teams to play? And if it's still on the FCS level, what's your pathway to making an FCS playoffs? Because you don't want that to be a throwaway year if you're not going to be in the FBS. Like, you want to be able to compete for championships. What team doesn't want to do that, right? So, and that's what you hired Brendan Marion to do, and why you have all this NIL money and wanting to make a new stadium and bring all this buzz here is to compete for championships. That's what we're here for, right? And if you don't have the ability to do that next year, that's worrisome.
We appreciate you, Jake. We'll see you. We'll see you Sunday night, man.
I'm excited for it. Hopefully the 49ers get the win and Chiefs don't get embarrassed. The Raiders don't get embarrassed.
Okay, well.
Also, Drake May for MVP.
We can all dream. Hey.
Drake May for MVP.
You're not. I think the conversation picks up in about 5 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks is when we especially with how wide open it is. If this keeps up, if we're talking about, that'd be 10-2, 9-3. You get into that vicinity. Yeah, it's a conversation. Like Drake May's in that conversation. If the Bucks keep it up, Baker's in that conversation. Colts Daniel Jones is in the conversation.
I'm with you guys.
And so is Jared Goff. I don't mean to lead. Like Jared Goff is playing incredible. Jared Goff same way.
And then Jonathan Taylor too, I think, with the Colts as well, along with Daniel.
But, he'll get the consolation Offensive Player of the Year prize.
I know a lot of chatter this week, but for trades, don't be surprised Monday and Tuesday if it's a big day for the trades in the NFL. I think a lot of teams are going to evaluate their teams this next year. 49ers are definitely in the mix for a lot of things. The Patriots, I've heard, are in the mix for a lot of things. So a lot of buyers and sellers after Sunday's game. So Monday and Tuesday, pop your popcorn, fam. Should be a good trade deadline for the NFL.
Also, real quick, we bring in Jonathan Taylor, and deservedly so, but just to hell with Christian McCaffrey. Just to hell with him. Once again, on pace for 1,000. Just to hell with him.
Well, I mean, Jonathan Taylor is on. I think he's on pace to break the single-season touchdown record.
Yeah, he's deservedly so.
Yeah,
deservedly so.
I think it might boil down to where the 49ers finish, and I think that might be drowning out some of what San Francisco is doing.
Prayers up to Cam Scatterbill.
Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate you, Jake. We'll see you Sunday, buddy.
See you Sunday.
Our man Jake Gadon right there. CBS 13. All right, we got Hammer at the top of the 3 o'clock hour.
We do. Look like you had something you wanted to say. I want to hear. I'm curious. I want to hear what you got to say
about Sac State.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Ain't going like this.
I've been slacking on my Mac and no 13th round today. Oh man, that was when I text you. I was like, what the hell is going on, bro? What are we talking about? I said, what the hell is going on? What's going on? What you guys got going on, man? Using excuses for why penalties being called is kind of weak. That's basically saying the refs are fixing the game. Cole, I don't know if it's an excuse or if it's just what's happening. I don't know. I know for a fact nobody has said that's why they're losing games is because of penalties. Mayweather versus Pacquiao. It might happen. I would give it a 65% chance of happening. Yeah, TC. I got to really dive into it, but I mean, the money's going to be there. So, yeah. I put it at right now, I put it at 65% chance of happening. Bo Nix for MVP, huh? No, but he has played a lot better the last couple of weeks. Obviously, the big comeback a couple weeks ago, and then they just destroyed Dallas. Unless one has happened during the show that I'm not aware of. Look, I'm not gonna say I don't know much about the Keon guy, so I don't want to say like it's dope or it's a great pickup. I'm not gonna pretend and lie to you guys like I've seen a lot of them. My first thought it was more for depth, on that defensive line, trying to get another body in there, a live, capable body in there, and somebody that can play. So I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I never lie to you guys. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with this game.
Shout out Sky River Casino, 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino, and I believe we are going to be there 2 weeks from Monday. We have been unable to flex this appearance out of the schedule, so we're going to be there for the Raiders and the Cowboys. Records be damned.
What you think the record's going to be for that game?
Man, you know what, bro?
Let me see. Let me get a number right now. The Raiders are
the
one.
Kings play the Thunder 2 days later in Oklahoma City. Why doesn't anyone listen to us?
I don't know.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have a blast at Sky River.
Oh, we're gonna have a good time.
Them smoked old fashions.
Cowboys might be 500.
The Cowboys, yeah, they might be.
Yeah, they're 3-4-1 right now.
Yeah, they might be. They're not. The Cowboys aren't. The thing is, all jokes aside, I don't think the Cowboys are terrible. Their defense is awful, but their offense is so good. Like it's what would you say the record is? 3-4,
3-4-1. They play the Cardinals. They might be 4-4-1.
Okay,
going into that game.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Let's tie up a couple of things from the last thing. Let me try to do this in order. I have a couple of messages here on the Chatty House I want to get to. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you've never checked out the show, you could go do that. Of course, you could catch up on it as well and just see the visual nonsense that goes along with what we do every single day. The Elk Grove Kia talk line is open for you as well, 916-909-1320. Shout out to my partner who was clearly paying attention during the Sac State conversation. There's actually a couple of things that crossed my mind. Mm-hmm. First, let's start with this. This wasn't one of my thoughts, but I want to make sure we do this. Coach's show tonight. Where are you?
We're at Bar West tonight, 7 to 8.
Bar West, 7 o'clock tonight. KC hosting Coach's Corner with Brendan
we'll be there, but it is Bar West, so the World Series game will be on and the Kings game will be on.
Very good.
So tap in.
Very good. Two things. I don't love the discussion about you know how we played the clip of Doug earlier, Doug Christie, and you said I don't really have a problem with this because it's not like Doug said we should be 4-0, but those referees in those Laker games, or we should be 4-0, but Devin Booker was baiting foul calls in the first game. Like it was, here's how we could be better than we are. We got to start doing these little things. And he didn't even make his team be accountable. He said Doug Christie literally said it is all my fault, as if Doug Christie went cold and let the Thunder score 9, 10, 11 straight points at the end of that game or whatever it was.
I didn't even like that.
Like Doug,
I didn't like.
Doug said it. This is on me.
Yeah.
Which, like, again, Doug's trying to do the right thing. We all very much know it is not on him. But I appreciate that from Doug, and I appreciate that from coaches. There's a point where sometimes you got to say something to your players, and I think you have to do it very carefully. If you're going to do it publicly, and you better understand, you better know before you do it, how your roster is going to respond. I don't love the idea that Coach Marion is talking about officiating and something Dr. Wood said. Obviously, 8 called back touchdowns is one of the most insane stats I've ever heard. That is incredible. I haven't, like you, reviewed the film. I have no idea. I saw a lot of it live. I've seen some bad calls live, but at the same point, like, man, I don't know. They didn't lose to Montana because of bad officiating.
Right.
I also have an issue where if that's the case, like, I'm sorry, Dr. Luke Wood does not have pads and a helmet on. You know what I mean? Like, what does Dr. Wood have to do with any of this? What does the president of the university's comments have to do with this? So it's kind of that's two sides of the conversation. It's not my favorite that Coach Marion brought it up, but at the same time, if it's real, what lesson are you teaching Dr. Wood by penalizing these young men who are going to college and playing football?
Yeah.
Like
right.
I have a
mean,
problem with all of it.
right.
I'm not happy with Brendan Marion. I'm not happy with the officials. I might not even be happy with Dr. Wood. I'm not really sure.
Right. Without
Dr. Wood might be the only one I'm happy with. Come to think about it.
Without
because I talked to Dr. Wood on Friday.
Yeah.
And that conversation will stay between us. But I know you did too.
Yeah, I think he said the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
but to say that, and like I said, we ain't even gonna go too deep into that. But yeah, there's like this whole process. The things I've heard, the people involved in the Big Sky, and I'm not even talking about officials, I'm talking about coaches at other universities. They have not, it has not been when they see Coach or when they see Dr. Wood or something, hey man, we're gonna miss you, man. But we know you're trying to do what's right for your school. It's all love, man. We wish you the best. And one more time, let's have a good
win one for the Gipper.
Yeah, come on, man. It's all love. It has been the exact opposite. When people are meeting these people, when they're in the same places as these people.
I'm mad you didn't get that reference, by the way. That's a Ronald Reagan reference.
Okay, all right, man. Come on, man. Once again, one day I'm just gonna forget where I'm at, and I'm gonna curse.
I know. That's my bad. Zabo, stop it. This is Zabo's fault. Just let me remind. Damn Zabo.
It's been cold and the exact opposite from the things that I've heard with Big Sky, and that's why I think Coach, because I've talked to Coach Marion privately. I think he's talked about it on this show a couple of times where he's been, hey, no excuses, man. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm not here to make excuses. And I believe, and I'll ask him about it, I believe it got to the point where it was like, look, man, yeah, I can talk about no excuses all I want, but I feel something that's not right is going on, and I'm finally going to at least address it.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what's going on. But to your point, I mean, he's talking about these things in games they've won. So it's not just, oh, we lost, and I'm going to talk about the officials and they call back touchdowns. They've called about multiple touchdowns in games they've won.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would like to think, I want to believe in Santa Claus and this thing. I would like to believe everything's on the up and up, and nobody's being taught a lesson or officiated a different way because of something that's going on. I would like to believe that's the case. But like to your point, I've never seen 8 return touchdowns in a season by a college team.
So here's the other thing, and I started to I love, like we've talked about my favorite athletes, growing up. They're always those boisterous, type guys, Dion, Russ to a certain degree. Like I've loved that. I've always loved that. Yep. I love Dr. Wood. I genuinely love Dr. Luke Wood. There was a point last week where I was thinking maybe he should fall back a little bit on this one. And it's like it's tough unless him and Coach Marion are working together on this. That's one thing. If him and the football department, if they're all working together on this, like, hey, let's let's do what we can to drum up a massive. Let's see what type of rating we could pop on ESPN. Let's see what type of attendance we can get out here. The week after homecoming. The week after homecoming was always going to be difficult. This was brilliant scheduling because if it had been someone other than Montana, there would have been a fraction of the people that were in the crowd for that game because everyone wanted to be at the week before. You created something. Plus, you were dealing with Kings opening night that night too.
Yeah.
Like you had so much to deal with. That there could have been it. Yeah, right. It was a Friday, not a Saturday. There could have been a collective effort that said, hey, we're going to have to do something here. This could not look great for us given all of the different moves that we're trying to make. And if that was the case, like salute, because I think you can make the argument that it worked. But when you look at like what I really love when Dr. Wood touts the graduation rate and black honors and all of the, like, I love that. Let Coach Marion do this part. Like let him do this part because in the end, it's his ass out there. Like he's the one who's got to get if this theory about Big Sky officials is accurate, He's the one suffering for it. Now, Coach, now Dr. Wood is too, but like Coach Marion's the one who's got to take those young men into that locker room.
Right.
And he's got to tell them, like, hey guys, we got to be more disciplined on pass defense. While these young men are like, I don't know what to do. So it's a tough, that dynamic, like, Ali talked the way that he did to drum up interest in a fight. Your boy, Floyd Mayweather, was better at it than anybody. In like, to me, as great of a fighter as he may have been, Floyd Mayweather's, the moment that can define Floyd Mayweather's career, to me, is through like 3 rounds, he made people believe that Conor McGregor was beating him. Because if he had gone out there and beaten Conor McGregor's ass, like everyone on earth is positive he could have done, likely in seconds, no one would have ever bought this celebrity fight nonsense again. No one would have ever bought this mixed martial artist in a fight with a boxer ever again. But he convinced people Conor had a chance leading into the fight and as the fight was going on. And then when Floyd decided you no longer have a chance, Conor no longer had a chance. That is the brilliance. Now, you can argue about sport and all of this different stuff. That's a completely different conversation. That is the brilliance of marketing. And if Dr. Wood felt like the Panda Express or the Panda Bowl or all of these different little gimmicks, like if that is what got you 3 times the viewers as the FCS game did, earlier in the year, so be it. As long as everybody is aware, it's Coach Marion and those young men out there that have to deal with any potential fallout from that.
That's the truth. That's the truth, man. I would say one more thing about this. And we talk, for everybody who doesn't like understand what's going on. And I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy. I'm just not. But we just had an experience on Sunday, right? Where it was, it's the Lakers.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It was the Lakers.
Yeah.
And you know when the Lakers come to town, that they gonna do what they do. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you believe in that type of stuff, there wasn't no way the Big Sky was gonna roll out the red carpet for Sac State to leave a certain way.
Yeah.
There was no way.
Sure.
Does that make them win or lose? I'm not saying that at all. But if you believe in that stuff, it was 100% in play of, I'll tell you like this, Coach Marion has said from the start of the season, if we win a game, we got to really go out and win. If it's close and you leave it up to chance, you're probably not going to have that chance.
He said that week 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to really go and win. That's the mindset that they've had since the start of the season.
Let's address a couple of other quick things. James is going to be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour, and don't worry, we're back at the Kings right now. It looks like both of these messages center on Domantas Sabonis. So I'm going to start with Man Fastlane, who during that conversation with Jake said, blaming Domas and praising Zach is wild.
What?
Okay. Tell me what Zach LaVine has done this season that would have you as a fan or any fan frustrated with him as a player. Like, and I'm not asking what you thought this offseason. I'm asking you to tell me I'm asking you to tell me what in these 4 games Zach LaVine has done to make you feel like he is responsible for the Sacramento Kings 1-4 start. That's all I'm asking Fastlane to do. I want to mention Scout here too. Scout says, if D'Lo was replaced by Jake, do you think KC would be happy? So maybe Domas is still upset. He's talking about the change in the roster. That's what we were talking about at the time. So like, okay, I get that. Here's the thing, Scout. If I was replaced by Jake and KC wasn't happy, that's too goddamn bad because KC has a job to do. And if KC can't do his job, guess what? If KC can't do his job because Jake replaced D'Lo, guess what? KC gets replaced. So it doesn't matter whether KC is upset in that situation. It doesn't matter if Domas is upset in the King situation. Brody, you've got a job to do. And KC stinks because Jake's here. Domas stinks because he doesn't like Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. Right. The only one who looks bad is the one who's still here.
That's right.
And that would be Domantas Sabonis.
It doesn't absolve me or Domas from not having to do my job.
You in a fictitious situation, yeah. Domas in a real life situation.
It doesn't absolve me for having a job to do and being able to execute what I need to at a high level. Also, you want to go there? Well, okay, settle down.
Oh, that's just true down.
You want to go there? No, I'm not going to go there.
Go ahead, go there. Stop it.
How am I going to get mad if I'm part of the reason why maybe the people aren't here that aren't here anymore? How am I going to be upset? What am I mad about? In that scenario, if I let it be known that I wasn't crazy about doing the show with D-Lo no more and they brought in Jake, why would I get mad that they brought in Jake?
Mm-hmm.
No. No.
And in this case, you wanted Jake, you wanted D'Lo and Jesse out.
Right. Or now, I'll say this. I'll say this. And we talking here. If I was like, yo, I want D'Lo out of here, and Aaron was like, all right, well, look, if D'Lo leaves, Jesse's already told us he wants out too. If D'Lo's not here, it's like, all right, so be it.
I'm not producing for another host.
Yeah, he's like, all right, so be it.
That's funny.
Then I didn't say I want Jesse. I don't have a problem with Jesse.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I didn't say I want him out of here, but I knew the ramifications that would come with me trying to get D'Lo out. I'd lose Jesse too. And I still was like, I don't want to do it around. So what am I getting mad for?
Yeah.
And they replaced him with Gio. Gio's my guy. Doug Christie.
Oh,
man. They replaced him with Gio. That's my guy.
Who's Vivek and then who's Zach LaVine in this situation?
Who's Zach LaVine? Who is Zach LaVine? That's a good one.
Lazy.
And then Charlie came in and said, just bring Lucy in here.
Who's Vivek in this situation?
Vivek is
I
Aaron.
think Vivek was fired a while ago.
Well, that's true.
Oh,
yeah.
I was gonna say, well, Aaron or
Vivek
Bill
was a she and she was fired.
Aaron or Bill is Scott Perry.
Bill's definitely Scott Perry. You see that hat Bill had on yesterday? Bill's definitely Scott Perry. He too smooth. Bill Scott Perry.
But
Gio is Doug Christie is pretty wild.
That's my boy Gio.
Yeah,
shout out to him.
That's our guy.
But yeah, man, like, but the point of it all is like, still got work to do, man. And Domas still got work to do, and you still got to execute. And like you said, nobody cares if you aren't putting up numbers or you aren't doing what you're supposed to do because of the teammates around you. You don't like the situation. We know better than anybody. People just be looking at the box score. Yeah. And if you're not producing, don't nobody care about why you're not producing. They don't even care that he's hurt. They just look at him like, oh, he ain't producing.
And that's the thing. Like when push comes to shove, and I've tried to like, he wasn't. I think he is hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what I think it boils down to. Like, I mean.
Do we think when that hamstring heals up, then he looks good and just things
Boy, I hope so.
Because that's kind of my question there. It's like, that's fine if he's hurt now.
A lot of his game is a lot of like what they did is based on movement. And it's not like the Buddy Hield thing where or Steph where you're running around the perimeter. It's not that. But if you're running like DHO or something, like you're constantly moving, whether it's LaVine or whoever, like you're constantly moving and trying to do something, or you're down on the block, you're trying to gain position. It is essentially nonstop movement. He's not a guy who can go, hang out in the corner, catch his wind, maybe rub his hamstring out. Like, he can't do any of that. Like, he is, even though it doesn't feel like he's the focal point of the offense, he's still an important part of everything that is happening when they come down on the offensive side of the floor.
Yeah.
And I still have the playlist in front of me, like, injured hamstring. Like, they just don't have any other choice. Injured hamstring or not, he's still better than, like, by miles than anything else they have on the roster.
Absolutely.
But he has got it. All right, man, maybe the three's not there for you. You're not really a creator on your own anyways. But when you're around that basket, that has to be your area. Mm-hmm. And this shot chart from last night, it's brutal. You can't, you cannot miss those.
No.
Like, certainly not. I think the number was 6. So he missed 10 shots last night. 6 of them were, like, right there at the basket. You can miss 1. You can miss 2. You can't miss 6. Yeah. And there is a combination of things. Maybe maybe they haven't figured out how to make all of this work together. Maybe it's the hamstring. Maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe he feels the pressure because he knows they can't. Maybe he feels like if I miss 2 weeks, like Jesse was talking about, I missed 3 weeks, we might not be able to come back from that. Mm-hmm. I'm on the floor. We're 1-3. I think we can come back from anything. That's what I feel like right now. I sit out. We got Minnesota coming up. That's a big basketball team. We got Milwaukee coming up. That's a big basketball. Denver? You kidding me? I sit out these games. I can't bring us back. Mm-hmm. Now they might still wind up losing those games, but one thing I know is Domantas is a competitor.
Absolutely.
And he, like, if the Kings are going to lose those games, they're going to lose those games because he's going to be out there on the floor trying to help them win. Now, whether he can or not, that's a completely different question.
Another aspect of it is it could just be a bad week. Bad weeks happen all the time. Sometimes they happen at the start of the season. Sometimes it happens in the middle of December where the shot isn't falling. He's not making shots around the basket. Could just be a bad week. Combined with he doesn't feel great or whatever. And usually if he's a guy that doesn't have the explosiveness that he has, whether it's good or bad, if he's not at full go, he doesn't have a lot to fall back on the offensive end. Like I say, he doesn't have that 15-footer where, man, I don't really have the elevation or the explosiveness around the rim to finish. I'm really going to be looking to take that little 15-footer right now. He doesn't have that. So if that's not there, the looks aren't the same for him on the offensive end. And it could be something that, like I said, he's working through, just a bad week. And starting tonight, he plays better on the offensive end. I think he will be. We talked about it earlier, this isn't the Domas we're going to see all year long. Like, I think he will play better, and he'll be closer to those averages that we're used to him having. Maybe not the assist average, but the scoring and rebounding numbers, I think, will be about the same. But like I said, maybe it's just a bad week.
Let's see what TC talking about. It's probably gonna be wild. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. TC, what you got, man?
So with my two brothers, man, I see we didn't get the dub, but we fought hard. So I hollered at Jesse, gonna give me a minute, right? I'm gonna touch on a few things, right? First and foremost, Verzuz, Drake absolutely can mess with Jay-Z on that. We acting like Jay-Z just gonna blow everybody out the water on Verzuz. Drake is like one of them, and Drake is cool, right? But if we just talking like single for single, Drake got him, bro. Or he on his level. He on his level for sure. It's not like Jay-Z blew him out the water.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right.
As far as the Kings, bro, do y'all see what I was talking about with Russ, with his mentality and his force, with him in the starting lineup, bro? Like, we either gonna win the game or we in the game like last night. I can't say that if Russ wasn't in the game, we wouldn't have been as close. But to me, with him in that starting lineup, bro, that's why we were close like that. Not only were we balling, but that Russ brings a different element, man, to this team with him in the starting lineup, bro, and he need to stay there. As far as Domas, what are we talking about with this dude? We've been talking about. I get he's not healthy and all that, but are we gonna keep doing this all season with dude? Are we gonna try to find a spot for him? I'm trying to tell people it takes two to tango. Kenny always saying it. You too, D-Lo. Listen, Scott, pick up the phone, holler at Miami. Spoelstra, what do you want to do with Bam, bro? We got Domas. I got a first and I got 2 seconds for you. And whatever you want to do to make the money work. Or you could take the 2 seconds off to make it that much more juicier.
Oh, Jesse. Yeah. Jesse. I'm going to be honest.
Miami Heat having probably one of the best starts in the last 5 years. Turn it up. Bam's not going anywhere.
I think we all need a break after that. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Is it even on the good? Oh, man. Do people realize they've been faded? Or do they think? Curtis, we're never really sure. I think sometimes they just keep talking.
Yeah, they'll keep talking, then it just hangs up abruptly.
Yeah. Katrina, I think I know I'm certain I know the answer to this. You guys on tonight? Manny used to call, but I guess he quit. Oh, Bryce, I'm sorry, man. We're thinking about you, Bryce. Oh, Leezy, I forgot we got that clip. Where is that? Jesse, I don't even think you were here for this.
Length is important.
Sure.
We got another one. Let's see, that's coach stuff.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Yeah, that was Lewis.
Shout out Lewis in
Yeah.
full form.
Yeah. Oh, that's facts, Jess. I might pop in tonight, see if anyone I don't like is in the chat and boot them out forever. Boy, if we let him.
Bro, we got mad at us one time because we cut him off after like 3 minutes.
No, for real. I remember that. He was hot. Well, yeah, that's another iconic line right there. Who's your favorite caller? Oh, Ollie. All of you guys are funny. Lazy, your cheerfulness is hilarious. Hey, Lazy, can you send me the picture from last night with the crowd behind us? I couldn't post the one you posted because of one of the tags. You know what I'm saying? Bryce, that can't be right. There's no way that's right, Bryce. Bryce. My bad. I got that, Bryce. That's my bad. That's my bad, Bryce. I got you. It's got an email from, well, if I don't tell Kenny now, I'll forget. Did you get an email from Ron Isley's people?
Wait a minute. Let me check.
Ron Isley's people want to join the show. It
is so frustrating too.
It hit the DM.
Because you know when he's here. When I saw that, I was so upset. He's here November.
Oh, yeah, can't help with you. Can't help with you. Sorry, man.
I wanted to go.
I just saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I got one, but
I think too. Let me look at this again. Yeah, they wanted to come in.
He need to be here the day before.
That's what he is.
But I'm talking about there. They want to do it like that.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Everybody that goes there,
all right, let me
they
work.
need to do this.
Let me work. I got it. Let me work. Shout out Leezy for all of his great work. Shout out Coyle Ray, who came in.
Enjoyed that combo.
Yeah, she hung out with us. These are some fantastic pictures that Leezy took. We had a good time with Coyle Ray last night here as part of our 1025 duties, man. That was a lot of fun. So big shout out to Coy for popping up. Big shout out for Leezy and our promotion staff for all of the great work that he does. I thought, man, if we can get 10 minutes out of this, we would be in great shape. Leezy said we went like 20 something.
I was about to say it was almost 30 minutes.
Yeah. She was killing it, man. She was great to talk to. Man, there's so much stuff we haven't gotten to.
Real quick, overreactions.
That's just that segment just might be gone.
Well, no, it'll be.
Well, we got power rankings too, but they're like Giannis went for 37. Ooh. Did you see what Tyrese Maxey did?
Oh,
yeah.
My goodness.
Let's just start doing the football stuff on Thursdays, though.
All right. I guess power rankings can move to Thursday. It's literally, so the bad side about that is the Kings play tonight. The Kings play like every Wednesday all year. Well, it's the weirdest thing.
But no, we can get it on Thursday because Thursday is our least guest filled day.
So we got Matt at the final. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll move
Tuesday
all this
it gets
football.
tricky because we got TK at the Kings played, all that other stuff. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just so much. We didn't even get to the plausible NBC moment last night.
Oh, let me see if I can find that real quick because I still have.
That's a good point too. Shout out to the 8 p.m. game.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 8 p.m.
It wasn't bad.
game.
I was
What
watching the game in bed yesterday. It wasn't so bad.
No, it was terrible.
It was kind of fire.
Yeah, I was like in bed before going to sleep, just watching the basketball game. It wasn't bad.
It was awful. I can't believe the Kings have been slotted in games like that.
It's next Tuesday or
no,
the following Tuesday.
I was going to say Wednesday is the Warriors.
Following Tuesday. I'll be there. Kings After Dark. Let's go.
Wait, I don't know. Is this the clip? Hang on. Hang on. Let's go to. Is it?
Take it from the top. Now, Mike talked again last night.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
Mike talked and he was talking about load management.
Mike spoke. Give him another Grammy.
Jesus Christ!
They asked the crew here. They had a true post game show, like Inside the NBA, and they were talking about what Mike had talked about with the load management. And go ahead.
For me, I played kind of recently, right? So I understood the mentality of the load management. I understood the conversation and the dialogue.
But did you enjoy it when they tried to manage your load?
No, because I was different.
We're all different up here.
It's late. For me, I played recently.
Hold on.
Right, so I understood the mentality of the load management. I understood the conversation and the dialogue.
But did you enjoy it when they tried to manage your load?
No, because I was different.
We all different up here.
I don't know if he's calling timeout or a
It's
technical.
late.
He said it's late.
Oh man, that cracked
Don't
me
ask
up.
me
when I
that,
saw
Vince.
He said, "Huh? Huh?"
Man,
Oh man. Now the 8 p.m. start.
Can we talk about Mike real quick?
Oh, for sure.
Because Mike said nothing.
What are you talking about?
Mike said nothing.
He
This
absolutely.
is so stupid.
He talked about. Look,
These
you've got
look
an
like
obligation. You've got an obligation.
These look like outtakes from The Last Dance. 1. 2, I'll say this. I appreciated his explanation. Mike said, Tirico said, "Oh, come on, Mike. You don't care about the guy up in the 300th row." And he goes, "No, yes, I do. He came to see me, and he's probably yapping. So I want to send him home unhappy." I appreciate that. I respect that.
That's only insight you get from a Michael Jordan.
Right. Michael Jordan's the only one to ever say
When
that.
LeBron said that, can't remember it. I know when Mike said
Michael
it last
Jordan
night.
out on load management. More at noon.
So here's the problem. The message is terrific. The messenger is a problem. Now, Mike, let me pull up. This is always such a crazy reminder when you pull up Michael Jordan's stats on Basketball Reference.
I jump for that the accolades.
Yeah,
Section.
the amount of bold numbers on this page are pretty ridiculous. Mike played, right? There's the famous sophomore season with the broken foot. 82, 82, 81, 82, 82, 80, 78. It's freaking incredible.
I think the number was 11 seasons of 80 plus games.
I'm glad you said that. That is terrific, my man. That is absolutely terrific. Because the age of 29, he retired to go play basketball. Baseball, excuse me. He retired to go play baseball.
That's how they used to handle things.
That's what I've heard. That's what the internet has said recently. If Terry Rozier pops up in a Florida Marlins, Miami Marlins jersey, comes back, plays 17 games and into the playoffs that following year, and then wraps up one of the most phenomenal stretches in the history of basketball. 82, 82, 82. Plays every game during that three-peat stretch. I know you don't like to acknowledge this, and there are many people along the lines of you. I want to point out, at the time of that 97-98 season, Michael Jordan is 34 years old. Steph Curry is about to turn 38 and likely sign a $4 billion a year contract. 4 years older. Mike retires again. Goes and becomes a general manager. Great one. And then comes back and plays for the Washington Wizards. So in the 13 seasons that he played, he wrapped up at the 13th season he played with Chicago. I'm sorry. And that's and for the purpose of this conversation, that's all we need to focus on.
Saw that happen.
Of course, obviously, the shot. It's the last shot Michael Jordan ever took. He never took one in a Wizards uniform. Those are Photoshops. You could probably convince kids that's AI now if you wanted to. No, sweetie. Mike didn't play for the Wizards. Look, let me show you this shot against Utah. That was the last shot he ever took. Played 13 seasons. He finished when he was 34. It is really incredible what he did. Load managing was not a thing. I don't know the prospect of like playing this song. Like, how old was Larry Bird when he retired? Or I shouldn't even say how old, because I feel like he was older when he was a rookie. How many years did Larry Bird play?
Maybe 11 or 12.
Like Magic, we all know. I mean, it was 1991. Magic was drafted in 1980. It was 1991 when Magic announced he had HIV.
Larry played 13.
Do we want to run through the final years of the likes of like Patrick Ewing and other guys of that like ilk? Mike is a very rare breed when it comes to this. And I think there are a lot of guys who played a lot of basketball then. AC Green had 2 very famous streaks in life, one in the NBA and one just in life. But like LeBron, and that's the only person in the conversation who matters. LeBron is in his 22nd season. Again, for the purpose of this conversation, is it 22nd or is it 21st? Whatever. 20. It's his 23rd.
Yeah, I was about to say the 23rd.
For the purpose of this conversation, he's played 10 more seasons than Michael Jordan. It's different. The other thing that really, really frustrates me about the load management conversation, and then this is kind of like separate from Mike. Again, Mike said nothing last night. So if you missed it, it's perfectly fine.
No, he said a lot.
Or just go to TikTok. You could probably see it there. It was 3 minutes long.
The whole thing was on Twitter. I saw it. Said a lot.
Okay.
Sent it to Reese. I said, look at this.
Learn the game, son. I do appreciate Michael's explanation, though. I genuinely do, where he's talking about synergy with the team and all of that. Do we remember who started load management? Like where it became popularized? Do we remember how that happened?
It was that damn Pop.
Boy, they really, really love to forget that. All of these prima donna professional athletes who don't want to play and they want to sit and they want to rest and they want to do all this stuff. But it was their beloved coach, their guy, that started the whole thing with Tim Duncan,
right,
and Tony Parker. He started all of this, but that's just conveniently. Not only did he start it, like they did it like Greg Popovich did it with Wemby. So this whole thing that it's like, oh, if I'm an athlete, if I'm this, if I'm that, that was. If I remember the first load management, what I think would be considered the first load management game, didn't he put guys on a plane and send them home?
Yeah. Was that the national TV game?
It was the TNT game.
Yeah, where he was mad.
Yeah, he put guys on a plane and sent them home.
Yeah, he was mad about a back-to-back or something.
But yeah, Tim Duncan's supposed to go, no, coach, I'm going tonight. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Blame Greg Popovich.
I do.
Good.
I do. Yeah, it's a different time. You know, there's give and take with both of it, right? Like it's a different time. The game's a little faster, and it's tougher to play 82 in that situation. But also technology's better, and the way you prepare your body is a little better than it was 25 years ago. So there's advantages for the players now to help them potentially play the whole 82. So.
I'm gonna go to 30. I'm gonna go to 34 years old. We'll bring James Ham into this conversation. Hammer, we were talking about Michael Jordan saying a bunch of nothing last night about load management. I'm sure everyone knows how many 82 game seasons LeBron James has played. Anybody remember?
I don't, but it's 23 seasons. I'm gonna say he's played 19.
17?
Oh, 82.
Wait, what?
82, not
82 games.
82. Oh, 7.
It was one time. And it was
he really did it one time.
He played 82 games one time, and it was a really big deal for him in Cleveland. He was like, I want to play all 82. So
that was that last season in Cleveland, huh?
It was his last season in Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
It was his last season in Cleveland. So just for context, played 82 games, went to the NBA Finals the year before that year, went to the NBA Finals the year before that, 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 and the year before that. I didn't have a Mike Brown shortage. He went to the NBA Finals 8 straight years.
Yeah.
Just pointing that out in context. Again, 35 years old. He's 34 years old. That's where I'm putting the cutoff marker. 79, 80, 79, 78, 75, 81, 76, 79, 62. Strike. 76, 77, 69. It was the national championship year. That was the year he took a 2-week break. 76, 74, 82. And then plays his first year, the Luke Walton year. He said, I'm not doing this again. I'm playing 55 games. So through it's not like LeBron. And again, there's no one else is in this conversation. It's not like LeBron didn't play basketball
from
19 to 34.
But I think I look at it maybe the opposite way. I don't think we talking about LeBron. I think we're talking about like Luka or talking about Trae Young, guys who aren't repeatedly going to the NBA Finals and having 115 game seasons. Regular guys, regular stars who are like, I'm low manager. Bro, you number one, you haven't played 80 games and you're not playing into June ever. Like, why are you taking a game off?
Trae Young played 81 games his rookie season. 60, 63, 76, 73, 54, 76. This is getting murky. There's a lot of context in there because there's COVID seasons. There's a lot going on there. Here's
Trae actually plays. I think Trae actually does.
Here's the last thing I'll say. Load management is not nearly as prevalent as people think it is. I don't believe, and maybe I'm playing with words and maybe I'm cheating the system. I don't think load management and injury management are the same exact thing. I also think you have to pick a lane here. If you want, and I'll use the example of Paul George. If you want, Joel Embiid would be a better example. You want actually the best example is Kawhi Leonard. You want Kawhi Leonard to be available for you in the playoffs. Okay, we have to manage his 82 game season correctly. If he winds up getting, he winds up getting hurt in the playoffs.
There is no
there is no managing. There's no load managing Kawhi Leonard.
There's no. He's played a bunch of games and still got hurt in the finals. They've managed him throughout the season, and he still gets hurt in the playoffs. Like there's no hope with dope.
I think the other crazy load management guy is Zion, right? Where he won't play. Well, they wouldn't allow him to play back-to-backs last year. And what was a crazy stat? Al Horford hasn't played in back-to-back since like 2022.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is, you listen to the player, you listen to your body if you are the player, and you know what's best for you. Some guys can play. One thing that I feel like the Kings, for the most part, have gotten right with their personnel in the last few years, they don't have anybody to really load manage. Whether it's De'Aaron would get hurt, but there was times when he would play through it. Sabonis plays, DeMar DeRozan plays, Keegan Murray plays. Like they don't really do a whole lot of load management as opposed to injury management. Like you just broke down. Like these guys, since we've been doing this show, at least last 4 or 5 years, these guys play. So.
Well, I also think like the new line with most team physicians and stuff is even most PT people, like because we have Dr. P on all the time, and he's been very clear that that the research now shows that the faster you actually start exercising and trying, as part of your recovery, the better. So even if it's a sprained ankle, you got a couple of days of swelling, but then get on it and start moving. And hamstrings, everything else, the research is telling them that the ideal situation is not to rest. It's to keep moving and keep trying to break up whatever's in there. And so I think a lot of teams, like I've never really understood load management. I don't get going up against a team and the first 4 days of the season, 5 days of the season, and sitting, even like Chet Holmgren had like a sore back or whatever. Okay. But I mean, if that was a playoff game, he's playing, and we're 5 games into the season. Now, I also think that players, if they are going to do the quote unquote load management, they should do it at home, especially for stars. Like people, bring their kids to go see LeBron James or Luka Doncic, and they spend a ton of money trying to get seats because he only comes to town once or twice, depending on where you're at in the country. And if that player's not there after, you bought tickets a month in advance and then he's not there just because he's not playing that night, that's a bummer. And, that's something I think Michael Jordan had a really high amount of respect for, the fact that he was the biggest name in the sport and everyone knew everyone wanted to go, see him play. It's like right now trying to get a ticket to go see Lionel Messi in the MLS. Man, he rolls into San Jose and you're paying, $800 for a ticket for a MLS game that usually sells for 50 or 60. That's just crazy, but that's what Michael Jordan was to the league. And I think the league is a little more diversified in its stardom at this point, where you're going to have, a lot of different players come through that, like one of the biggest draws in the NBA is LaMelo Ball. Like, who wants to see the Charlotte Hornets play? The answer is nobody. But there are so many kids that want to go out and see LaMelo that their parents are bringing them to the game. So that's where I think, I think Michael Jordan did embrace the fact that he was a superstar of superstars, and that
I absolutely respect that. Even though I don't think he said anything last night, I absolutely respect that.
Yeah, the responsibility that comes with that, showing up every day and being there for, someone who spent a lot of money and a lot of their hard-earned money to watch you play.
I think for the most part, Steph does that. I think Steph really takes into account his standing in the league, who he is, especially in the road games and even in the home games too. Like, if he can go, he's playing and he's showing up to perform because of that. Because of I'm Steph Curry. Mike and those sit downs always talk about I've got a responsibility to the game. Steph, I think he looks at it that way as well. Not that other people don't. He's the one that stands out for me when I think about somebody who takes that seriously.
Well, he's a showman too. So if you show up to watch a Warriors game, it's like going to batting practice at a major league game before, like a Mark McGuire would step out and start hitting home runs. He's going to hit 30 home runs in batting practice. That's what I feel like Steph does. He comes out, he's kicking the ball, he's setting the ball, he's running halfway down the tunnel and shooting the ball from there and hitting it. Or if he misses, they throw him another one and he does it again. Like, he is the ultimate showman, and it's something I do respect too, because there are a lot of people who show up early. You should see how many people show up early for a Warriors game just to watch what he's going to do. Everyone's got their phone out, everyone's recording what he's doing, and it's kind of a cool aspect of the game that's not part of the actual game itself.
I don't think anyone's dying to see the Sacramento Kings team on a night-to-night basis. They're not driving up ticket prices, but they're in Chicago tonight. Zach LaVine's first trip back to Chicago, right? Like, he came so late in the season last night. This got to be his first trip back to Chicago. So this team will look familiar to the fans at the United Center. But the Bulls, Hammer, have started out really well, and I'm looking at one matchup and one matchup only, and it's not fair to Domantas Sabonis, but I'm looking at Vooch versus Domas, and Vooch has played absolutely terrific the first 3 games of the season. I think he had 8 or 9 assists in their last game, 20 points per game so far in the season. He's been great. This is a 3-0 basketball team. You're going to have some tough defenders over there. Like, you've got a lot going on if you're Sacramento, but I've got my eye on this Domantas Sabonis, Nikola Vucevic matchup.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we need to have Domas start looking more like himself. I'm surprised he's not on the injury report at all today after, sort of flexing the knee last night. Keon Ellis is on the injury report. He's questionable with the shoulder issue. But I think that's a great matchup of the night. I think me and Jesse earlier, I took Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan against their former team. But Jesse brought up Domas, and maybe Domas not only against Vucevic, but just Domas against himself, because that's what it feels like right now. He's just he's trying to find himself. He's trying to figure out where he fits. He's trying to get in a rhythm, and he's really struggling to do that. But at the same time, he's a player that, even though he's not scoring a bunch of points, he is doing a lot of other things. So, you have to respect the 18 rebounds. You have to respect that, he gets back to normal a little bit physically, and all of a sudden he starts racking up that kind of total, and your team isn't getting out rebounded anymore. So that's a good thing. But Vucevic is a different beast. He shoots the 3 ball really well. He gets in the pick and roll. they're a little depleted in their backcourt with Kobe White out, but yeah, it should be a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, Chicago's a sneaky good team, man, as far as talent-wise, the talent level on that roster. The one thing that I wonder, and maybe a guy like Domas and, some of these other guys on the Kings team need is traditionally, and when I mean traditionally, I mean in the last couple of years, Chicago hasn't really been that good on the defensive end of the basketball. So maybe a team like this, you get Domas, going by the fact that he doesn't have to deal with the OKC defense. He's dealing with a little bit more of a softer defense tonight. And you can start to get some better looks and feel good about himself out there.
I will tell you that I think right now Chicago is number 2 in the league in defensive rating. And they're holding their opponent to 26.3% from 3 and only allowing 7 made threes per game. Now, again, it's the small sample size police are here to say that's probably not sustainable. The Kings are second in the league in the lowest 3-point percentage against. But that 7 threes a game is crazy that's all they're giving up at this point. I don't know if that's, just a structure, because of the teams they played, or if they've just whatever teams have missed. But it is worth noting. But I'd also tell you they've played Detroit, Orlando, and Atlanta. Those are the 3 teams that they've played, which are all playoff teams in the Eastern Conference, or should be. And that's, to me, the fact that they're playing that kind of perimeter defense is pretty solid. They also have a really weird lineup. Their second unit's really tough. I like their second unit as much or more than their first unit. So,
I don't think that's something you will say about the Sacramento Kings. We were kind of having this discussion. Do you think they go with Russ again tonight? You think lineup wise that it makes sense to go with Russ given how he played last night, given the line? Now we can, reassess this with Milwaukee and in Denver at the end of this trip. But given the way that Russ played last night, given the way Keon played, and given the matchup that they have, does it make sense to run Westbrook back out there as a starter tonight?
Yeah, I think so. And I thought they played really well with Russ. They're going to have to figure things out and sort of get in a flow with Russ. But if you're just going to keep switching out players every single game, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I would point to the fact that Doug Christie cut his rotation back to 8.5 guys yesterday. Maybe not even that.
Yeah.
And again, that's something that I've been telling you guys for a while. Most coaches, when they're trying to figure things out, they cut the rotation down big time. And then, if it's free throw, if it's foul trouble or someone's just having an awful night, then you might filter in an extra player instead of that person. But realistically, the rotation stays the same. I would not be shocked to see, it's the second night of a back-to-back. Maybe they have to expand the rotation a little bit, but it's also early in the season and the Kings have 2 days off after tonight's game. So this is a night that, you're struggling, you're scuffling a little bit. You've lost a couple of tough games in a row. Can you, tighten the rotation and just go for the win and then let the chips fall where they may tomorrow? As far as players getting rest and everything else. Also, Chicago and Milwaukee, 2 of the closest cities in the NBA. They're not that far apart, even though they're in, different states. They aren't that far apart. So, the trip isn't going to be some brutal trip. They'll probably stay tonight in Chicago and sleep in, the same bed they did last night, and then make the trip tomorrow at some point. But still, they're going to get a couple of days of practice here and everything else. This is the game where you kind of go for broke if I'm Doug Christie.
I agree with you. On this road trip, no disrespect to Chicago, but when you look at Milwaukee, you look at Denver, this feels like if you wanted to get one on this road trip, give your best opportunity to get one, it would be this one.
Against the 3-0 basketball team.
Right. This would be the one. And you mentioned this, having the days off and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd go for it in a major way. And I like what you talked about, Hammer, and I agree with you. Cutting down that rotation a little bit. When you're already playing guys that probably wouldn't play in a normal scenario, you give them a look, you give them an opportunity. But in certain situations, you got to cut that down. You got to cut that down and just go with the guys that you know would be playing, regardless if there were injuries or not, to get a win. You need to get a win here. You're 1-3. You got to. This is what we talk about trying to keep your head above water a little bit during this tough spell.
Yeah, 1-3. I'm going with what I know, not with what could happen. And so that means that I'm going with the guys that are seasoned veterans that know exactly what they're doing, and I can rely on them to go out there and do the job that I'm asking them to do. And, again, if you get in foul trouble or if you start getting blown out or something, then maybe you broaden the rotation a little bit. But you got to get a win because this could really, really play out to be like an 0-4 trip if you don't get one today. So not an easy task at hand. And it's, what we've talked about forever. That first 19 games is just extremely difficult for Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, another big subject of conversation today, Hammer, was the Doug Christie press conference. The 6 minutes was kind of brought down to that one quote about, we could be 4-0, but we're not ready to be 4-0. We stole 90 seconds from everyone's time to play that clip in a more complete context. And we absolutely understood what Doug was saying. I didn't agree with everything Doug said there, but that's not really the point. I understood what message, we both understood what message he was trying to get across. What did you think of DC's remarks last night after the game?
Yeah, I haven't listened to them all the way in their entirety, but I get the sentiment. Like, look, this team isn't that far away. I mean, we can talk about, you lost by 7 to 2 teams in a row, or 6 or 7, right? 6 one night, 7 the next. But those games were 1 possession games with a minute left. Like, these aren't like really, you're in every single game. And you can even like, they're a lot closer to 0-4 than they are 4-0. But you get the lucky bounce here and there for yourself. Sabonis gets the big rebound, the putback, and you beat that Utah Jazz team. I think that they've looked like, again, they're just missing just a little bit. Sometimes it's the dirty work. Sometimes it's just a little slow on a rotation. Sometimes it's the disconnect on who's going to be the guy and the focal point and all that stuff. But I do think that they're really close to winning games. But how many years have we talked about, sort of the process? So first you got to compete, then you got to figure out how to win games and figure out how to close games in crunch time. They're getting beat by teams that either focused on one player like the Lakers did, and same thing with Utah where it was close, or the same thing with Phoenix where they just went to Devin Booker to rescue them. Or you're getting, like the game last night where the Kings just did not come up with their end of the bargain, right? Down the stretch. They made mistakes. Again, as much as I defend Domantas Sabonis, like, you can't just have Lou Dort walk up and steal a rebound from you. Just take it from you. Like in crunch time, that can't happen. But, neither can, like what Kenny, you talked about earlier, the play where Sabonis had a small pinned down underneath the basket, and instead of passing it to him, DeMar DeRozan took a 3-pointer with a whole bunch of time on the shot clock. It's like, look, nobody's playing to their potential right now, but individually they are. A lot of them are. And so that's where you're trying to convert this whole individual thing into a team concept that makes sense and equates to winning. And they still have to figure out that sort of ingredient.
Do you think that the best way to be able to figure those things out with a new group of guys is in practice or in games?
Well, there is no practice. That's the problem. I mean, again, when you're playing, what is today? Today is Wednesday. This will be their 5th game, and the season opened on Wednesday last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're playing every other day and sometimes back-to-backs. Like, you can't expect to get a lot done in practice. What you need to do is you need to get these guys on the court. And I also think that's why, like wasting 6 or 8 minutes on this guy and 4 minutes on this guy and 7 minutes on this guy right now, that's not the right thing. Right now is, hey, who are my 8 or 9 guys that I can depend on? And let's get them flowing. Because once they start to have a rhythm and they start playing well together, you can show somebody on the bench, are you looking in at the player that you're going to go in and replace? I need you to do exactly what he's doing. I need you to function like he's doing what he's doing on the court right now. And right now they're just not at that spot. Doug is searching almost every game, just hoping that he'll catch somebody who's on a heater and can, help them survive a 4-minute stretch or a 5-minute stretch. And to be honest, it hasn't happened most of the time. Again, I don't buy I don't understand the Drew Eubanks plus minus, like what you guys were talking about earlier, because I watch the score go sideways every time. I don't know how it's possible he's running a plus, on the season or even like in an individual game, because I'm watching it. I'm like, this game is slipping away as soon as they pull Domas off the court. And, as soon as they pull Zach LaVine off the court, it gets a little dicey. Like, people understand what DeMar DeRozan does, and, he's very difficult to stop. He doesn't have a gravitational pull to him. You can keep one guy on DeMar. He's going to score no matter what, but it's like slow, it's methodical. Everyone, else on the court is kind of like standing around waiting for the shot to go up. With, a guy like Zach, you don't know if he's going to go to the basket. You don't know if he's going to pull up from 3. You don't know if he's going to, dribble drive and pull up from 18 feet. Like the same with Malik Monk. There's a variance to him. The Kings just have they're dribbling way too much. They're not relying on each other's skill sets yet. They're just relying on their own individual ability to either score or even defend, and they're not working as a team. So until they figure that part out, and again, it just takes time, and people don't want to hear it, but when Domantas Sabonis misses the last 10 games building up to the season, that matters. When Russell Westbrook signs a couple of days before the season starts, that matters. Like, these are integral parts to your system, and it's not just how they interact with the players around them. It's like, how do they interact with everything? Like, who's calling the defensive play calls when Domas is out? Who's getting rebounds when Domas steps off the court? Like, all of these things matter. And I think a couple of their players, it matters less. Like Russ, he just goes and does whatever he wants to do, and that's fine. And it's the same thing with Malik. But other players, they rely on systems. They rely on other people getting them open or other people finding them in the right spot. And those are the guys that, you have to figure out ways to integrate into this system as well.
That's interesting. I've heard the term system quarterback be used as an insult in the NFL. Like, this player is only good with Andy Reid. They're only good with Bill Walsh. They're only good with Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. Is a system player in the NBA bad?
Doesn't have to be.
Is Domas a system player?
Yes.
Oh, I would agree that Domas is a player you have to build a system around. It's like I said this forever. Like, people always think that I don't like specific players, but that's not it. Like, Davion Mitchell would fit in this current King system. He did not fit in any other system that they've had the last 4 years. He would not have been able to ever thrive.
Explain that further. Why would Davion Mitchell fit right now with this group?
Because this is an isolation one-on-one game that they're playing. And Davion Mitchell is perfectly fine playing that style of play. He's even fine playing that style of defense. He loves man-on defense. Where Davion gets lost is in switching defenses. Where Davion gets lost is in a motion offense where he's supposed to not just stand in one spot, but sit there and float and make sure he's in the perfect spot for a pass to come. His brain shuts off a lot of the time because he's either got the ball in his hands and he's ready to go, or when he doesn't know what to do. And it's something that, like, my first seasons covering this team, like, Tyreek Evans was the ultimate version of that. Like, when the ball isn't in front of him on the defensive side of the ball, he falls asleep and gets beat on the back cut all the time. and you're like, man, you are such a good defender. What is going on? And I had one of the assistants at one point said he plays defense like he's waiting for a bus. Like if the ball isn't in front of him, then he's just standing there kind of looking around like, look, the guy's dribbling over there. And so that's where I think, Davion was learning how to be a better, like system defender, but he wasn't. He was not a good team defender. He's a great individual defender, and picking up 94 feet, man, he would be perfect for this system. But the fact that he never really got comfortable as a 3-point shooter, and a lot of it was just because he wasn't comfortable where he was on the floor. He wasn't comfortable not having the ball. So I think, it's great that he's in Miami because he's totally thriving. And he has good games and he has bad games just like any other player, but he's a major cog to their system already. And that's what I kept saying, like, send him to Toronto, send him to Miami, even a team like New York that does a lot of that isolation basketball. That's fine. They're good players in that system, but you got to know what your system is, and you can't draft players that don't play that type of system. You got to watch the tape.
We'll come back. We got much more with our Kings Insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D'Lo and KC as we're counting down to the second night of a back-to-back for the Sacramento Kings. They're in Chicago tonight. Coming up at 5 o'clock, it's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Somebody put in the chat, and I looked it up. It is official. Punch Bowl Social is closing.
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah.
That's
that area.
That's a major blow to the Doco. That place is usually hopping at night, but not so much during the day.
Yeah, not really. I think that's part of the problem. There's not as many people that go there as you would think. I think there's more people that go to Tom's than go to Punch Bowl Social.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure why. Like, I've been there. It's fine. Like, you go there to have a drink. Like, they're fine.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like their food. Their food is different, but
yeah, I'm not sure why they got more. They didn't get as much traffic.
Well, anything downtown is tough, especially with the state workers not there full time. They started making state workers go back, and then they realized that it was going to be way more expensive to have them in the building. They said it was going to be like $250 million a year to have them all come back. So they're like, okay, maybe we're not going to do that all the time. Yeah. I mean, I worked at the Downtown Plaza when I was young, and I worked at Copeland's, and that place, like, you get a little lunch rush from the state workers, but it was a bunch of looky-loos, nobody buying anything. Sometimes at night you'd get traffic, but not that much. On the weekends you get a little bit of traffic, but not that much. So I would assume that it's still a little bit the same way. I'm down there a lot. I mean, it's bustling, but not like crazy busy.
I think about something that George Karl once said. George Karl, we all know how he is, but sometimes he's not wrong. And he said of Sacramento one time, he said, it's a big town that's trying to turn into a big city. And I feel like there's just city's at a stalemate. Like, they're trying to turn into something bigger than what it is, but
yeah. I don't totally disagree. It's an urban sprawl city. So, having centralized hubs, like a downtown meeting place is cool when you're in a big city that everyone's walking or taking the metro or, whatever. But, each of these individual communities here in Sacramento have those things for themselves. And it's not the downtown area. You've got, the fountains or the mall in Roseville, Rockland. But even if you look at even microclimates, you go out to, like, where I used to live in West Roseville, West Park area. They now have like a little restaurant area inside their community, and that's where people go. That's their sort of meeting place, their centralized meeting place. So every once in a while, you'll make the drive down to Sacramento, but more often than not, you're just going to stay close because it's easier.
Yeah, I don't go too far outside of Elk Grove for anything that I need. For the most part, I keep getting more and more restaurants. Obviously, you got Sky River now. Like I can, if I really wanted to be lazy about it, I ain't got to leave Elk Grove for nothing except for a Kings game.
I am lazy about it, and I don't. Roseville.
Hey, even here, like it's way easier for me. There's great restaurants in Auburn and Grass Valley, but for me, like I'll go to the clubhouse. That way I can have a couple of drinks and not worry about getting home and take the golf cart, and it's just like right here. But it's a centralized idea. You want that home feel. And, I think a lot of bigger cities, they have that built in where, a sprawling city like Sacramento doesn't.
There we go, James.
All right, we're back here with James Ham as we get ready for Kings basketball coming up at 5 o'clock. Second night of a double. Nope, it's not a doubleheader. It's the second night of a back-to-back. They don't play doubleheaders in basketball.
I mean, you're just playing a different team.
Well,
it's a doubleheader without a different team, or with a different team.
You know what's a doubleheader is? We were talking about that. You referenced it a minute ago. That 8 o'clock game, isn't that the first night of a back-to-back? That
Great
PC game, isn't it the first night of a back-to-back?
The Warriors play tonight, or the Clippers do?
Wait, say what?
Oh, you mean when the Kings play?
No, yeah. It's the first night of a back-to-back.
They play Atlanta after that.
That is ridiculous. That is just ridiculous.
That game was late.
You know what? Adam Silver deserves to lose his job because of these 8 o'clock starts. Nobody is here for these 8 o'clock starts.
That game.
Yeah,
was
it's Denver.
late.
It's Denver, Sacramento on the 11th. By the way, plan accordingly. We're off the 11th. We're literally not allowed to work on that Tuesday. And then they host the Hawks on Wednesday at 7. That's the doubleheader.
Can't
right
wait.
There.
Can't wait. I'll be at Doco for pregame festivities at 7.
Why are we off that day?
It's Veterans Day, and well, we'd have to dig too far deep into the books to say why we can't work, but we're not allowed to work on that day.
Oh.
I literally just inquired about it seconds ago. So we will come to work on Monday the 10th. We will not come to work on the 11th, and we will be back to work on the 12th because this is stupid.
All right. Well, that's good for me. At least I don't have to drive down 2 days in a row. And yeah.
Oh, shut up, James.
You're kidding me? An 8 o'clock back to back, 8 o'clock followed by 7.
You're going to get home at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, I am. And then I'll have to be back at the station for 8 o'clock at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then
you got it, buddy. And
then do it all again the next night. And then the third day, there's nothing left of me. Yeah.
What's your damn shame what happened to James Ham?
32 hours worth of work in 2 days, and then you got to be back the next morning. It's usually tough. Yeah.
Back to Domantas Sabonis. We both said, I think all three of us are anxious to watch this Vooch and Domas matchup tonight. So much hammer today has been, is Domas hurt? Does he not fit the system player? Like, I think you're of the belief that the players around Domantas Sabonis don't work the best with Domantas Sabonis. Is that fair?
Oh, I think that's fair. Well, I mean, it's an overabundance of a similar type of player that is more the problem. Like, we always, you guys bring this up all the time. It's the original Batman. You don't mix the deodorant and the hairspray. Like, the Kings have too many self-creator guards. Whether you want to call DeMar a guard or not, same thing. Self-creator guys that need space, but it's now Russell Westbrook. It's now, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan. You don't have enough guys who are just pure shooters. And so that's something. And then, I think the other thing is, like, look, watch Watch the way the handoffs are going. Watch the way he's setting screens for players. Like, I haven't seen anything like it where a player literally has to change how he's handling every single player around him. So, like, I think Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, both are totally fine getting downhill with Domas in the pick and roll, like rolling to the basket, finding him, rolling to the basket, having him finish around the rim, all that stuff. But then watch Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder can't do it. So they have to give the ball to Dennis. And then Dennis is using the screen as a high pick and roll. And so it's just a different way of dealing it. They're inverting the DHO, right? So I think it's really interesting to watch because you don't typically have a system that everyone plays within the system, but early in the season, they're literally having to change sort of the dynamic of every single type of dribble handoff or type of exchange between the big man and whichever guard is running the possession. And I think it's led to like confusion sometimes. Again, like we've watched enough Zach LaVine that watching him turn the ball over 4 times in the first quarter was just egregious. Like I haven't seen that from him, and it's a one-off. It's why it like stood out so much. And some Bulls fans, oh, you don't know Zach LaVine, he does that all the time. I don't think he does because his turnovers per game and stuff aren't like crazy. But you could see him. Most of those turnovers came in the 2-man game while he was trying to work with Domas. So I think, Kenny, you brought this up yesterday that, the ball has to be in Domas's hands for him to be effective. I don't believe that to be the case, but he has to be part of the play because, we talk about how you engage everybody by passing the ball around, right? Well, he's never going to be on the perimeter as a potential 3-point shooter that you just kick to and then he goes and sets a screen. Like he's not that guy where you have to get him engaged that way. Like he can be extremely effective and efficient at like a 23, 22 usage percentage. He doesn't need a 28 or 30 usage percentage to still have the same impact, but you have to have him involved. And, again, we're talking about a player who doesn't naturally take people off the dribble and go to the basket, unless it's like in a pick and roll situation where he just decides to roll the other way and take somebody off the dribble and get downhill. Like we see that on occasion with Domas, but for a guy who can bring the ball up the court like he does and all that, he does not break someone down off the dribble very often. And that, again, it's just the type of player he is, and you have to play to his strengths just like you have to play to everybody else's strengths. So I think in a perfect world, you'd have more shooters on this team. The fact that they're hitting right now is great, but I also worry about the laws of averages with their shooters because, it's great to see a guy who's shooting 50%, but if he's a 30% shooter for his entire career, I'm going to start talking about small sample sizes again. Because we know that eventually they're going to come back to closer to who they are. Even if it's an improvement, it'll be like 3%, not like 8 or 10.
Well, Kevin Huerter showed us it might not be till the following year.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah. It may never happen again. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Great. Oh, great. My mistake. No, Kevin Huerter's fantastic. I love the guy. What a loss for the city of Sacramento.
Haven't been the same since.
I saw Kevin Huerter guy, but he wasn't Kevin Huerter guy.
Yeah.
He's super sad. You can see
Kevin Huerter guy out of his costume was mortifying.
Oh,
it's just really sad. You feel for him the whole time.
Just awful.
Yeah.
Like, hey, that's
I'm just glad he hasn't tried to become James Ham guy. That would be really awkward.
Kevin Huerter guy, you know the assignment.
Yeah. Do it. Just need a couple quarter zips, little collared shirt underneath.
That's right.
You gotta have the bar kit everywhere he goes, though.
Got to.
Lulu pants. Yep.
James is like, did someone say they need a drink? And then like pulls out his.
Oh, I have a bar kit in my car at all times.
I know you do, James. We all know that you do.
Hell yeah. I don't hear you complaining when I bring you drinks.
No, I'm not complaining.
I don't know. I'm not.
I said, James, I did not say this was a bad thing. He brought that last one. How did James make this old fashioned here? Well, he's got a bar kit in his car. Of course,
I do. I have a roll-out bar kit in my car. Yeah, it's spectacular.
You gotta love it.
Amazing.
It's like a canvas bag, like this big. People like, it's not like
It's
not
like
big.
Dexter when he rolls out all those knives.
Yes,
that he uses.
it's very Dexter-esque.
Dexter. I haven't tapped into Dexter. I heard it gets crazy.
Dexter's really, really good. It's odd.
I heard
that
it is a good show.
It's very odd that the serial killer is the babyface, but
Yeah.
it's a really good show. Terrible ending, just a god awful ending.
Well, they keep ending it again. They just keep going.
They brought it back and tried to fix it, and it still wasn't good. But
it's not the same thing because he's not the star of the show. But is he like what was his name? Hawk in Scandal? He's the one that would close everything out.
Yeah, like yes, but Huck was trying to quit. Dexter was not.
Dexter's in it.
Yeah.
He's got a code. He's got a code. Yep.
Oh, that's true. That's true. There was a code. There was a code to Dexter.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it's a good show.
Well, I heard it gets crazy though. That's why I want.
Well, no, it gets crazy
with the way he finished the people off.
Hey, I'm just gonna like
what? When he kills them.
Oh. Oh Jesus!
The way he what? The way he what? Come on, Carmelo, relax.
Come on, bro.
Corner over there, chill out. What are you doing? Oh man.
Yeah, and I have to do this to Jordan. Jordan, hey bro, James never rolls with maraschino cherries. We're much higher in cherries than that, bro. This isn't some podunk rollout bar kit. Like it's legit. We don't. Yeah, we don't play with the cheap cherries there, bro.
That's one of my favorite things ever. That James is insulted.
Maraschino cherries, my ass. Like they ain't Luxardo. They're not going in my old fashioned. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh.
So about that Kings and Bulls game tonight.
See where Kevin Herter got us talking about Dexter.
Yeah.
All right. So we've covered the Domantas Sabonis part of this. We've covered the starting lineup part of this. We've covered the Russell Westbrook part of this. What do you think about Keon Ellis? Not just last night, but over the stretch of these 4 games this season. He's been asked to do a couple of different things, and I'm not sure how much of it has necessarily gone well. Like I think you said this earlier today, Ham. It feels like maybe Keon is like searching. He's just like he's out there when he's on the court. It's like he's just searching.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he's on roller skates a little bit, right? He's a little out of control. He's flying by the play. He's back in the play. Windshield wiper defense. I do think that like I called him last night an agent of chaos on Twitter, and I believe that to be true. Like when he's at his best, he's all over the court. So when they started running that 2-3 zone, and it was him and Devin Carter at the top, just like bouncing around and causing problems, that's when Keon's at his best. And I also feel like he had 12 points last night. I don't want to talk about how many points he had the night before, 2 days before, but he looks like a player who is under full understanding that he's playing for a contract, whether it's with the Kings or someone else. And so like it's very simple in the league. You get paid by scoring, and that's how you get paid. I brought this up a bunch of times, but was it Matt Harpering? Is that who it was? Is that who the Utah Jazz? He used to say like, hey, I couldn't get paid. And then I went out and averaged 17.5 points per game and got my money. And then I went right back to the player I was before, because that was a player that was effective and good. The other player was just trying to get paid. And that's the game. And you gotta, understand the dynamics of the game, but also like Keon has a lot of weight on his shoulders. If he's not playing, I know Kings fans are moaning and groaning and pissed. Just think what Keon is, because that dude is literally an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year who wants to get a bag. And the fact is, like, if he doesn't get to play enough, he's not going to get paid. There are teams out there that know exactly who they think he is and are probably going to still pay him mid-level exception money, but he's got to play and he knows it. And so I expect him to calm down a little bit, because that's what it feels like. He's too amped up. He's playing on roller skates. He's moving too fast, and it's just he's flat out. He's trying too hard, and eventually, I think he'll calm down.
You know, James, we talked about it a little bit, and it's not to ignore, you know, what we see or what you think of this team or the roster constructions or anything. But when we talk about Keon, when we talk about Domantas Sabonis struggling on the offensive end, we talk about this team, you know, having whatever their point differential is in the fourth quarter, all this other stuff. It could just be a bad week. Like, that happens all the time in an NBA season. It happens in the middle of January and nobody really freaks out because you've got a sample size of X amount of games to be like, well, this isn't necessarily who they are. It's just kind of what's been going on. It's all possible that all this stuff is just a bad week, a bad combination of injuries, trying to get, you know, acclimated to a new season, and just shots aren't falling for Domas this week. He'll bounce back, you know, tonight, starting tonight or something like that. It could just be that.
Yeah, and like, look, I think it's the first 4 games of the season. Like, the panic, like, the Kings have been highly competitive. They haven't got curb stomped once. They haven't got just boat raced by a team. They've made mistakes in crunch time, and those are things that happen with teams that are newly assembled. And we can talk about, oh, well, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan played together before. Like, a lot of these guys were here last year. It's like, okay, yeah, but Russell Westbrook is really different. Dennis Schroeder is very different than anyone that you had last season. Mm-hmm. Like, the reason why everyone kept saying you needed a point guard is because you needed a point guard, and all of a sudden you got one. And that's what a point guard looks like. You know, he's not like the biggest pass first point guard we've ever seen or anything, but still, like, functionally, you didn't have that type of player last year to end the season. And even De'Aaron Fox is not that type of player. He's a guy who averages 25 a game. He's not a guy who averages 12 to 14 a game and, you know, 5-6 assists. So, like, there are a lot of dynamics in play here. New coaching staff, new training staff. Like, there's a ton of changes that have gone on behind the scenes that people don't even normally, you know about. But, like, at the same time, like, sometimes it takes time to gel. And more than anything, I think that I keep bringing up this point, but when you go up against, you know, again, an Austin Reeves and a Shea and a, you know, Lauri Markkanen and Devin Booker, those have all kind of been the guy for their team. And maybe Austin Reeves is one exception, but he's not, because anytime that LeBron was out, he would step up. Anytime that Luka's out, he steps up. Now Luka and LeBron are out, he steps up. It's easier to have a singular force be the guy driving you in one game than it is to try to piece it together with a whole bunch of people that don't know each other that well. And that's where I think, like, just the advantage of playing against, you know, a team like the Kings who are still trying to piece it together. When I look at the Bulls, I feel the same way about the Bulls as I do with the Kings, except for I think the Kings are way more talented than the Bulls. So, like, you're going to go into a game where they don't have a 1A, they don't have a 1B. They might have a 2, but probably not even that. Like, Kobe White could be a 2 and he's not playing. Like, Giddey is the 3rd best player on a decent team, maybe a 4th best player, you know, and he's probably their best player right now, you know. So the difference is they've figured out roles and ways to win games, and the Kings haven't yet.
Is this where the Billy Donovan versus Doug Christie thing will come into play? Like, Billy Donovan's he's been coaching for a long time.
No, I agree, but, like, at the NBA level, he hasn't really been good at all, you know. So
he hasn't been bad. He's not like Billy Donovan's not a bad coach.
Well, he was the coach. You
he
know,
absolutely could. No, he coached in Oklahoma City. Absolutely.
But he did.
Cole fired him on this show.
That's right.
Cole fired Billy Donovan on this show. I thought it was crazy when he did it, and Billy Donovan was fired like a day later.
Move. He fired Billy Donovan. You retired Malcolm Brogdon. I mean, this show's crazy.
Yeah, I guess, again, like all of his time in Chicago, he's had one winning season, but 3 other years where it's 40, 39, 39. Yeah, he's had one winning season at 31 and 41 in there too. He was okay. He was good at OKC. He did win games. At OKC, threw up a win percentage of 608. His time in Chicago, it's been a 491. But yeah, I don't know. Like Billy Donovan is a great college coach for sure. He's a solid NBA coach at this point. Like he's kind of proven to be that. But yeah, I mean, he has a lot more experience than Doug. But that doesn't mean I don't know that it means that much. Like Doug's biggest problem is not what Billy Donovan has. Billy Donovan's problem is. Billy Donovan's problem is he doesn't have enough talent. Doug Christie's problem is he has a whole bunch of talent, but they're all guys who have been like number ones on their team in the past or number twos, and they're still expecting that regardless of age or anything else. And so you can't have a whole bunch of dudes who think that they're the guy. And that's going to be Doug's biggest challenge this whole time. We talked about the biggest challenge was going to be him telling a player he's got to go to the bench now. I don't think that that's the biggest challenge. That'll take care of itself eventually. His biggest problem right now is like, how do you develop a pecking order with these guys and some sort of, structure for them to play within. And I'm not talking about offense. I'm talking about like shot distribution type stuff.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna wrap up.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect tonight, to be honest. I kind of like, if I'm being completely honest, they played better than I expected last night. And I think those types of losses, when you play that well for that long, and we're really talking, I think they played really, really good basketball for probably like 42, 43 minutes. They played good basketball for another like 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. And then it just got really bad in the final, 3-ish or so minutes. And I know we often use this term as like a negative. They might be a little desperate tonight, desperate for their own psyche to get a win. Like you they want you to believe. They don't. They know Milwaukee's next. They know Denver's next. Golden State is right out. It's not like they come home and it gets easy. I don't even know what easy looks like in this league anymore. No. But it doesn't get better when they come home. Like, they have to find a way, regardless of who's on the schedule, be it Oklahoma City, be it Charlotte, or be it Chicago tonight. They've got to find a way to get a win. Yes. And they've got to find a way to get wins. And that'll begin tonight in just about an hour when they take on the Chicago Bulls at the United Center in Chicago. And we will be back to cover it all, beginning with the insiders. James Ham, Jesse Tapia filling in again tomorrow for Kyle Madsen. So we'll be with you 10 a.m.
Kyle Madsen is back.
Kyle Madsen is back. Wow, that's Kyle Madsen's music.
What the hell is he doing here?
The insiders will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Vamos Blue Jays.
Kyle said, I'm not doing this.
Sorry I messed with you, Jordan. I was just having some fun.
Oh, that
and buy better chairs, let's be honest. That's funny.
All right, guys. Go watch basketball, and we will see you tomorrow. Appreciate you guys as always. What coach getting fired? Who got fired?
I don't know anything about that.
Securing
Brandon Marion caught a $10,000 fine for his comments on officiating.
Oh, fined. I read that as fired.
I did too.
I was like, who's he talking about? He said fined. Yeah, I saw that from the Big Sky. They were, I mean,
they didn't hesitate to do that either.
I mean,
you're gonna get it though.
You can't publicly question officials. Like, that's not. I'm sure Coach knew that.
Yeah, you're gonna get that happens all the time. You know what it is when you start saying officials.
That's why I'm gonna just sing the praises of officials. They ain't gonna take my money. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate you, Securing.